What is good, chat? How are we doing today? It is good to be back. Let me go ahead and turn me down real quick, just a smidge. How we doing, guys? Listen, how was your Christmas? How was the holidays? We still got the New Year's to go through, and you know what that means, right? So look out for the show, because we about to be breaking down who's got the biggest L of 2023 thus far. All right, we're gonna look at the chat. We have covered a lot of people, and we're gonna be looking at a lot of contestants here. And one of them we're actually gonna be talking about here today because he took numerous L's of 2023 regarding just out of just sheer loss of self-respect or ego. I don't know what you would call it, but this guy right here is known as a sus Marquad. Okay, now some of you guys are like, dude, who's Sus Marquad? Well, if you haven't known by now, you're not privy to the beef that we had way back. Okay, Sus Marquad used to be Lord Marquad, used to be Saint the Sinner, all right? And you can see the slow de-evolution back to just a weird dude. Okay, it's just weird. And we explain that in a second, okay? But listen, the reason why he became sus, because I think the number one L of this year that he took was showing up to another man's house unannounced, okay? And with cards and chocolates. Okay, I would say if that wasn't a big L, I don't know what to call it. And to make it even worse, to be called out by Fresh Prince CEO of all people about that very same incident, it was just hilarious. Okay, so that is a massive L. And no, we're not counting the enough T or NFT because we know he's not going to explain that. He don't know nothing about that. But the guy's a total scammer, a fraud. It is what it is. Okay, so yeah, that was the big L of 2023. But we might have something that may top the charts, not in terms of sheer embarrassing wise, right? Because we know showed up to another man's house with chocolates and a card, hoping for a free interview. That's weird. That's freaking weird, and it's embarrassing, right? But no. We're doing one more for kind of like hypocrisy, right? How to basically get exposed, knowing fully well you ain't the type of guy you say you would. All right. So some of y'all were like, "Well, Duke, what are you talking about?" Well, listen, Sus Marquad officially got arrested. Okay, he's been arrested in Las Vegas, which I got questions for that, by the way. But he was arrested in Las Vegas, okay, under DUI and possession of a firearm. Oh my goodness. Talk about poetic justice. Okay. Like this shit is hilarious because for so many different reasons. And we got to touch upon the hypocritical reason, number one. All right. The biggest hypocrisy, because it exposed that Lord Marquad or Sus Marquad, he's a drunkard. Okay. He's a guy that likes to drink. He's a guy that does drugs and the guy that probably does all these various vices behind the scenes, but then comes out and shames everybody else that openly just does what they do. So, for instance, when me and him were beefing, right, I openly talked about my drinks. All right, I drink, I smoke. I like, listen, I'm not one of those people. I ain't shit. I'm great value. Okay, so I don't walk around here acting like I'm better than people. Okay, I know my vices. I know who I am. That I think that makes me be content versus y'all coming out here pretending to be something you're not. All right, but listen, I'm comfortable with people who drink, right? I'm comfortable with people who smoke. I do those same things myself. And there are very other people who have vices. If it's not drinking or smoking or doing any other thing like that, you probably have your vices. Or if you don't, fine. That's perfect to you as long as you have some outlet somewhere to do certain things, okay? Drugs aren't totally bad. Just some of them are. All right? Now, I've been open about that. And during our beef, Sus Marquad found it adequate enough for him to use that as a trigger point to try to go ahead and shame me, right? And one of the main things he would say is, oh, this guy drinks. Oh, this guy smokes. He snorts. He does all these types of drugs. Oh, look at that. See? Would you men rather listen to an idiot like that just openly talks about his drugs usage? Or would you listen to a saint like me who doesn't do any drugs, right? I don't consume any alcohol. I don't consume any drugs. I don't do it, right? You will hear him scream all of that shit he doesn't do to the top of his lungs, right? I'm not a drinker. I don't like staying for alcohol. This, that, and the third, right? So it's all hilarious because he would use that to try to shame other people, all right? And his stupid little fanboys, okay, would do the same thing. Like, oh, you talk about you're better than Sus Marquad, which I've never said that I was, by the way. I don't care about that shit. It's you guys who are projecting on us. We don't care. We just ridicule you guys because it's obvious, but you guys don't see it. But we don't care about looking cool or whatnot. You guys project that on us, okay? Because you guys put your arbitrary rules, the way you live your life, and try to project it on us. So, for instance, you see people who are more liberal with their lifestyle. You say, "Oh, well, listen, I don't consume alcohol. I don't do drugs. I don't do this. I don't do that. Look at those degenerates. Look at those scumbags. How can you let them talk? How can you talk about the boss? How can you talk about the boss?" That's how he does, right? He has this really feminine way of pointing when he gets mad. How can you talk about the boss? Okay? When you drink and you smoke and I don't, right? And then he goes on this tirade where he just talks about how people who don't do drugs and find other outlets or drink are almost better human beings than us regular average folks over here, right? He thinks he's better than us average folks over here, and he wonders why we clown him, right? So listen, it's not a unknown trope that these guys always run to, and we've exposed that on this channel before. Even the people around them. First of all, I've been skeptical about the whole no drinking thing because I'm like, yo, that's a cap. That's a damn lie. This guy most definitely does drugs, most definitely drinks. He does something. He just doesn't tell you, because what y'all don't understand about people like this online, okay? When they come out here pretending to be perfect, there are often things they do behind the scenes that you know yourself don't even know. So when you're going out there living your life by the rules they've arbitrarily set up for you, they're living their life however they see fit, right? And that's doing whatever they want to do in the meantime, okay? And it's funny because all of this stuff gets exposed when this guy gets busted for driving under the influence in Las Vegas, all right, by the Las Vegas cops, all right? They're on his ass on that, and we're gonna watch the video. We're actually gonna look through the records. I'm sequestering a body cam footage because listen, I don't trust Marquad's and his footage, so we're getting that for your request. It's gonna be coming over here soon. So this might actually be a part of a longer series. Who knows? All right, just depends on how when it got back to me or whatever. But we're getting all of that. We're gonna watch the videos. We're gonna look at the case records. We're gonna look at what's going on right now. But yeah, it is a DUI. They got him. They got him for sure. Which arouses a bunch of different questions. One mainly was, I thought you were the mayor of Vegas, bro. Huh? I thought people had to check in when they visit Las Vegas, dog. You telling me you couldn't check out of jail? You couldn't check out of some DUI time, my dude? You couldn't check out of, oh my God, wait a minute. I thought you were the boss. I thought you were the boss of Vegas. What happened? The law got behind you and told you can run shit. They didn't care about the Maybach. They didn't care about the so-called money you had in the back. They didn't care about any of that shit. Okay, you don't run shit, right? Listen. I just have to ask that main pressing question, bro. I thought you were the mayor of Las Vegas. How does the mayor of Las Vegas end up in this situation? And the way you were talking about it, by the way, says Marquad, it seemed as though you were very adamant that you were not drinking or you were not drunk or anything like that, whatnot. But that's you versus the cops and what they end up doing and booking you for. So we're gonna get more of that evidence as it pops out, right? But listen. At the end of the day, how can you use some of your miracle powers to get out of that? Huh? Mr. Again, these guys don't run shit. They just some projected insecurities all over the place, okay? And second of all, bro, you're drinking, okay, and you get behind the wheel of a car like an idiot. All right, like are you dumb? Like what's wrong with you? That that's like the number one killer of a lot of people out here, drunk driving. And it's funny because I want y'all to know something. The stream that we did about exposing Bridget, the one reading the super chats and shit. All right, the video we did exposing her, she herself was a drunk. Right, and not only her was a drunk, her brother was a drunk because we pulled up the records and everything. They all had DUIs, all of them, right? So again, I just found it fascinating. Someone who says he doesn't drink, all right, surrounds himself with other people with prior DUI records, and then now all of a sudden, surprise, surprise, come and find out you got yourself a DUI record too as well. So it just shows that you know different than the rest of us. Welcome to the trenches, dog. Just welcome to the trenches. It's okay, all right? Listen, young men, listen to this dope out here. Listen, I'm not saying go out and drink and smoke. I'm not doing that, okay? I'm just saying don't let other people tell you how to live your life, especially if you're a young man. You have to decide that on your own. That's part of the process of becoming a somebody, all right? You listen to what's going on in here. You dance to the beat of your own drum, all right? You listen to all these other folks telling you this and that. It's just pure manipulation, and it shows, okay? So we're gonna without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and get into First of all, what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull up the court record. We'll pull up the court record so you guys get a good view of the case filings and everything like that. All right, we're gonna read through what happened at when Sus Marquad got booked into prison, and then we're gonna go watch videos explaining this whole situation that went down. But before we do any of that, chat, we have to go through the sponsor of today's show, okay? And the sponsor of today's show is you guys, particularly the YouTube like button, the one right below the screen right over here, all right? That is the best way to sponsor the show because, listen, the best gift you guys can give me is just being here. You could be anywhere in the world right now, but you chose, some of you guys are literally anywhere in the world right now, but you choose to spend your time with dukendon, and I sincerely appreciate it. So also show your appreciation by also sponsoring the show, and the easiest way to do that is smashing the YouTube like button right below the screen, all right? And before we get into that, let's go ahead and pull up these records, okay? Chat, here it is right here. We're gonna actually, can I zoom in? What's happening? Hold up. Let me put this up real quick. So what we're gonna do, why is it so, hold up, chat, give me 1 second. All right, that looks way better. All right, we're gonna go through the court records, right? And anybody can pull this up. This is because when I got the news, because chat, y'all were telling me, y'all were like, oh, Duke Saint got arrested. Did you know that? Did you know Saint got arrested, Duke? Like, have you seen this? And I'm like, wait, hold up. What on earth is happening here? So I'm like, all right, let me go watch the video. And I'm watching the video. I'm like, okay, this guy is embellishing his trip to jail a little too much, okay? And it was so sad the way he was doing it too. And oddly pathetic, right? Because it's like, bro, he wanted people to believe that throughout the process, he was still a somebody. Oh, the cop looked at a black man, driving a Maybach, and they instantly got jealous. Huh? What? I thought you were the mayor of Vegas, bro. Shouldn't they be used to you driving around in a Maybach if you actually own one, right? So I found that weird. And then when he was talking about when he got the jail, right, and all the black folks in there were like, "Oh shit, they saw all of your stash of money. Oh my god. Oh shit." You were driving a Maybach? Oh my god. Like, that's how he was embellishing the story, which was like, huh? What? Hey, my man, bro, either you're dumb, because why would you start telling people that you're locked up with, who are also criminals, that you have all of this wealth, supposedly, right? And you don't think something's going to happen to you? You don't think somebody's going to be like, hey, that little saucy dude that walked through here, hey, could somebody check him out? Go see where that Maybach parks. So let's go find out, right? So you just broadly just telling everybody in the jail cell that, they took $200,000 or $100,000, however he said, how much they said, which I don't believe anyways. So we'll go through it, but still making all that embellishment. And it seemed like that BBC video all over again, chat. That's what it seemed like to me, where he went to Kenya and talking about they rolled out the red carpet because they've never seen a technologist of their era, right? The top guy of the time, right? Which is so crazy. But the way he was embellishing that story was so cringe. I'm like, bro, ain't no way he got arrested. Ain't no way. I gotta look it up. So obviously we have his info. So we go in and we check the Las Vegas records, right? And we pull that up, and lo and behold, it actually does check out. That's his name right there, the state of Nevada versus Marquad Davon Burton. Okay, so that happened on the 23rd of this month, this year. All right, so there's the defendant, Burton Marquad Davon. All right, and they got all the agency stuff right there, and then charges: DUI of alcohol and or controlled or prohibited substance, first offense. Okay, and that's a little number right there that they attached it to. Okay, that's the statute that he violated, sitting right up here. Now it's a misdemeanor level, right? It's his first offense. He's a good boy. Don't worry about it. All right, which is kind of odd because you're a pimp. Most pimps I know, they have prior records. Okay, they're not first time offenders. So you need to tell me your first time offense, serious offense, is a misdemeanor, my boy. Oh, that's so soft. You're just a softy. Misdemeanor drinking. Okay, let's move that aside. You shouldn't drink and drive, you drunk. All right, but then the secondary charge was the possession of gun under the influence of alcohol. Yeah, this is a big one. It's also a misdemeanor, all right? But if you had priors, this could get your shit taken away, all right? Now, is he going to lose his gun rights? Probably not. He's going to get it's going to be a nice little slap on the wrist, okay? But that's not what we're the point of the story today, okay? The point of the story is basically watching how this bozo describes this whole event versus the actual facts, okay? So let's continue. So this is the whole process and events that happened, and it's yet to happen, right? So he's got a status check coming up on April next year, but so he gets on the 23rd, all of these stuff happened. Okay, the case assignment got sent. The DA is requesting to prosecute this guy, so they're pushing forward with prosecution for the DUI. And DUI, I don't know how big it is in Vegas, but I know it's pretty big in Wisconsin. They don't play around with DUIs over here. But the possession of gun under the influence of alcohol, that's another big one too. And first of all, why? If you're drinking, why are you driving around with a firearm in the car? Wait. Let me get this straight. You got enough money to buy a Maybach, but you ain't got enough money to hire a driver to drive you around. Is that what you're telling me? You that broke that you buy a luxury car and you can't even enjoy the fruits of your luxury? You gotta sit in the front like a driver. Listen, I thought the point of money is getting so rich you don't have to do shit for yourself. You just have other people do it for you, right? So you mean to tell me you, Mr. Maybach driver over here, carrying $200,000 in a car? Okay, you want to tell me that you couldn't flip a couple thousand to a driver to have you drive you around while you're out there drinking, right? You could avoid all of this. All of this nonsense could have easily been avoided, but you were behind the wheel of a car and then you had a firearm, which is completely idiotic. Okay, and this is what I don't understand, right? These are people that are supposed to be millionaires, right? They're millionaires and high value people who are jet setters and entrepreneurs and the greatest technologists of their time, and they out here toting guns in cars while drinking 40s. Like, what are we talking about here, right? What are you doing, right? And that's definitely not rich man mentality, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If I'm going to a bar or I'm going places, okay, I'm a Second Amendment biter. I appreciate that, all right, but I don't carry firearms in my vehicles, okay? Especially if I know I'm going to have something in my system. I just don't play with these people, all right? See, there's the difference between people like you, Sus Marquad, and people like me that understand that the world looks at us a little bit differently. Because sometimes money, with guys like in the hands of Lil Marquad, they forget they're black, right? And I think this is a proud reminder about Marquad. Hey, you still black, my nigga. It don't matter if you got caught with a Maybach or $200,000 in the car. You still a nigga in the suit, no matter what. So you gonna go through the whole experience. It is what it is. They don't care. So me knowing that as a black man living here, I know I'm gonna go the extra steps not to get caught up in situations like that. If I'm going into an area where I might need a firearm, I just wouldn't go. That's just the simple fact of it. All right. I just wouldn't go. I'll find no need for it. All right. That is what it is. And if I'm going someplace where I know I'm gonna be intoxicated because I drink publicly and privately, all right, I'm not carrying a gun in the car, because in that little chance you get caught, all of this shit can blow up and you get your Negro wake up call. All right, this is it right here. Let's continue, because I'm gonna love every single second of this. I'm loving every second of this. Let's continue. So his initial appearance, all right, preview was at 1:30 on that date. All right, so there's the judicial officer, Western Manier Daniel, and then what is it? Financial affidavit. Why do you have to get a financial affidavit? Now, I'm not sure why, but this may have to do with the cash that he was found on his person. Either that or somebody is filing for something to help with payment of what's about to come here. And then Nevada did a risk assessment tool. Now, I don't know if that's going to be for if this guy's going to be a runner or a flight risk, right? Maybe they did that. They performed all that. I'm not sure. Some of you guys more legally inclined can let me know in the chat. We're just reading all of this. And we're going to have the case number too, by the way, so y'all can go read it up. We did a FOIA request for a lot more information. So that I don't know when that's going to get to us, but it will. And then we might do a part 2 on this. Again, we know a lot, so let's continue. So here's they got probable cause packet, initial court appearance, and then they had a 72-hour hearing that was completed. A bail argument was not heard. It says the court has not heard arguments from the prosecution and defense counsel regarding custody of the defendant. So what does that even mean? So you couldn't get bail, or you were trying to reduce your bail? Chat, let me know what that means. So state requests additional time for filing complaint, an additional 120 days. Release order was done, and then the state requests time for investigation. So they're still investigating the situation as of that time. And then they set a bail condition later, and the condition was stay out of trouble. I don't think he'll have any problems doing that unless they check his YouTube channel and see all that bragging about that pimp shit he was doing. Maybe they should extend his investigation time. So a condition of his bail apparently was to stay out of trouble. Yeah, be a little Boy Scout, boy. Stop pretending to be hard out here, because we know you got a bail condition right now, dog, while they're still investigating your shit. It says continued us for status check on filing of criminal complaint, and then minute order, initial appearance, and then this one is the status check on filing of criminal complaint, and that's going to be for next year in April. So yeah, there's a lot going on here with this. So again, the gun possession and the DUI is definitely a big deal. But here's the thing, chat, let's actually go to the video of Sus Marquad basically getting arrested. I want to see this, the raw footage he puts out there of him, getting arrested in his Maybach. Okay, and then we're gonna compare it to him embellishing the story, and we'll see how this rolls in a second.
On the highway, it's speeds excess of 80. You have your driver's license on you?
I do.
Registration, insurance, please.
Hold up.
Turn off the car. Yes, go ahead and turn it off. Officer Wolfinger, the reason we stopped you is you failed to stop at that red light right there. You're on the highway, it's speeds excess of 80. You have your driver's license on you?
I do.
Wait a minute, dog. You were flying down the highway, speeds excessive 80, and you blew through a stoplight, dog. Even look at his demeanor. His demeanor he doesn't look like the well-mannered, controlled Sus Marquad we used to know, okay? He seemed pretty jagged. You could tell he's intoxicated in this video. When he does, chat, we have to hound on this, because when we get into the video of him explaining this all away, he tries to make it seem like he was in control the entire time. All right, which he wasn't. He wasn't. But let's continue, dog. It seems like they got you. They got you, bro.
Registration, insurance, please.
I do. Do you want me to grab it?
Yes, I do. You have any weapons or drugs in the car?
I have to get my bag. It's behind me.
You have any weapons or drugs in the car?
Can you stop flashing that light in my face? Am I supposed to look?
Can't even answer a simple question, dog. He's just asking. This ain't a debate with destiny, dog. This is reality. Okay, you got to answer the officer when he's talking to you. Okay, that's part of the deal when you get a driver's license. Okay, they can do this. Okay, if you don't want them to do it, don't get a driver's license. Okay, so answering their question with another question and then making demands. This is queen energy, my dog. This ain't stoic.
Forward or look at you.
I can't hear you.
Am I supposed to look forward or look at you? You're like flashing a light in my face.
Okay, sir. Where's your driver's license?
I just told you it's in my bag. I need to reach behind. That's why I just asked you if you mind.
Step out of the car for me, please. You're being very uncooperative. I don't know why.
Chat, don't he sound drunk? Don't he sound drunk, chat? Look at him. Hey, I've been watching for some time still. Hey, yo, that's a name, bro. Shout out to you for the 2,000 chat. It says, I clapped Marquad's cheeks in jail, huh? Hey, yo. Hey, hold on. Did he do this?
Butt ass.
Hey, yo, bro. Shout out to you. Chris calls out with the 5. He says, I hope this body cam from the police find their way on YouTube. They will. We getting it. Because, again, I want to get it because when you do a FOIA request, you got to get the dash cam. You got to make sure you get all that stuff. Otherwise, they'll only give you what you ask for, right? So I'm getting the dash cam of the officer's car as well as the officer himself. I got to, because you can pull his info from the police report. But, the officer himself, you got to get the body cam directly from him. So from the car to the body cam, we're sequestering all of that information. But yeah, it's gonna make its way on here. That's what I'm saying. Depending on when they get back to us, it might be a part 2, right? I don't know. It might be a part 2. Shout out to John with the $5 with chat. John says, "We ready for inmate bruh as he gonna be on his Tracy Morgan shit in prison with some dude like that rapper King Yella made fun of months ago." Facts. While he's sitting there bragging about how they were like
But ass.
They were all about his money in the Maybach, and they were so mesmerized by the fact that he had money in the Maybach. It's like, huh? What? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Huh? Do you think they care? They're in prison, bro. If anything, you're giving them a reason to rob you later, especially if they're invading. It's like,
you want me to get out of the car?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna open this door here. All right.
They're already having him step out of the car.
I do not consent to any search.
We miss a good portion. We're not gonna watch all of this dead air, but we miss a good portion. Yeah, you could barely hear it. What I'm trying to see if they actually pulled out bags of money like he brags about, right? Because he was bragging about how, yeah, they found a stash of cash and they pulled it out. And that's evidence on when the body cam is going to tell us, right? Because we're going to see the body cam and we're going to see if they were counting out stacks or they pulled out stacks of money. We're going to see. But I didn't see that anywhere in this video. Okay, the only part I saw was basically, hold up, let me see this real quick.
Mercedes emblem. It's got my. No, he has a BMW key. It's a Mercedes emblem. It's got my Bach emblem. I don't know, some fancy car.
Mercedes, okay.
Hey, just be advised, this is it's recording you right now.
Okay.
Gene,
I don't see King.
Gene, I'm gonna give him his phone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's about it, right?
So
but the main point of this video right now is for Sus Marquad's explanation later, right? Because he says these cops were super jealous that he was driving a very fancy Mercedes car, right? Oh my God, they see a black man in the car. The cops just lose their mind because the black guy is doing better than them and all this stuff, right? This is what it is. And when he got pulled over, it didn't seem like the cop really cared. Right? It didn't seem like the cop really cared. Even when he was being all demanding and shit, get the light out of my face. Why are you shining the light in my face? Because you're drunk. All right? It didn't seem like he cared about any of that. He kept it pretty professional. So now what we're going to look at is his demeanor, because I do believe this dude was drunk beyond just like, listen, dog, if you be out here telling people or shaming people who drink alcohol and saying you don't drink, you've never touched alcohol in your life, right? You've never touched the stuff, it's the devil stuff and whatnot. And we got you on camera. Matter of fact, this is your channel. This is your backup channel uploading this shit, right? You upload your own drunk ass getting arrested. And you're going to expect your audience to still believe you don't consume alcohol. You're this saint, bro. You're a bozo. But let's continue. Let's watch this first little piece right here, and then we'll get right into the live stream.
You're on the highway, speeds excess of 80. You have your driver's license on you?
I do.
Registration, insurance, please?
I do. Do you want me to grab it?
Yes, I do. You have any weapons or drugs in the car?
I have to get my bag. It's behind me.
Do you have any weapons or drugs in the car?
Can you stop flashing that light in my face? Am I supposed to look forward or look at you?
I can't hear you.
Am I supposed to look forward or look at you? You're like flashing a light in my face.
Okay, sir. Where's your driver's license?
He looks inebriated. This is a gotcha moment, bro. He looks inebriated, dog. You're drunk. So one has to ask this question. Hey, what are you going through, bro? Are you all right? Because maybe you're going through some depressing times right now. Is it the payments on the Maybach? You couldn't afford the lease on it. Is that what it is, huh? Them assassins ain't coming through with the merch like they used to. Is that what it is? What's going on, buddy? What is causing you to walk down the path of being a drunkard, right? So much so you're driving in the highway, running through red lights and shit, bro. Like, this is crazy. What do you have to say for yourself? Let's listen. Let's listen to this. So let's actually let's start it from right here.
It's a BMW key. How's a BMW key? And then they're looking at on the ground, the Maybach shoots a light logo of a Maybach onto the ground, and the guy's like looking on the flash, like, well, it's a Maybach symbol here, so how's it a BMW key with a Maybach? It's like, bruh, listen, you ever consider the concept that someone might have more than one car? Of course you didn't consider the concept of someone having more than one car, because number one, you have one car, so it wouldn't cross your mind that someone else would have more things than you have, especially not an N-word, right? There's no way this N-word has a $250,000 Maybach and then also has another car that's in six-figure range.
That's not it, bro. That's definitely not what they were thinking. They were just trying to listen. I know you've never been booked before because you're a good boy. Okay, it's fine. All right, Mr. Fake Pimp. Listen, when they book you and you have possessions on you, they have to catalog that. They have to catalog everything because they put it in bags and they ship them off along with you to jail for booking and processing, right? So they have to document the keys and all the different items they find in the vehicle. So if they're seeing a BMW keys and they're seeing a different Mercedes keys or Maybach keys, all right, they're asking, okay, well, which one is which? And okay, well, I don't know, maybe it's this one over here. But look how he's embellishing it, right? He's making it seem like, oh, when they opened the door, they saw the flash of the Maybach and they were like, oh, this N-word, him with a Maybach? How is that possible? While we're sitting here, cops with our salary, this N-word over here has a Maybach? Whoa, wait, hold up. Why are you making it about race all of a sudden, dog? Listen. I thought you don't see race, huh? I thought the only color you see is green, my boy. What happened? All of a sudden now you remember you're a black man? Is that what it is now? You remember you black? Is that what it is? Okay. Keep up. And this is the thing with a lot of these black conservatives too, like especially some of y'all that go too crazy. All right. This is what y'all don't understand. This is how this shit really rolls. A lot of them dudes don't care, bro. It don't matter if you got a Maybach or whatever it is. To them, you're just a drunk dude that needs to go to jail because you're DUI right now. All right. So again, so just randomly bring it up when you had all this chance to bring up race-related issues and you don't even focus on that. Matter of fact, you're actually hateful towards women of your own race and even people of your own race as well, right? You label them in such derogatory terms, right? You're sitting there going after their features. And I remember he was talking about my nose. Oh, look at this fat black nose. I don't know. It's my black nose. I like it. So what, bro? Like, what? Why is that a problem, right? There are plenty of black folks that have noses like mine, and it's awesome. All right. So I don't know what's so like. It's such a weird thing, right? But you see how these guys, when they have all the money and whatnot, they forget that they're black. And then when they get that reality check, okay, all of a sudden it's like, oh, apparently an N-word is not supposed to have a Maybach. That's why they pulled me over, huh? No. Clearly, they could probably smell alcohol in your breath, and you're doing 80 in a zone you're not supposed to be doing 80 in. Plus, you blow a stoplight.
One, I did link the black backpack briefcase. Two people that I trust said, like, when you take it to here, okay, the audio cuts a little bit. So
stop yelling.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Okay.
Thank you. Carry on.
I will try harder.
So this is the part we just watched because most of it was just.
You hear this guy?
Not there.
It's a fancy car. It's a fancy car. They loving it. Like this is actually like they're actually enjoying themselves doing evil right now. They're enjoying.
I'm sure this is the last thing they want to be doing, bro. Stop projecting on them.
An illegal search. Amazing. And here he is. They're claiming that they're documenting my property. I never got a list of this documentation. And now he's opening up the Mercedes headphones that come in the Maybach so that the two rear passengers can watch separate TVs and listen to separate audio or take like a a live call. So they're opening my Bluetooth headphones and didn't even put them back in the right place. I mean, these people have no decency, no respect at all. It's really sick and sad.
Wow.
Mercedes, okay.
Hey, just be advised, this is it's recording you right now. Okay.
And see, there you go. Then he says, just be advised, he's recording you right now, which is a fact. Then the guy who said, be advised, that's the guy who started this whole issue. Then the other guy comes around, turns off the recording, and he lies for his body cam. He doesn't say, the truth is I'm turning off this camera. He said, oh, I'm going to give him his cell phone. I'm in cuffs in the back of the paddy wagon. You didn't give me a cell phone. You just wanted to turn off the video recording of your misdeeds and you breaking my refrigerator. So now when you try to lie and claim that you were just there.
Listen. The truth's going to come out when we get the body cam footage. Okay. Because there's a lot of things that are missing with what you're saying. And we don't trust you because you don't even know what an NFT is, dog. Okay. So we don't trust your explanation for shit. Okay. So you're making it seem like these guys just had a vendetta against you. Meanwhile, like even when they first pulled you over, the guy said you were doing 80, all right? And you clearly sounded intoxicated. So you don't even sound like the Marquad we're listening to right now, okay? You sound you sounded intoxicated. So clearly they had probable cause to pull you over. And you couldn't even answer the question if you had a firearm in the car or not, okay? So it was just, listen, you brought a lot of stuff on yourself, dog. It just is what it is.
Find what's there. We know for a fact that you went through my belongings because we saw you go through it. Got him.
I don't see King.
Keith, I'm gonna give him his phone.
Oh yeah.
And why'd you feel the need to end the recording? Why?
Because they're taking you to jail. All right, they gotta catalyze your items and put it in bags and then ship it off with you to jail. So they're not going to give you your phone while you're in the back of a squad car. Have you not been arrested before? Oh wait, that's right. This guy has a face of total confusion. He's never been arrested before. All that gangster talk he talks, Mr. Mayor of Vegas. Okay, you don't know what happens through the process? No, they take everything. All right, they take all that stuff and they pack it up and they send it with you. If you don't have anybody that can come take your car for you, all right, then they'll take all that stuff and the city has contract with these guys with like tow companies that come take your shit and then move it off the highway for you. All right, it just is what it is. You probably pay more, but they have a process for it. So you saying, oh, these evil cops, they said they were going to give it back to me, but I was in the back of the paddy wagon. How can I can't do nothing. I never got said items. Huh? Yeah, they put it in bags and they'll send it with you along with you to jail. That's how it works. Anthony C with the $10 super chat. Shout out to you. He says, I've been waiting on this stream. He says, so they pulled him over and reminded him that he's still a regular nigga, just like the rest of us. Facts. Look at that face, chat. Look at it. Look at it. That is the face of somebody who just got slept with reality. Like, yeah, I can't believe that happened to me. I thought I was king, but I guess not. Look at these immoral cops. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He'll be the first one to ridicule black folks when he sees them getting messed around like this out there. But when it happens to him, that's the face right there. Like, how dare they? This is crazy. More deep with the $5 super chat. He says, in jail, do you think they took his butt ass? Oh, yeah. Oh, at least somebody was fixing to. Oh, definitely. So does this mean he took the title of the biggest L from MLD? Listen, I don't even know if MLD took the biggest L. There's so many L's of this year. It's gonna be tough, but I think he took two big L's. One was to showing up to another influencer's house unannounced by finding his info off Google Images, which is it's pathetically weird, my boy. All right, I think that was a big L, and to support that, Fresh called him out on their show about how weird that was. Right, so getting called out by the worst idiot on the Red Pill YouTube streets, okay, for doing something clearly sus, that has to be the big L, right? But then you got to think of Pearl, and you got to think of Myron and the whole channel because they took L's too. Like, a lot of people taking L's. It's going to be tough. It really is. Dev with the membership for 5 months. Let's give Deb that big W. Deb says the accomplishments should speak for themselves, not yelling on the mountains how great you are. What happened to money talks, wealth whispers? Facts. No, that is absolute facts, dude. These guys come up here and brag about their wealth, brag about all these things. And it's like, dude, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? Think about it. Someone from his mentality and the way of thinking will look at us criticizing him and filter it through the lens of, oh, you see, the only reason why they would criticize us is because they themselves don't have wealth, and because they don't have wealth, they must be feeling so jealous and envious of my clear success that it must just be that they're just jealous of us, and therefore it just makes them haters. It's like, no, dude, you're not wearing any clothes right now, and we're exposing that. No one's hating, and that's the thing that they don't get. Like, people think about other things outside of wealth. Like, I don't think like you showing off all your material goods makes it what it is. And to be honest, I don't think he actually owns any of that. I actually don't believe he owns any of that stuff. I think it's all rented just for show, right? And it's all this shit, it's all for show. No, similar to Anton Daniels and his little Porsche. All right, all of these guys are doing this to show the YouTube guys that they're rich, but they're not. All right, the guy streams from a fucking apartment. I mean, look at it. Can't even get a common decor on the wall. It's just all white, bro. It's just like he's traumatized or something. But I mean, think about it, dog. It's just weird. CD with the 5. CD says, Sus is always in performance mode. You can tell from his responses he had all the intentions of posting this on YouTube. Oh, facts. He wanted to look hard for his YouTube niggas. Yeah, how'd that turn out from behind bars? You still got taken to jail, bro. It is what it is. They got you. I mean, you can tell, bro. What's all that talking? Like, they're yipping and yapping for? Oh, why you got that flashlight in my face? Should I look forward or should I look at you? What do you think? Have you not been pulled over before? Have you not been pulled over before? You know, all of a sudden you don't know what to do. Like, shut up. They still got you. But listen, the damning thing for all of this right here is going to be the body cam image. Guaranteed. The biggest damning thing for all of this shit right here is going to be the body cam image, because again, we couldn't see the processing. We couldn't see the questioning from the law enforcement perspective. Okay. But we are going to be able to get that perspective from the body cam image. All right. We're going to see if all the stuff he's been embellishing in this story, at least up until when he went to jail, if that was actually true. Okay. I have the suspicion, which everyone should share, that it's not true, because this guy has a clear history of lying.
Do I not have the legal right to record? Do you have the legal right to turn off my phone? I'm not convinced that you do. Fantastic. It's fascinating. And sadly, this is not the end of the nightmare. Oh, it's only beginning. It's only beginning. So then they come over. They say, how much money do you have in there? And then I tell them the figure, and I say, hey, by the way, it's all banded up, nice and neat. It's exactly this amount of money. And I'm stating this for the body cam so that my money doesn't magically disappear, because for really anyone to find that much money in cash, it's worth their job. When I say it's worth their job, I mean, if they say, how much do I make in 1 year of working hard every single day? How much do I make in 1 year of dealing with criminals? I make this amount. Well, I just found this amount in cash, tax-free. I think I'll just take this. And if I get fired, I got a year's worth of income. I can figure out something else to do. I got a whole year to figure out what I'm gonna do. Or I could maybe invest the money. Like, it's worth it to them to steal the money. So I for sure say, okay, this is how much money I have. Great. So
how much money do you have, though? Can you put it in there?
Then they come back, and again they say, hey, do you have any drugs or guns? I say, you guys just searched my car. Like, you didn't figure it out? And they say, we didn't search your car. We just documented what's in there. Okay.
Bro, this already sounds sus, because he asked you if you had any weapons in the car, and you clearly couldn't answer the question. Okay, so listen, if you have your concealed carry permit, by law, you are required to let the officers know there is a firearm in the car. This plain wishy-washy game is the straight way to get your rights taken away from owning a gun, you idiot. If you have a concealed carry or you have a firearm in the car, and a law enforcement officer asks if you have a firearm in the car, you have to legally tell them you do. Like, what do you, or you're gonna get in a bigger trouble. You sitting there playing this game like, you haven't figured it out yet? You haven't figured it out yet? Like, what do you, this is so fake. This is so fake. What are you Bro, yo, this dude, bro. Monkey King go shot you for the 5. Monkey says, imagine getting arrested before Christmas. Facts. That's how you know this nigga ain't got family or people that care about him, right? On Christmas Day, where you should be with family and people that give a shit about you, you're driving drunk 80 miles down the freeway, running stoplights. Like, just, what are you doing, buddy? Like, what's going on? And it wasn't like you were coming from a fancy gathering or anything like that. They caught you in like sweats. You were wearing sweats, my dog. So it wasn't like you were going nowhere. Like, these guys live lonely, pathetic lives, bro. YouTube is their escape. I'm just letting you know that right now. Yo, Monkey King goes gifted 1 membership. Yo, shout out. Shout out to the membership. Whoever got the new membership, shout out to you guys as well. Welcome to the family, bro. I appreciate that, Monkey King goes. Thank you. I'm going to call you MKG, bro. Shout out to you, MKG. Spitty Moa Dust 1 with a $5 super chat. It says, I've been pulled over by cops twice while walking. He'll be all right. No, he'll be fine. All of this will be fine. Like, all of this, we're saying in knowledge that Sus Marquad will be okay. He'll be fine. He's not going anywhere. But the main thing we have to talk about here is the hypocrisy, because he'll go after guys like us for having a drink, right? Listen, I'm drinking right now. In the comforts of my house, never got a DUI, bitch. Right? Like, listen, you were sitting there counting us saying you never drink, and then they busted you up with a DUI, bro. Why you lying? It just tells you if you're willing to lie about something like that in your life, what else are you lying about, right? What else are you lying about, bro? And that's what I want a lot of the people who follow this bozo to understand. If you're part of his Peace to the Saints cult, okay, just understand that whatever he's telling you he's not doing to make you feel less than, all right, because he wants to feel superior. In order for you to feel that way, you have to get on what he's doing. Stop. Because oftentimes, behind the scenes, they're just like you. They shit, and it's just figuring out which hand to wipe it with. That's all right? Other than that, these people, I mean, you thinking, oh, I want to be like you because they're out here flexing money and cars and all this fake wealth just for you to buy into it. It's all cap, bro. It's all a lie. The internet is the true matrix. They can convince you of anything.
Take me to jail, please. Take me to jail. Then they keep asking questions, and I just keep replying, take me to jail. They keep asking questions. Take me to jail. I don't talk to police. Take me to jail. So then they go ahead and drive me on down to jail.
We're going to find out from this body cam, bro.
In conversation.
We go find out.
I've already logged in to what this process is. And if you want to know, Mark, what was your mindset? My mindset is I'm going to jail for the rest of my life and I'm never going to get out. Is that the fact? No. Do I even think that's a fact or even a possibility? No. But that's my mindset. I'm going to jail. Let's get comfortable. It's going to be unpleasant, and I'm going to go for the rest of my life. I do not need to anticipate getting out. I do not need to anticipate when someone will come get me. I do not need to anticipate when I will see the judge. I'm going into a government institution that is designed to be slow, inefficient, and painful. It's designed to be torturous. I know it's going to be dirty, unclean, filled with criminals, not people like me, like law-abiding, civilized people, citizens. It's going to be filled with criminals. It's going to be filled with people who are homeless, transient, unclean, people who are drug addicts, people who are struggling in the margins of society. And it's going to be managed by dimwits, people who have a high school degree and not many other prospects, and they decided to do a hard job that really no one else wants to do.
What is this?
Not the case for everyone, just the case for some of them. So I'm going in under worst case scenario saying, okay, let's lock in Zen mode, machine mode, and let's get comfortable.
You're an idiot. That please, anybody listen to this trash, that is not the mindset you want going to jail. First of all, you need to be aware of your basic rights, first and foremost, okay? And then second of all, don't go in with the mindset, I'm going to be here forever, and this is my life, this is forever. No. You want to be as level-headed as possible. When you get your call, make sure you, if it's nothing serious, like if you're getting what he got, he probably have to spend a night in jail no matter what. It is what it is, right? But let's say it's for like a fight or something like that, or a disturbance of the peace or whatever it is, right? And they take you to jail and whatnot. You need to be thinking about, okay, make my phone call, and will I be eligible for bail, and who do I need to contact in terms of an attorney? How am I going to do that? That's how you need to be focusing, not I need to lock down for the long haul, all right? Like you're going into some kind of dystopian future. Like, oh, my whole life is going to be this now. I'm going to lock with all these criminals, all these goddamn criminals, and I'm a good boy. It's like, shut up, dog. You're going to be fine. It's not It's not any of that, dog. It's really not. I think you're unless you have to, unless you're telling me you spent like a week in jail, which they have to move you to like general area where other inmates are, right? Other than that, if that's what, unless you're telling me that, I don't know how it is that all of these thoughts are coming to your mind about what jail is, because it clearly means you have no experience in this. And I've been arrested before, so I know. Yeah, surprise. Yeah, I've been arrested before. I know what thinking too. It's like, that's how that works. You don't know shit, dog. That's not how that works. You get yourself a lawyer and you post bail.
So as they're driving me there, I'm having conversation with the officers, just trying to, take the advantage, which is to say, let's get some intel. Prior information enables. I've never been to jail before. Let's figure out what the process is. What are we going through? So we're having casual conversation. I could tell that one of the officers was starting to realize, like, damn, we probably got the wrong guy. But
what the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, weren't you the same one that you said, I don't talk to officers? I don't talk to officers. All of a sudden, on the way to jail, I just have a joyous conversation with him, all right? And I managed to convince one that, damn, we got the wrong guy. No, because at the start of the video, your own video, they clocked you going 80, running stoplights, bruh. So they already got you no matter what, either way. And then when they found out you're drunk, with a gun in the car, so now they got to book you. So it wasn't, we booked the wrong guy, just based off this nice conversation we had. Stop embellishing this crap, bro. You sound weird. Yo, Mule did with the $2 super chat. He says he had the 2K he stole from the SAS called Facts. My boy had that crypto rug pull. He had them crypto rug pull funds. He was running off with it, bro. They stopped him before he made off with it before Christmas, dog. Hey, they saved a lot of lives. Those cops are heroes. We gotta salute them motherfuckers, dog.
But also, I want to have my speech and my mindset recorded on their body cam.
Why?
Which is to say, I want you to hear me have conversation so that you can assess, are these the thoughts of a person?
What would you think Bruce Rivers would say to what Marquad is saying right now? Because you just saying, I want my voice to be heard on them body cams. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. The last thing you want is anything else to incriminate yourself and make it harder for your attorneys. You already said you don't talk to cops. It should have been a silent trip to booking. So why is it that all of a sudden you want your voice to be heard and you want to be caught on body? For what? Why are you looking at you sound like a man who doesn't know the legal system. You have a lawyer to fight your battles. Why are you sitting there incriminating yourself further by talking on the body cam? All you're giving them is more tools. The DA can look at it and say, yeah, you look how he's slurring his speech right now compared to what he was. Yeah, he was definitely drunk. But yeah, we can assess that just based on how he was talking. They can find that. So I don't know. You don't help yourself by talking to people who, when they read you your rights, anything you say can and will be used against you. What the fuck are you doing talking to them? That's as soon as I hear that, okay, why would I want my words used against me? Fuck that. Keeping it silent. Hey, listen, for somebody who used to be a pimp and understands the streets, you seem like a newbie to this, dog. You seem like you're brand new to this. Yo, chat. Yo, chat, you seem brand new to this, dog. You just out here singing like a bird.
Person who's drunk from alcohol or a person who's inebriated from drugs. I want this to be documented. So as we're riding to the station, how long have you been in this line of work? Oh, very good. Do you plan on retiring in this career? This your chosen career? I considered being a sheriff one time when I was living in San Francisco. Went through all the process, physical tests and background checks. A lot of work involved to become a cop. We're having good conversation. So I'm actually pro cops. I think it's a shame that they defund the police in some municipalities. We do need police. We definitely just need police actually upholding the laws. Because sometimes when you have the corrupt cops or the cops who misbehave, then it kind of makes the whole organization be viewed poorly. But we actually do need police.
So you're telling me the cop was having this conversation talking about other corrupt cops and him always wanting to be a sheriff, and we're going to find that on their body cam footage. Is that what you're telling us? Because again, chat, when we get this body cam footage, all right, it's going to be damning. because it's just gonna tell you how much of a liar this guy is. All right, so this cop is telling you this all right now, and this can be verified on body cam. Watch him take down this live stream. Once we get that video up, watch him take down this live stream, bro. None of this shit sounds plausible at all.
And we do need policing forces, because when things go bad, who do people call? 911. Even if they don't agree with the police, even if they're Black Lives Matter, they call 911, right? Guy's like, right, you're absolutely right. So we have good conversation. We get there.
Black Lives Matter.
And curiously, on my arrest ticket or what have you, it notes Officer Woods. Officer Woods. Now, I want you guys to pay attention because that's interesting. You see, Officer Woods, I could tell, was a bit newer. He's a bit newer. Officer Wolfinger, he's the one who actually walked up to the car. He's the one who tried to create a conflict. He's the one that tried to, or made me get out of the car, initiated the arrest. That was all Officer Wolfinger. So why?
Hold up. Let's hold up. He tried to initiate a conflict. Hold up. We just established Mr. Wolfinger over here. He seemed pretty cordial.
The reason we stopped you is you failed to stop at that red light right there. You're on the highway, speeds excess of 80. You have your driver's license on you?
I do.
Registration, insurance, please?
I do. Do you want me to grab it?
Yes, I do. You have any weapons or drugs in the car?
I have to get my bag. It's behind me.
Do you have any weapons or drugs in the car?
Can you stop flashing that light in my face? Am I supposed to look forward or look at you?
I can't hear you.
Am I supposed to look forward or look at you? You're like flashing a light in my face.
Okay, sir. Where's your driver's license? Are you going to get it for me or what?
I just told you it's in my bag. I need to reach behind. That's why I just asked you if you
mind. Step out of the car for me, please.
It sounds like you started getting argumentative. That's what it sounded. He asked you, and you just started flashing the light. What, you want me to look straight or you want to look at you? You were giving all these confusing things. And at this time, he probably noticed your slurred speech. That's why he had probable cause to pull you out of the car. All right, because he noticed the slurred speech. So you sitting there talking about, yeah, this Wolfinger, he's the one that escalated everything. No, bro, it seemed pretty cordial right up to the point you started being combative. You stopped cooperating, and then before you know it, step out of the car, sir. they gonna show you right then and there. Black CI shot 2 for the 5. Black CI says he gave him probable cause, speeding, blew past stop sign. Facts. He's painting it like these cops were just evil. No, they're saying you blew past the stop sign, or I think it was a stop light. And then he's given signs of inebriation. He immediately gets confrontational the moment he's asking for your credentials. All right, he didn't. No. He got confrontational the moment he asked if he had a weapon in the car. That was a clear question, right? You answered the driver's license question clearly. You answered the insurance question clearly. But then when he asked you, is there firearms in the vehicle? And you all of a sudden become combative, okay, someone who is like, okay, wait a minute, something's not right. Why is he getting combative over this? And what? Okay, sir, step out of the car. And a lot of these cops, all right, I'm not saying that's a perfect way of policing or anything like that. I don't think it's right, but they think of saving their lives first. Okay, it's cop first. So they look for any signs, and the moment you screw up because you don't follow it, it's you. They're choosing you because they want to go home to their families. So it's best to just comply, and then you fight it out in court. That's just is what it is. You comply, and you have your day in court. America gives you a fighting chance with that shit. So yeah, he gave him all of these signs. He was doing it to himself the whole time, but he's gonna try to make it for his audience seem like, yeah, these cops, they didn't like me because I was rich. They saw a black man in the Maybach, and they said, nope, that can't happen. That cannot happen. I won't have it. It's like, come on, dog. That's definitely not what it is. You were not upfront about the possession, bro. And that makes a lot of cops very nervous, okay? I don't think you get that. Dev with the 2. Dev says, how does anyone see going to jail as a win? Facts. These guys, I mean, to him, listen, it's a win for him because he's been used to bragging about being a pimp on YouTube. He's used to bragging about all these other things that are supposed to be like thuggish and ghetto, but also simultaneously brag about how he's like, this high value jet setting man. So he's a pimp on one hand, like a gangster. And then on the other hand, he's a business entrepreneur, right? You see how this total package James Bond he's trying to put together, make it fit, right? So when he gets a real world taste of what actually happens to people who commit crimes or do that stupid shit, right? He sees that as a win because it confirms his background, right? Oh, see, I've been locked up. See, I got the stripes now. You see that? I've been to jail. That's his stripes, bro. That's his stripes. That's why he's so happy about this. This ain't nothing to be proud about, bro. You were an idiot. You got drunk and got behind the wheel knowing fully well you got a gut in the car. You were not thinking at all, bro. You were an idiot. That's what it is. But to his audience, they're gonna see it as a win because it affirms his thug and pimp side. All right. Oh, he's been locked up. So that verifies his resume, right? So watch. He's gonna come on YouTube acting harder than normal. Pause. You see what I mean? Acting more like a gangster than he really is. Watch. Just watch him, right? Watch his demeanor. He's gonna be like, oh, see, I've been locked up. I know what it's like. So don't come play with me because I ain't afraid to go to jail. He gonna be one of them dudes. I guarantee you. Go to jail once off a misdemeanor, acting like he's a felony. Like that's what he went to jail acting like he caught a felony. That's what he's gonna do, right? Oh, you want anybody he beats with? I'm ready to go to jail. I've been to jail already. That's why. Before he couldn't do that. Before he didn't have a rap sheet, so he couldn't do that. Now he has a rap sheet. He can kind of do that, right? He can say, hey, listen, don't mess with me. You come to my city, you better come prepared, right? Well, he's beefing with Adam. He's beefing with Adam 22 right now, right? So that's what it is. I've been to jail, Adam. Guaranteed that's what these bozos are going to do. Yo, Dark Wolf Lord, Shotzi for the 2 says law-abiding citizen caught drinking and driving. Facts. You ain't law-abiding by definition of what they caught you. You weren't abiding by the laws, my dude. You were breaking the laws, and they got you. Like, he's so dumb. He's still trying to act like this is how he puts himself above other people, right? It's like you're still no different. You go to jail, there are people who abide by the laws, and they're good people, but they just end up in poor timing or poor situations. It just is what it is, right? The same thing that happened to you is going to happen to everybody, or some people are going to go through some level of some kind of issue like that, some kind of hurdle like that, right? So you priding yourself of, oh, I'm a good boy, I never drank, I'm a Boy Scout, never did this. How so doesn't make you better than the next guy. Again, that's what I'm saying. It's this ego that a lot of these red pillar have that is the truly disgusting part. Because like, yo, y'all are not perfect people. Why are you coming on YouTube pretending you're perfect, right? Listen, if Saint wasn't bragging about the fact that he never drank a liquor in his life, right? If he never did that shit on YouTube, right? If he just stopped bragging about that or never bragged about it and just went on to what he did, we found out he got a DUI, that's not going to be a problem. That's not big news. No one cares, right? It is what it is, all right? It sucks. And you make sure that you better luck next time, but who cares, okay? But if you went from, I never drank, I never touched alcohol in my life, and you heathens out there that drink, y'all the real problem. This is why men suck today. Y'all get addicted to drugs and the alcohol, and it's like, huh? What's this DUI over here? Now we're going to check you on that. And now we got real evidence to check you on that, because before you can just come out here and say, no, dog, I never drank, I've never done anything. Now we got you on record. We got you on record, bro. We got your paperwork. DUI and possession, dog, which is crazy. But yeah, like law-abiding citizen get caught drinking and driving. It's just dumb. It's so stupid. Yo, CD with the 5 shots. He says another red pill douche insulting high school education, but then he's also minimized the importance of college. No cognitive dissonance there, huh? Facts. He'll tell you, oh, look at the college Destiny went through. Oh, look at that. What school? Who's ever heard of that, right? Meanwhile, it's like, bro, you went to Johns Hopkins and UC Berkeley to be a teacher. And that's hardly anything to be proud of, bro. No one cares, right? Did he get a degree? And then he'll turn around and say, oh, these cops, these high school diplomas. Look how just pathetic they are. At least they're not in jail. They're not locked up like you, bro, which is crazy to me, dog. Yo, Janet with the 5, shout out to you. He says he's so narcissistic that he wants to hear his own voice on body cam. Yeah, he wants to self-incriminate further on body cam. That's how great he is, right? And he thinks it's a win. Like Janet, he's sitting there. Oh, yeah, I wanted them to hear me. I wanted my voice to be caught on body cam. Is this the voice of someone who's inebriated or someone who is why would you want to keep talking? Talking is the last thing you want to do. The only time you should talk is when you get your phone call, right? When you get your phone call, you either call Bridget, tell her where how to pay the bond and how to get out of there, all right? Or you go ahead and call your lawyer and figure out how you're going to get out of this mess, because it's a DUI and it's a little bit more serious than other things. So that's just what it is, right? But you sitting there talking about, I want my voice to be heard on body cam. I want them to hear me. It's like, dude, that's stupid. It's definitely narcissistical. I tell you, these guys have issues, bro. I hit the wall with the 5. Shout out to he says he should have just offered him a box of chocolates. Facts. It could have went a long way, dog. Maybe next time you got to keep the chocolates in the Maybach. Keep them back in the Maybach, dog. Yo, Elliot Jackson with the 2. Shout out to you. Says, I've never sniffed jail, and this sounds weird to me. Facts. Like, listen, it's crazy because, like, someone who's been to jail, and it was for nothing serious. I was wilding out at a party. It is what it is. All right. But it was nothing crazy. But the process wasn't even what he's describing is something different, right? Maybe jails in Wisconsin are different from Vegas. I don't know. But it's like one of those things where it's like, huh? Like, bro, what? Your experience sounds a little bit more embellished to me, dog. Like, yeah, I saw people, but it wasn't like everybody coming together and ask, well, what'd you do? And would you do that? Or would you know? And like, when I went, bro, there was a dude going through withdrawals, so he barely could talk. Other people were just like, 2 people that knew each other, they were doing their own thing, and I just kept to myself. Like, that's just what it is. But you sitting there like, oh, everyone gathered around me because they caught me in the Maybach. It's like, huh? Like, what? Like, what are you talking about, dog? That sounds weird.
As Officer Woods on the documentation, strange, doesn't matter to me. Once we press the button on these guys, we're going to figure things out. I don't know if they're trying to get us to subpoena the wrong footage. Who knows? But I can tell you this. When I was having conversation with the officer, I wasn't giving any information about myself. I was only asking questions. I wasn't answering any questions. And I was also establishing my mindset, psychology, and my timeline. Oh, yeah, before you guys got me, I was just coming from my office, right? I was establishing my timeline and things that I know are the truth and can be publicly, attested to. Then anyways, we get to the station and they get me out of the car and I say, hey, would you guys mind if I make a call, because I was heading home. I'm being expected. So do you mind if I make a call? Now, mind you, you're granted one call once you get into the lockup, but I wanted to see if I get a call before that. They say, yeah, we can call on one of your cell phones if you don't mind. So then they pull out one of my phones and they say, do you need us to pull up a particular number? I say, no, I know the number. It's an important pro tip. There's certain phone numbers you need to have memorized. It's important. So I was like, yeah, dial in this number. They dial it in. They click speakerphone. As soon as the phone call is answered, I say immediately, hey, Bridge, you're on speakerphone. I'm in jail. What? What are you in jail for?
Drinking and driving. Same shit she went to jail for. Bridget. Hey, Bridget, how you doing? You remember me? You're drunk. She already know the drill. What you talking about?
Driving under the influence. And then she says, what? Are you serious? You don't even drink. You never even drank alcohol. What do you mean driving under the influence?
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind you, this is great because we're still on body cam footage. I say, I know. She's like, you know what? That doesn't make sense. That's racism. You don't drink. You don't use drugs. I said,
Bridget, this white woman over here, huh? This white woman over here, Miss Quasimodo over here. So she all of a sudden when she pull up the phone, oh my God, yeah, you've never touched a drink in your life. You get pulled over for drinking and driving. Oh no, this has to be racism. I'm sorry. I'm sure they have to conduct a field sobriety test or a breathalyzer, right? They have you blow into something to check your alcohol content to make sure it's not above the legal limit. Okay, because if listen, that stuff they have checkpoints for. That's why when we get this body cam footage, it's gonna expose a lot of lies because this guy, none of this shit, the whole process doesn't make any sense. So you're telling me they took you out of the car, immediately in the back of the car, no sobriety test whatsoever. They didn't give you any field sobriety. They didn't even give you a breathalyzer. They didn't even when they took you down to the station, they didn't even check your alcohol content. You didn't mention none of that. So they just slapped a false charge on you. Was that what you're saying? They just slapped a false charge. This doesn't make any sense. And then here come Bridget, drunk ass. Oh, it's got to be racism. Shut your white ass up. Just tell what you're talking about. It's got to be racism. No. Listen, if you were smart, you'd ask questions. What was your alcohol level? What they blow you at? Right? That's literally the question. What'd you get blown at? Like, wait, pause. But still, you know what I mean? Right? There's always a test. Well, did you pass the sobriety? Right? Like, all of a sudden, it's just they take you to jail. That's racism. Come on, bro. Like, this don't make any sense.
You're on speakerphone. I just want to let you know I'm in jail. That's the end of the conversation. Woo. So now we know that, okay, so now I have a good person, a great resource, someone that's highly reliable, knows where I am, and they can do some work outside. Yes.
You did forget one piece. You mentioned to me how much cash you had on.
That's dumb.
Marquad Burton and the cash is staying.
Listen,
that's right.
Listen. You should have just told her to call a lawyer. Problem solved. Hey, listen. Me calling Bridget using my one phone call, all right, just to make sure that everyone knows around the cops, right? They know I have a great resource at home that knows I'm a good person. Huh? I wanted to get all that on body cam. You're not a detective, bro. Like, what you trying to piece together and solve your own case? Like, what are you doing? That's for the DA to decide, not you. This nigga is lying. This nigga is lying. Hell no, he's lying. He's lying. Ain't no way. He lying, bro. Ain't no way. You use a phone call. You call Bridget. Didn't even tell her to call your lawyer. Didn't give her any information at all. Just, the whole point of that phone call was to show the cops you have a great resource at home or elsewhere that care about you. Nigga, do they care? They don't give a fuck about that, bro. They gonna send you downstairs, all right, where a bunch of people about to care for you in a minute. Like, this dude sounds weird, bro.
Here's another lie. Mind you, before we had even took off, I forgot to mention this when they asked me how much.
By the way, when we get the body cam footage and none of this shit is on body cam, bruh, I wonder what the haters, what their haters are gonna say, right? All their little assassin fans, right? All those assassin fans over there. What are y'all gonna say to this? Because he's clearly lying.
Cash I had. They said we want to make sure it doesn't go missing. So you have to let us know if you have cash in the car. We don't want it to go missing. It can go missing in the impound. So they're trying to persuade me, right? And then when I made that call to Bridget, I wanted to make it clear that I had cash and exactly how much it was. So before that, I said, I'm in jail. Oh, let me stop raising my voice. I said,
yeah, your neighbors below you may have an issue with that little shoddy ass apartment you're in.
I have fill in the blank amount of cash in large bills. She says, okay. And then we get off the phone. That's it. That's the whole conversation. Then they take me to this door, which is like a big, large steel door. He like scans an ID and then the door doesn't open. So we're waiting there for like 10 minutes. And at this point, I'm locked in. I'm already locked in. I'm in a number of modes. I'm in Zen mode. I'm in machine mode. I'm in savage mode. And I'm in charm mode. I'm in a lot of modes running simultaneously. And I'm
getting his butthole ready, dog. Waiting for them big metal doors to open up.
I'm deciding to be comfortable. And so he keeps scanning his thing. He's trying to open the door. It won't open. I turn to him. I say, maybe it's not meant to be. Do you think maybe we should just call it a day? Just let me go. The door won't open. Like, has this ever happened? He's like, no, this has never happened. Maybe it's not meant to be. You sure? You sure you want to take me in there? And then he eventually gets the door open. We go in there.
Bro, like, who is he telling the story to, bro? Who the fuck is he telling the story to? No. The moment you sat in the back of the squad car with them handcuffs behind your back, it was meant to be. It doesn't matter if the door don't open. They're going to find a way to open the door. You going into jail no matter what. They're not stopping the process. Once you're in the process, it doesn't stop. They're not going to be, oh, yeah, you know what? I guess it wasn't. You could go ahead and go free, sir. The door wouldn't open. I guess you weren't meant to go to jail. Shut up! Like, this is so fake, dog. Get out of here with this.
There, it's freezing as soon as we get in there because it's not covered. This initial intake area is completely freezing, and literally, I'm wearing a t-shirt and underwear. It's freezing. We come over to an area. There's a number of plastic chairs lined up. Behind the plastic chairs, there's a number of tables next to each other, kind of like TSA. And you see to the left, there's like a bin of dirty, what are those? Crocs, of dirty Crocs, like rubber shoes. And I look at the other people who are already there. There's 2 homeless men, one guy who's currently high on drugs, and then a woman who's dressed like Young M.A., like a dude. Everyone looks like they're in utter poverty and destitute. And then there's me in a t-shirt and my underwear, and I'm freezing.
They put you in with women? Yeah, dog. Something not right. Something not right about the story, dog. Ain't no way. Ain't no way they kept you in the same hall with men and women. That just doesn't happen, bro. Like, something about this story doesn't make any sense. So you saw there was just one prostitute, another one was homeless, one was high on drugs, and then there's you. Either somebody is violating policies over there or something, bro. Because girls have their own wing for a reason, dog. They're not gonna put them in with like criminals, like the same type, because it's gonna get violent, right? It's not this guy, bro. Listen, something not right about the story, bro. Like, if we're talking, listen, anybody in the chat can easily know what can go wrong if you got hardened male criminals. And no matter how hardened the female criminal is, if she gets put in the same area as the males, it's gonna be a problem, bro. Like, what are you talking about? That didn't happen. I'm almost certain the story is not true.
Because, sit down there. So I sit down, and at this point in my mind, I'm in machine mode. What are the questions? What are the directions? How can I best comply with the directions? Great. So I sit down. Then they immediately stand me back up. Hey, face this way. Complete body search. Great. Sit back down. Then I can see the guy going through my backpack briefcase, going through every pocket, even found the secret compartment, starts pulling the cash out, wraps it up in plastic, sets it aside, pulls out my laptop, pulling out all my stuff. And you can see this is a businessman who just left doing business. He has a laptop.
Does this look like somebody just got done doing business? Hold up. Let me hold up. Does this look like somebody just got done doing business? Hold up. All right. My boy's wearing sweats, dog. You were dressed to go to jail that night. That's what it is, dog. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, you can tell this is a businessman. He was on his way to do business. What are you This story is not making any sense, bro. Nothing is making any sense. I don't know what's happening right now.
He has documents, folders. He's a business guy. You messed up, dummy. Everyone else next to me is an actual degenerate. And we're talking about heroin addicts, and I know what a heroin addict looks like.
Wow.
I'm looking at their feet. Their feet look dead. You got white people, black people. As soon as it gets to the ankle, it's like dead, dark skin peeling because they've been banging needles too hard. Anyways, so I'm watching them take out.
You're better than them because this guy is pathetic, bro. Wow.
All of my stuff, and they're talking to each other, and people are kind of noticing, like, he keeps pulling out stacks of what they are thinking at this point is play money. They're like, "What's this guy, a magician? Man, this guy got a lot of play money. This is Monopoly money." And then now the cops are coming over. They're cursing and stuff. And there's no level of professionalism. The entire way through, there's no level of professionalism. So
this all better be on body cam, my boy. All of this better be on body cam, dog. You lying. I know
they're going through my stuff, and in my head, I'm looking at who's to my left, who's to my right in terms of these criminals, because at some point I'm going to be released. And
bruh, you're a criminal too. You're in jail for a reason. You over here just judging other people in jail while you in the same boat. This is peak hypocrisy, dog. Like, this is crazy. It's like the pot calling the kettle black, dog. You're in jail, all right? You committed a crime. You're there for a crime, bro, all right? So you over here looking to your side, all right? Oh, look at all these criminals and degenerates. I don't know why I'm here. I shouldn't be here. It's like, bro, you know what you did, dog. You broke the law. Like, this guy is so weird.
According to them, when I told Bridget how much money I had, the guy said, "Oh, we're going to keep your money with you. You're going to keep your property with you. You'll get this when you get out." Now, mind you, when I did, I'm not going to skip ahead. So then the guy comes over and he brings me a pair of rubber shoes. He says, "Hey, take off your socks." At this point, I'm cuffed. And I'm like kind of looking at him like, bro, word? Like, did you forget I'm cuffed? Hey, take off your socks. And I just look at him like, come on, dude. So then he like pulls my leg up, rips off my socks, puts these Crocs onto me. So now I got Crocs that are filthy, dirt all inside of them. You can visually see that they don't clean the Crocs. And I'm next to heroin addicts, drug addicts. They're pouring in. New arrests are coming in, sitting next to me. I got on these Crocs. I'm wearing my underwear, freezing cold, and a shirt, and we're outside exposed to the elements. Once they
all of this is done outside. What? Nah, we gonna have to hold up. We gonna have to look at this, bro. Something's not adding up. Something's not. I'm gonna have to look at the Vegas jail system, dog, because something weird about the way he's describing this story right now. First of all, you listen when you go through booking, right? You go into a general area, right, where you sit around with other people, but you're not sitting around there with women, right? They're not women in general area for men. Women have their own area. It's super segregated. You're not gonna have that situation, right? And on top of that, they got specific like call outs. So they have people who are waiting in line to get their call because there's like a cell phone in there. And then once you get your call, then I think they depending on how long it takes for them to process you, they call you one at a time, and you go through, take a picture, go through a room, and they set you up with all these other things, right? So it's not a situation where everyone's just sitting there watching you and it's an open thing. That's why I have to see what their layout is like, right? Not that I care as much, but like this guy's lying. You can tell he's lying. More did with the 5 shots. He says, Duke, can you say, hi, Bridge, I'm in jail. You're on speakerphone. I'm gay. What the fuck? Hey, boy, D, come on, dog. It says, don't bail me out. Grander has been lame lately, and I'm capable. Yo, boy, D, bro. Yo, shout out to you. Hey, listen, bro. He basically called Bridget and said, hey, listen, I might come out a new man. Don't be surprised, Bridget. All right, I'm going away. I'm going away for a while. Don't wait for me. Don't sleep for me, Bridget. I promise I'll come back a good man, a better man. Yo, Molly C, shout out to you for the 5. Molly C says, that sounds like a scene from the show Atlanta when one dude met his girlfriend in jail. Everybody laughed at him because his girlfriend was a dude. I was going to say the same thing, too. I'm like, yo, they put a woman in your area for booking with other men? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Did you look hard enough, bro? Or was it your mind playing tricks on you? Because, yo, sus Marquad, when you get the alcohol in your system, all right, it makes you see things and think people are nicer than they actually are, okay? So we want to make sure that it wasn't a homeless dude with spaghetti on his head. You sure that was a woman? You absolutely sure? Because if you're sure, then you're lying. Because, like, there ain't no way they're going to just put men and women in the same population, bro. You're just asking for lawsuits. That's horrible, right? So he's lying. This guy is clearly a liar, bro. I like it. And people in this chat, Joe, this is why I have to, like, before I even did a video on it, I have to do the background research. Cause I'm like, yo, let's find a case number, right? I'll post the case number up so you guys can do your own research, right? But I have to look it up. I'm like, ain't no way, because he sounds like he's lying. Right, but it's actually true. He's not lying about getting arrested, but he is embellishing the story, because I had to pull up the case number. I'm like, yo, let's find out if this is actually true, because it sounds like he might be lying about this, but he's not lying about getting arrested. He might be lying about the whole story. And we'll wait till we get the body cam footage, because we can get that. All right, but it's probably going to take a while. I don't know, because all this shit just happened, but it's going to take a while. But once we get that footage, I just hope this live stream is still up, because we're going to compare that to the story. And if none of what you said matches up with the body cam footage, it just exposes you for a liar, bro. Like, why be so desperate to conjure up a story? For what? To look cool on YouTube? And that's what this is, bro. This is exactly what this is. Like, he's not fooling nobody.
Finish getting all of my property sorted and checked. And I don't think they were cataloging it at that point. So no one had confirmed how much money I had, or any of my other items. They were just searching through. And my guess is at this point, they were searching for drugs, drug paraphernalia, needles, syringes, pipes, drugs of any kind. I'm sitting there next to people talking to themselves, filthy, stinking people, and it's
How you
freezing
just
cold, and I'm
judging?
just going
You in the
deeper
same
into Zen
place,
mode. Like,
nigga, you in the same place. Why you judging him, bro? You in the same place. This guy, your mentality is all fucked up, bro. You shouldn't be judging. You're in the same place. You over all these filthy degenerates. Look at this guy just talking to himself. Look at him. Why you talking to yourself like that? Like, bro, why are you judging him? You in the same boat, dog.
like,
What is wrong with this man?
We're here. And I'm telling myself, because I know how I am and I know what's going to start annoying me. And I know that I need to lock in, because this person who's having a whole conversation with themselves, I'm going to be in a holding tank or a holding cell with like 5 of those guys. And they're not going to stop talking to themselves no matter how angry I get. If I try to debo them or bully them, it's impossible. I'm dealing with people.
Hey, you not bullying nobody in jail, bro. Get your weak ass out of here. You don't even have, bro. You have a gravitas of SpongeBob. Okay, you're soft. You're soft around the edges and probably squishy in the middle. All right, you not stop it. Ain't nobody. You're not bullying or deboing nobody in jail, bro. A crackhead. Listen. You can't even out Debo a crackhead. Like, can nobody out Debo a crackhead? A crackhead is a crackhead for a reason, bro. They don't give a fuck. They're crackheads. So what? You think you can scare a crackhead? You're insane, bro. Like this dude just sounds like he's again. This sounds crazy. This sounds crazy made up.
Who don't have fear and live pain on a regular basis. Listen to me. I'm dealing with actual crazy people, drug addicts whose minds are rotten. They don't have fear. You cannot bully them. You cannot intimidate them. And they live in pain on a regular basis. Pain is not a deterrent to these people. I'm around people who jail is an everyday thing for them. And many of them are homeless anyways. It just shows you how foolish and corrupt the Las Vegas Metro Police Department is. They're imprisoning drug addicts and homeless people. What are they going to do when you let them out? They're going to continue doing what they were doing before. It's a waste of time to jail a heroin addict.
But you just called them degenerates, criminals, just like 2 sentences ago. And now you're mad because those same degenerates are in prison with you or jail with you. What are you talking? There's something wrong here, bro. There's something not right. Yo, Chris calls out with the 5 shout to you. He says the girl ain't. He says the girl ain't met in jail. Is probably a drag queen. Like, but listen. Probably ain't no way they put a woman in the same holding area as men. There's no way they would do that, bro. That's a lot of lawsuits waiting to happen. Like it's not even a joke. If you get a bunch of intoxicated people and you have men and women in the same area, bro, that's bro, you're waiting for problems. And I don't think Las Vegas jail system is set up that way. I think he's just telling a story. That's what he's doing right now. This is weird.
But here we go. I'm sitting next to the goddamn zombie apocalypse. An hour later, yes, I was there for an hour sitting outdoors in my underwear and a t-shirt in freezing cold temperatures. And we know it's cold because cops are wearing bulletproof vests, long sleeves, boots, and beanies. I eventually say, hey, you guys have a blanket or anything? This is an hour in. Guy says, don't worry, you'll be in soon. And then all the other cops start laughing. Okay, that's exciting.
Yeah, they know where you're going.
And then
they know exactly.
Eventually, they have us stand up again. Another guy comes through. He wands us with a metal detector and then searches us again. So now we're me personally, I'm about 5 searches deep now. From the searches that were done at my car to then the search when I was in handcuffs. And then the search when I arrived at this place, I'm like 5 searches deep. They metal wand. Then we move down every time somebody goes into intake. Then I'm at the first seat, and then the guy who had already wanded me and searched me comes out like, "Hey, did I search you and wand you?" I said, "Yes, you did." And also, mind you, when I first arrived, the arresting officer searched me. I said, "Yes, you did." He's like, well, I'll just do it again. Just make sure for the camera. Stand up, wands me again, searches me again. And at this point, I'm like, okay, it's all good. I'm locked in. I see what we're doing. We're playing games here. And the sergeant, one of their sergeants, was one of the arresting officers, even though he's not on the documentation. And I pissed him off something serious. When I went and answered his questions and I said, I don't talk to police. Take me to jail. I don't talk to police. I don't talk to you. I don't talk to you guys. Take me to jail. Oh,
I thought you wanted the body cam to hear you, hear your voice. Isn't that what you said? Why you acting hard 1 minute and then you acting like a chatty Cathy the next minute, bro? Like you're not making any sense. Which is it? Do you want the body cam to catch your voice, or do you not talk to officers like this dude, bro?
He was angry. So I know he put in the word, do this guy dirty, screw this guy over.
Okay.
Anyways, then we go into intake, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we go in through one door, stop, that door locks behind, and there's another door. They're scanning, it unlocks. We go in, turn immediately to the left. Then they have you sit on a bench. Everybody around me, they either make them change clothes or they'll pat them down. If they're wearing something simple like a jeans and t-shirt, they'll let them stay in it. People who weren't wearing very many clothes, like maybe like me, for an example, I'm in underwear and a t-shirt, they would give them, standard issue. So they give them some jail clothes, essentially. So maybe so they're not freezing. On the inside, it's still freezing. They're running air conditioning and they have a fan, and all the officers are still wearing beanies because it's cold inside as much as it was outside. It's freezing. Then they give you yet another search. Yeah, they give you another search, and then they take you to basically a TSA machine where they do like a full body scan instead of having you get naked, because apparently they've been doing some inappropriate things to people, certain kinds of cavity searches. So now they use a TSA machine. So they gave me yet another search. Then they gave me a TSA machine, and then they put a different set of cuffs on me. Now they have me shackled like a slave. So they have a chain around my waist, locked my wrist to it, and then they sit me down. And I'm observing the people in there. I'm like, okay, yep, here we are. And it's pretty much 80% Latino and then 20% other. And I actually didn't expect it to be this ratio. So it's 80% Latino, 20% other, a couple blacks, 2 Asians, couple whites. So I'm sitting there. It's a room full of people. It's kind of like an ugly version of the DMV with a ton of police there. And there's no instructions. There's no sense of what's going to go on next. And I'm observing, trying to pick up a few cues. I'm going to take a pause for the calls right now.
Okay. We have Juan says, peace to the saints. I've gotten arrested for some BS similar to this too. They really do $100.
Yeah, y'all keep donating, bro. It pays attorney fees. Y'all keep going, bro. This guy's been shaming people for days about not drinking. You gonna pay his DUI fees, all right? Yeah, y'all look idiots, bro. Look at this guy. He's just exposing himself.
Access to my iPhone, and the iPhones, I had 2 iPhones. They both went into evidence, and so once I was able to eventually get out, we were able to recover the footage.
And in Nevada, it's not illegal to record.
Correct.
Traveler Carlos said, officers
every now and then
said
coming out of a ghetto where it's just ridden with crime, and then you wait until I'm a mature man who's successful in business, well educated, and is not doing anything illegal, and that's when you start to try to use the law against me. That's amazing.
Okay, on Cashapp we have Marcellus sent $50.
Baller alert. Is that the case? Easy. The case is going to be won because it's a lie. The lawsuit doesn't even matter if we win. We're going to hit them with the lawsuit. Doesn't even matter. We want to burn them, and we want to get the publicity too. And then the civil rights piece we want to hit them with as well.
Oh, I'm here for all of this. I am here for all of this, bro. I'm gonna help you out. We getting the body cam footage. We gonna get the dash cam footage. Getting the footage in the jail is gonna be difficult because I don't know who the processing officers would be. I don't have access to those documents. All right, but we're gonna get. Hey, listen, you want to make a civil? Hey, I'll help you out. We'll get those footages for it. If it don't line up, come here. Let me tell you something. Such Marquad. Listen here. If it don't line up to the bullshit you saying right over here, you don't have a civil rights case. You don't have a civil rights case at all. You don't have a case at all, period, okay? Because, listen, even from when they pulled you over, how you would talk about, oh, the cop escalated things. We watched the video. It was you escalating. You weren't complying. You're not winning shit, bro, okay? Listen, the only win you're going to get is you're going to get charged with these things, but the consequences isn't going to be crazy. Like, you're not going to lose your rights to own a firearm You're not even going to get a felony, all right? This is all misdemeanor because it's your first offense. It's a good boy. You're a good boy. It's a good boy points, okay? As long as you stay out and you be a good boy, they don't have any reason to go after you or you know, anything more than what they're doing right now, okay? So that's basically it. If you get caught multiple times, however, then you start rising up the ranks. But again, you're going to be, you know, not having your life ruined by having a felony or at worse, because in Wisconsin they take DUIs incredibly seriously. It's not even funny, dog. Like, that's a felony right there, bro. You caught drinking and driving. It's a bad time. Okay, so that right there can ruin your life. It ruins a lot of people's lives. Okay, but your situation, you'll be fine. But as far as getting off scot-free, no, they're gonna charge you. You're getting charged. Okay, you're not escaping this. So yeah, you're going to open up the civil rights case and turn it into a racism thing, bro. It's not it, dog. Watch. We doing the work for you. We got it. We won't get the body cam. We don't get all of that, dog. We get all that info. If they don't match up to the bullshit you're saying right here, it's a wrap for you, dog.
Justin,
it's a wrap.
This is the Justin that makes the clips. Came
Shout
in
to
with
Justin.
$50.
Baller alert.
Yeah, okay.
Video clip, I think it'll be worth cutting up, you know, really taking that
The
part,
original.
the original video on my phone, the part where we're having a conversation and I keep asking them, can I get my license registration? And, you know, so like definitely highlight that piece. And then when he's asking about drugs and guns, which is a strange question to ask a businessman with no criminal record. And in
He's referencing this footage. This footage alone doesn't give us anything. It doesn't give us anything, like, because the rest of the video, you can't even hear anything. They're gone. They're gone for majority of the video, right? He's talking about this clip right here. Right here. We only get this little piece, and then we get the rest of all this dead space all up until the end when they come in and they grab your phone. That's it. So you claiming all of the shit that happened based off of this? Let's see.
Reach off the car.
Yes, go ahead and turn it off. Officer Wolfinger, the reason we stopped you is you failed to stop at that red light right there. You're on the highway, speeds excess of 80. You have your driver's license on you?
I do.
Registration insurance, please?
I do. Do you want me to grab it?
Yes, I do. You have any weapons or drugs in the car?
I have to get my bag. It's behind me.
Do you have any weapons or drugs in the car?
Can you stop flashing that light in my face? Am I supposed to look forward or look at you?
You're not even answering the question. You couldn't answer a question. So you saying, oh, that little piece right there, where he was just escalating. He's like, it was an unnecessary question. You asked me if I had a firearm. Listen, when I get pulled over, I get asked that question too. And I say, no, I don't have a firearm in the car. Okay. If I did have a firearm in the car, I say, yes, I do have a firearm in the car. It's in the glove compartment, or it's in the back seat, or wherever, in the trunk, right? Wherever I leave it, right? That's what you do. You answer the question. But the fact that you didn't, and you got combative precisely when he asked that question, it proved a lot to them. And they're used to doing this shit. So it proves to them like, oh, okay, he's asking, he answers the driver's license. He answers the insurance. Now he's getting combative with me when I ask for firearms. That's interesting. Sir, you go ahead and step out of the car. I don't like the signs I'm seeing right now. Okay. Officers are going to care about their safety before you. Just keep that in mind.
And then when he's asking about drugs and guns, which is a strange question to ask a businessman with no criminal record and a law-abiding citizen who's cooperating with you.
Because they're supposed to.
And then when he asks that, you just flash like Nevada law does not require, and hell, American law does not require you to answer any other questions. Flash that up and then cut to when they're illegally searching, and then put illegal search and how they're saying, oh, fancy car, oh, and then like when you can hear that sound when they break my goddamn refrigerator and so on and so forth. That would be a great short.
Are you going to send it directly to Justin, or he emailed me to get the video?
Oh yeah, I can share the link with him. I'll post the link for everyone. I want everyone to be able to see this link, and from that YouTube video, I think you can download. Yeah.
We have Perry came in and said, "Glad you're safe, Marquad. Piece to the same.
Piece of this.
The Hannah got.
What's in there? What you got in there, bro? What's in the cup, dog? Hey, you didn't learn your lesson. Yo, get on with this shit, bro. Get on with this shit. Let's get on with this shit. Hold up. Let's okay. Is he starting here?
I try not to relaunch. We do have another shoe that's cold as hell. Have maybe a longer, more complex processing. And so I'm trying to get a sense of everyone's charges without asking anyone and everyone else's position so I could see how the system is dealing with me and if I've been red flagged, whether it was socially by word of mouth or red flagged in their computer. Shout out to True Indeed supporting the work. So in as much as that's the case, I'm taking in as much data as possible. So they force you to sit on a certain set of benches. There's males and females at this point. No one's been separated. You're just in booking and intake. And so there's a row of benches on one side and a row of benches on another side. And these are completely steel benches. And you'll notice consistently that the police in there are going out of their way to be rude, vulgar, and unnecessarily domineering. Everything that you could possibly do, they wanted to make an issue out of. So pretty much the only thing you could do without incurring the wrath of one of these like pit bulls.
Yo, I'm looking at images of Clark County, right? Because it was Clark County that he got sent over to. I don't even see pictures of outdoor space that he's talking about. And you can go on YouTube, Google right now, Google Clark County Jail. It's in the middle of the city, bro. Like, I mean, where's the outdoor space you're talking about, dog? Like, I'm looking at the layout and everything, bro. It don't look like, don't even look like what he's describing, dude. He doesn't even, like, this don't even make any sense.
Or like police officers was to sit there, sitting straight up, saying nothing and looking forward. So you'll constantly hear him, hey, sit up, put your feet down. You don't live here. You're in my house. This kind of heckling and then, of course, cursing. I don't want this to have vulgarity on the stream, so I'm not going to repeat everything that was said. And then a number of people came in. I want to point out a couple people who came in that were of note. Obviously, I noted that there is a significant portion of people who just didn't speak any English at all. There were 2 non-American citizens. I think one came here for holiday, flew in on holiday with a proper passport, and another, at least 2 folks, seems like they probably came in illegally, which, hey, if I was them, I probably would have tried to do the same. I'm not promoting illegal immigration. And then there's one woman that came in, which was noteworthy. It was a woman who appeared to be Sudanese by race. She was very dark black, had some yellowish tinge on her eyes, which would suggest that, she's pure blood Sudanese, may have even been adopted in youth because she didn't have any accent. And she was also mentally ill, more so than most of the other persons. When she started like yelling and screaming at various times, spitting, and she kept like coughing constantly and like blowing snot all over the place. And she's near other people. And for some strange reason, the police didn't have any problem with her spitting, coughing, and blowing snot on purpose onto the floor or pretty much near other individuals who were sitting near her and couldn't get up and move. Yet if someone, and mind you, at this point, I had been sitting in booking for 2 hours. At this point, people are drowsy. It's late at night. We're creeping up on 2 a.m. People are just like sitting there and they're like, hey, sit up straight. Word. People are just like, trying to get comfortable, slumping down, and they're yelling and just being completely rude and vulgar. But the girl who's literally snotting and spitting all over and yelling out belligerent curse words are not saying a word to her. 2 people start having a conversation. Shut up. You're not at home. This isn't a lunch break. It's not a coffee shop. You're in booking. You're in my house. This is fascinating. It's curious.
What?
So, okay. So then 2 hours go by, which what I observed is everyone that I came in there with was all gone. They were all gone. They'd all been processed. And what happens in booking is the first thing that you go in and do is you get called over for medical. So just imagine a square that you're sitting in. It's flanked by a bunch of police. And then there's like a set of windows here and a set of windows here. These windows are for fingerprint processing. These windows are for personal property processing. And then there's 2 desks here that appear to be nurses, and they're there for the medical processing. And they process you with basic questions about, do you feel like you're going to take your own life? Are you currently on drugs? Like, are you high right now? Are you inebriated? What's your medical history? Do you have any open cuts or wounds? Basics in medical to make sure that you don't fall out and pass away right then and there. So I get called over to medical. Guy says, are you currently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol? And he's not saying that because I'm there for a DUI. He's saying that because these are standard questions. No, sir.
Bro, none of this makes any sense. They should have already, when they book you, they have that. They should have done a sobriety test. They don't just take you to jail without doing some kind of sobriety test. If you told me, yeah, the cops performed a sobriety test on me and they still thought I was drunk or whatever it is, even though the sobriety test proved them wrong, then you have a case. But you're telling, basically what you're admitting is they didn't give you a sobriety test. They just said you were drunk and then slapped cuff on you and then took you to jail. And then now they're finding out all these other things by asking you if you're drinking. No, they should have already known you're booked in for being an alcoholic. I'm sorry, or being a drunk. All right, or something. They already have that record. Okay, this don't make any sense, bro. And again, chat, if you guys don't know, like when he's talking about he was sitting outside, Clark County Jail is where he's at. All right, and if you guys think about Clark County Jail, or detention center, it's basically in the middle, because all jails are next to a courthouse. Okay, that's just how it is. Most jails are next to a courthouse, so that's why oftentimes they're in the middle of a city somewhere or downtown area. That's where the jails are going to be, because if the courthouse is there, you need an easy transition from the courthouse or from the jail to the courthouse. That just is what it is. So him saying, "Oh, we're in this area," acting like painting a dystopian future where they were in this open space where it was cold and it was like the desert air and you were out there exposed to the elements. It's like, wait, time out, bro. I'm looking at the aerial view right now. Okay, I'm looking at it. You in the city, bro. You're right next to the courthouse, dog. Hold on. Let me pull this up, bro. You're next to a jail library, dog. I don't see it. I don't see any wide open space, my nigga. Where they put you in this parking lot right here? Is that where they had all y'all lined up in the parking lot and then they bust you in one by one? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude? You're a liar. You're a freaking liar, bro.
Sir, are you heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, transgender, what have you? I was like, heterosexual. And, do you have hepatitis, HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and what have you? No, sir. And so we go through all these questions and he's like, okay, I need to take your blood pressure. Boom, takes my blood pressure. And he says, did you consent to a blood draw? So obviously this is specific to the case that I'm there for. Did you consent to a blood draw? And then I say, no, sir, I did not. He said, okay, because he would have taken my blood draw then. Cool, then I go back, sit down.
So if they didn't take your blood draw then, that means they performed a sobriety test. Because oftentimes, even if you refuse a sobriety test, then they have to do a blood draw. Because if they're booking for DUI, they need to test you at the prison no matter what. So if you're saying they didn't test you at the prison either, and they didn't give you a sobriety test, then you have a point. All of this shit is illegal. But I have my doubts because I'm pretty sure they gave you a sobriety test, okay? Because if they're just not going to give you a blood test when you get to jail, they most likely give you a sobriety test. So why aren't you telling us the results of your sobriety test? Matter of fact, why didn't you ever mention the fact that they gave you a sobriety test? Something's wrong here.
Now, to get a blood draw, they have to get a judge to sign off on that, right? So then I go back there and sit down. Now, mind you, again, I'd already seen, I'd just been called for medical. I've seen everyone had been called for medical. Everyone had been called for fingerprinting processing. Everyone had been called for evidence, personal property. And once they go through that process in this very uncomfortable situation, then they go on over to a bigger area where they can go through pretrial services, right? A comfortable area that's out of sight. So I'm sitting there, and at this point, I'm like, my stomach is completely empty. I'm hungry. It's been freezing cold the entire time. I'm dehydrated. No water fountain in sight. And I know what you have to do in jail. You have to drink out of that sink that is next to a filthy shitter where there's no toilet paper. There's guaranteed to be no toilet paper, and there's also no soap. So anyone who goes in and takes a shit, you know that maybe they didn't wipe their ass, and certainly they didn't wash their hands with soap. And you need to go next to that shitter, which is never clean. It's like there's no janitorial services on purpose. You have to go in there where piss is all over the ground and walk there in Crocs that also have holes on the bottom of them and drink water from out of that sink while managing to not vomit. I just want to see who we're dealing with, how people are perceiving
Now,
me.
I'm just saying this because my jail experience, it's radically different from what he's saying, okay? But when I was in jail, he's right. You do get a toilet bowl and whatnot, and you're in there with like 2 or 3 other people, right? And then they take you up the general population if you're there for longer. But if you can get out, you can get out, right? So, or if you have a court date, you can get out. But the thing is, the people in there, one thing I noticed is everyone wanted to make sure that toilet stayed clean. Even if you use it or whatnot, matter of fact, they will get on you if you left shit all over the place and you didn't clean it. So I just find it interesting that they stuck you in one cell where you had other people that didn't give a shit if the toilet was clean or not, and they knew they were going to use it. It didn't make any sense to me because the one thing they made sure that was clean in there was to make sure the toilet was clean, right? These are the inmates we're talking about here, not the prison. It don't matter. It's on them to keep it clean, and they want to keep it clean because people want to take a shit. People want to take a piss, all right? I don't get it, bro. Molly with the 5. Shout out to you. Says it's funny how he said everybody looked homeless and destitute when he was in his undies and a t-shirt and drunk. Facts. He's over here judging all these other people. Like, look at these degenerates. I can't believe they put me up with y'all. It's like, yo, you're here for a reason. That means you ain't different, dog. Yo, Aaron with the 2. Shout out to you. Says, dude, where'd you get the paperwork on what site? It's literally Clark County. That's where he's at. Oh, y'all didn't know. I know where this nigga is, bro. I didn't know where he lived. No, Clark County. I'm like, if he's gonna get arrested, first of all, in Vegas, it's got to be Clark County. It's got to be Clark County. It's got to be, bro. He's right there. We know exactly everything. No, but you can look it up. It's all public record, by the way. So nothing I'm doing is like you can't do yourself. Like the moment you become an inmate, it's like you're public property, bro. They own your ass. That's what it is. So they can do whatever they want. But yeah, I think I just pulled up. You can pull it up by the case number. Anybody can do this. Let me actually pull it up one more time, right here. All right. So you go to Clark County, the website, and then you go to their public records tab, and then it's gonna pull you up to this webpage over here. And then what you're going to do is just pull up his name. You can spell his name as Marquad Davon Burton. All right. That's his name. And then it's going to give you the case number right here. That's it right here. That's all that. And it's active still. So that's why I'm worried. I don't know if we're going to get the body cam footage right away on an active because all this stuff is active. It's all active. So I don't know if they have to close it down or they have to redact certain things in order to get them to give you certain things. But again, we're getting the DUI paperwork. So we're going to see everything that went on. We're getting the police reports too as well. So all of that stuff, but it's going to take a while because it's active. But yeah, all that stuff. It's easy. But yeah, there's the case number right there. It's all right there. Yeah, it's real easy. Real freaking easy. But anybody can pull it up. Anybody can pull it up. Hold up. What just happened to my screen? All right, there we go. Let's get back to this shitty non-story, bro. Yo, Leia with the $2 says he should have just showed up in his John Hopkins degree. Yeah, just show the John Hopkins degree, right? That you won from UC Berkeley. Just let them know, and they'll. Oh my God, we just arrested a distinguished man of our time. How could we do such a thing? We made a mistake. He went to John Hopkins. He's a poli-sci major, bro. This guy doesn't know shit. Like he acts like one of these like he acts like a poli-sci major, bro. Shout out to CD with the 5. CD says guys in this space ignore major constitutional right violations like George Floyd or Botham Jean, but what makes us a landmark for civil rights cases. Facts. Listen, any civil rights attorney that tries to take this guy seriously, his case seriously, you're going to lose. And not only lose, you're going to lose credibility. So you're losing bad. So again, he would clown guys like George Floyd. He would clown guys like that. That's the fucked up part about it, right? Because when they're in their elite status, when they're over here, earning money and doing all this stuff, right? They act like they're better than other blacks. That's what people like him, Anton Daniels, they do this shit all the time. But then when that red, white, and blue is right behind you, all of a sudden, you remember you black. Oh, this is an injustice. Oh, this is racism. They couldn't stand a black man in a Maybach. It's like, shut your ass up, nigga. No. Because listen, chat, remember how they treated us when we were talking about this whole Pearl situation, right? Talking about, oh, y'all just sit down. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. Racism is over. I can't believe you guys are still talking about racism. We were getting clowned for that, chat. Yo, it was these same people. All these guys want to do is just sit there and whine about racism. But then it happens to you. You go through. All of a sudden, you remember you're black. Oh, now welcome to what we've been saying this whole time. We don't sound so stupid either. Now do we? We don't sound like we're a bunch of whiny people now, do we? When we say, hey, hey, black people, no matter what, there's some issues going on here. Y'all will clown us. These same people, these same black faces that these people put in front of us will clown us for that. Y'all don't, listen, if y'all don't remember that, just go back a couple videos ago, all right, when this whole Pearl thing went down with Nick Fuentes, when we were out here saying, hey, yo, this shit's racist, they all clowned us. They said we're complainers, whiners. We just want to start trouble. But then now, all of a sudden, when he gets arrested, he remembers he's black. This is how it works. That's what I'm saying. Not on skin folk, it's skin folk. Okay, these people, no matter what, they listen. When he gets out of his active case, once it becomes, not active anymore, all right, he doesn't have to deal with the repercussions or everything like that. He's gonna go back to his old self, guaranteed, making money off of black people, but then conveniently ignoring their issues until it happens to them. That's what we talk about, but they clown us for doing it. That's why I laugh at the old hypocrisy, right? Oh, we're going to make a civil rights case out of this. Oh, really? I thought you said that shit was useless. You were preaching to all your fans over there when y'all were going full-blown conservative, huh? Yeah, like these guys, they don't know about anything about money. They're so quick to call everything racism. Look at these black folks. This is why these guys aren't. They said we weren't prosperous. That we're not worried about getting money. All these different things they labeled at us. All of a sudden, now you talking about civil rights. And guess what? They're looking at people like us, the activist types, right? To come out here and stand for them. Fuck y'all. Hell no. Nah. You're going to have to work through this shit yourself. This ain't racism, my boy. This is you bringing this shit on yourself.
Who's gotten word on me? And so, and mind you can't even stand up. If you want to stand up in this place, you have to raise your hand, which is like lifting. For me, my hand is chained to my waist. You got to raise your hand just to stand up or say anything or do anything. So after I'd gotten through medical, I waited another, hour and a half. There's a whole nother wave of people that had come in, been entirely processed and went on. So I've seen 2 whole waves of people come in, get processed and go through. And I'm looking at my stuff, which you can see is on a rack, right? Like it's a brown paper bag with your belongings. And then next to mine is my backpack briefcase. So it's very distinctive. And I can see mine and it's not moved at all. And there's a red X written on the bag. No one else's bag has anything on it. No X, no red, no nothing. And I'm just like, I need more data. And just the data is telling me that this is weird because I've seen 2 whole waves of people already get processed. I've seen people come in for domestic violence, females for domestic violence, men for domestic violence, men for violent acts, assault with a deadly weapon. I've seen people come in for drug abuse. I've seen guys come in for DUI. Multiple guys get processed faster. One guy who's an American and one guy who wasn't even an American citizen, all getting processed really quick. I'm like, damn, not even really quick. I mean, at this point, it's been like 5 hours. I'm like, this is curious. So anyways, raise my hand. And the woman said, yeah, what do you want? And I say, may I have a glass of water? I just want to see who's going to say what, who's going to bark first, what the reaction is going to be. May I have a glass of water? And there's no real reaction. So I could tell that, no one had really said anything to these people in particular. There might be some notes in the system, but the people who are just the watchers, the watchmen, the overseers, if you will, no one had really said anything to them. And they could tell by my tonation, like, okay, this guy seems like a really reasonably civil guy, but they didn't attack.
Please, sir, may I have some water? What'd you say? Please, sir, may I have some water? Oh, this sounds like a stand-up bloke, yeah? Give me some water. Who are you fooling? Who the fuck are you fooling, bro? Like, what is this a movie scene or what? Is he like this? He sounds like he's lying. He sounds like he's lying, bro. Yo, CD with the Vajati, he says, guys in this space ignore major constitutional rights violations like George. Oh, yeah, I already said this, but yeah, you're absolutely right. My bad. I left this up, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. CD with the 2 says, so you think Sus needs a hug, Duke? Not. Hey, listen, probably from some of his cellmates over there. He probably got that nice hug he wanted from behind. He probably wished Myron was there all the whole time, right? Ain't that right? FBI or what do you call it? Homeland Security Myron. He probably wish he was there to lay up in bed with. Bro, look at him. Look at him. He's trauma. He's trauma. I don't think he's traumatized. I think he was genuinely surprised that he got locked up. Him of all people. Even the way he's talking, you can tell he never envisioned him actually, failing so bad that he gets a DUI, right? I mean, which again, it's a misdemeanor, not a felony DUI, so you're fine. But again, you could tell that process really was a eye opener for him, right? Because people like him, especially him, Anton, the types, right? When we talk about systemic issues or whatnot, right? They would look at us and say we're whiners, complainers, or whatnot, right? But then when they go through something, and this situation they go through isn't systemic at all. They oftentimes cause their own situation. Then they try to hide behind movements like ours, right? That say, "Oh, well, yeah, this is racism." Oh, yeah, Well, hold up. Weren't you the one like 5 months ago telling us that racism didn't exist anymore? We got black people need to learn how to get money with the white people. Isn't that what you said? Weren't you saying that? Like, what? Hold up, tell about what changed? What changed? I thought you were in a different class now, right? That again, these guys, it's so sad. But I think he just genuinely realized, hey, wow, I can't believe it. I can have a university degree, and I could have some money, and they still took me to jail. Like, this is crazy. Even you could tell, even when he got to the booking doors, right, and the doors wouldn't open. Dude over here, like, maybe it wasn't meant to be. Like, nah, bro. The moment they put you in cuffs, it was meant to be. Your ass was seen in that jail cell that night. No matter what, God ain't gonna come down from that cross to save you. It is what it is. Ain't nobody saving you from that. You brought that on yourself. Talk about, was it meant to be? Yes. They're going to find a way to open the door. Trust me. It was meant to be. You could he just couldn't believe it. But you're absolutely right. Aaron with the 5, shout out to you, says, one by one, these RB dudes are imploding, exposing themselves. First Donovan, now Marquad. It's like my friends used to say, time exposes everyone. Who's next? Facts. Who is next? Everybody getting exposed. It's actually, listen, chat, when I said 2023 would be the year of vindication, I had no idea it would work out better than I expected. Like, I actually had no idea 2023 would expose a lot of these bozos beyond my wildest imaginations. Like, it's hilarious, but we called it. And listen, we're not magic people. We're not special people. We're not anybody special. We're no different from anybody else, okay? But as long as you have common sense, that's the only differentiating factor. We have common sense here. So any one of you guys could have easily predicted the outcomes from what these red pillars were doing. Any one of us could have done that if we had common sense. And luckily, we all did. We saw this shit. We're like, hey, y'all keep doing this. This is what's going to happen. Or we'll see guys like Sus Marquad where you say, I never drink and I never smoke, but you guys need to live this way. It's like, hey, wait a minute. You're always around OnlyFans girls. You're always around alcohol. You're always around all these things, but you want us to expect to believe that you don't participate or partake in any of that stuff. Okay, buddy, you keep dreaming. And then he gets exposed. Right? So again, it's just one of those things, like, a lot of people need to be aware, right? A lot of people say, oh, Duke, oh my God, you're just talking about these people like, oh, they're all cut. Listen, you have no idea how many people have been brainwashed to this red pill shit. Like, I'm being real with y'all. You have no idea how mentally hooked a lot of young men are to this, okay? So people, like, listen, we talk about these guys because it's like shaking up the conditioning that they've been put under. A lot of, even as we speak right now, people who are Assassin fans or Saint the Sinner fans, right? A lot of people would see this jail situation as a positive for them because they're that wired up, right? They're not even going to look at and listen to his story and say, hey, something about your story don't make sense. Like, this is weird. Like, wait, you went to this and they did this. Like, they wouldn't even think to ask questions, right? Normal people would. People who are under that kind of brainwashing wouldn't. So you need channels that are out there that can, like, call out this stuff. And humor is the best way to punch through a lot of this stuff. This content is as original as you can get. So I don't know what the hell y'all are talking about there. Oh, Took. Please, I think some of y'all are just you just tired of the butt whooping. It is what it is, bro. But I ain't gonna get this feet on your necks, bro. The fit stays on your necks. You get me, bro? Yeah, you get me, y'all. You get me, yo. Right? No, it stays on your neck because you are brainwashing a lot of people, and they need to wake up sooner or later. And honestly, it's not easy work either because the people who get brainwashed are the ones that attack you the most. They're the ones who do the attacking, right? So that's why I said this shit's so important because a lot of men, you're running out of time. I'm not even playing with y'all. Just being real. Like, you are running out of time. It's not just some existential shit. We're just saying, like, listen, the time window for you men out there to be in a situation where you're going to be able to be financially successful. And I'm not talking about like high value, whatnot. I'm talking about just decent financial success, right? Just making an average income that, you know, you can, so you and your wife or you yourself can survive. That gap is slowly closing, and it's closing year by year. Every single year, things get way more expensive and out of the reach of people to be able, the average person to be able to afford it on their own anymore. And a lot of people, you guys are just, maybe you're so deluded with reality that you have been forced to be on the internet watching people who are pretending to live fast and furious lives, but it's all a trap designed to keep you stuck within their own situation, right? Think about it. If you don't believe me, listen, y'all remember all these skits that are coming out that are playing to the incel stereotypes, right? Like that the one with the Ruby Rose. Turns out that was fake. And think about how many other fake skits that have been popping out, and people who only know they're fake are setting these up because they know one thing and one thing only. A bunch of men have been sucked into the space, and they need scenarios that validates their preconditioned worldview. So if they're feeding scenarios to you where, oh, Ruby Rose did this and that and whatnot, it's content farming. You guys don't realize you have become the Matrix. Like, you are the Matrix. The people who are running the Matrix can now put false imaging out there to galvanize you guys, to give them more money, to create false controversies. It's already happening. So y'all sitting there convincing us that we're out here. We're trying to wake you up. Well, this is not a joke. Like, they're playing with your fucking feelings out there. This is real. A lot of y'all thinking fake scenarios are real, and before you know, AI could be writing all this stuff and they just have a never-ending source of money just generating off you fucks. Wake the fuck up. The only people who are sleeping is you guys. It's so easy now to fool you. It's not even funny. That's why y'all, oh my God, Duke, how dare you make fun of the man? It wasn't his fault. He was in love with Ruby Rose. Even the guy said it was fake. He got paid to do it, and the people that paid him knew you idiots would fall for it. They knew. That's what I'm telling y'all. Wake up out of this shit before it's too late. We're not the ones stuck in the Matrix. We're not the ones hating on anybody. We don't give a fuck. You're the ones been pulled into this life to believe that. Listen, you know how easy it is for y'all to get fucked over now? You've made yourself victims. You don't even know it. That's why it's like the hardest thing to convince people that they are is that they've been fooled. That's so hard. They playing all these people. Like, I'm actually serious with y'all for a minute. We're going to get back to clowning on Marquad, but I'm letting y'all know these guys are part of a well-designed system. While they're trying to do all this marketing campaign telling you that us calling them out are the ones who are refusing to buy into the Matrix, you don't realize that they're the ones who are keeping you stuck here. So much so they can create artificial scenarios that know how to trigger you. It's so crazy. While y'all are stuck on this shit, time in the real world is running out for you. Because before you know it, listen, even renting for most people right now is going to get tough. That high value dream where you can be one man taking care of a whole family, that's not even existent. Most people can't even afford rent by themselves anymore. And that window is only closing every single day. It's less and less economic opportunity for the younger folks. Older folks now, they don't have enough opportunity for them because they got to retire later. You don't understand, bro. Like, y'all, you're running out of time. You need to wake the fuck up. But I'm done with that because they're not ready for that kind of messaging yet. People are not ready. So we're going to keep clowning these folks because the best way we can get y'all to at least see the future. Until then, it is what it is. We don't care because we're already secured in where we're at, some of us right now. So we don't care. But for y'all who are incels watching this shit, the guy got paid. He got paid, bro. They're all getting paid off of y'all. It's so funny. Bro, shout out to Aaron, bro. Let's continue.
Me in any way. She says, yeah, you got to go in there. You got to go in there, which she's pointing to the bathroom. Like, you drink out of there. Now, mind you, the whole time the police officers are being completely vulgar and joking with each other, not doing work. This includes also the people who are supposed to be processing. That's why I was going so slow. Then, you know, they're drinking Gatorades and eating cupcakes and, you know, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and all kinds of stuff. So then she says, okay, stand up, stand to the left of the door, face the wall. So I get up, stand to the left of the bathroom door, face the wall, and she opens up the door. I walk in there, and I tried to imagine how bad it would be, and still, it managed to be worse than I expected. And mind you, this is just in booking. I'm not even in a holding cell. I'm not in jail. This is booking, and so this lets you know that they clearly, on purpose, don't clean these at all. I walk in immediately, and you can hear yourself walk in because there's puddles of piss. It's a metal steel toilet with no toilet top. There's mounds of shit inside it. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to curse. There's mounds of feces inside of it mixed with urine. I'm assuming maybe people chose not to flush, or maybe they couldn't reach the flush. Who knows? And then next to that, there's a sink with mildew, like age-old mildew, to where it's like multicolor, like silver, black, brown, and green, like streaking down from the buttons that you hit to turn on the water, the hot and cold water. And mind you, just side note, the hot water doesn't work. And then the spout goes down. So, that's what you got to drink out of. I was like, okay, fantastic. So immediately I knew, and mind you, there's no toilet paper in there as I anticipated. So immediately I knew, okay, Marquette, for sure, you don't want to eat or drink much because you want to avoid having to use this bathroom as much as possible. And you're in booking. Once you go into the holding cell or lockup, you're going to have to take a crap in front of other grown men some of whom are mentally ill. You don't want to have to do something so indecent. And also, you don't want to be so impolite as to stink up the cell. So I was like, all right, for sure. So we locked in, have a sip of fresh, refreshing prison sink water because hydration is critical to keep the machine strong. So, and I fast all the time, so there's no problem. So I decide not to drink too much of that water because I don't know what the nature of it is. It might make me sick. So I just take about a mouthful to keep me going. And I go back in, sit for another couple hours. I observe another whole wave of people come through. I don't get called at all. All I've done so far is get searched like 8 times, went through medical, which is, of course, a requirement that they have to do to protect their own ASSs. And then I'm waiting. And then finally, I get called for fingerprinting. So I go over to fingerprinting, get printed, answer a number of questions, and then they tell me to sit back down. Then I'm waiting hours later, and I asked one of the officers, I say, excuse me, can I ask you a question? No, I don't answer questions. Walks away. Okay. Wait a couple hours. Ask a different officer, CO rather. Excuse me, may I ask you a question? What is it, man? I'm here for a DUI. What should I expect the process to be at the time? He says, well, 12 hours from when you're arrested, they can release you. From 12 hours, you can be released. I was 12 hours after I was arrested or 12 hours after I was booked. He says 12 hours after you're arrested. So, okay. And I said, how long should I expect to be in here in booking? He says, man, you got to be patient, man. Like, what do you think this is? You got to be patient. Like, when you've been here for 6 hours, let me know then. I say, he said, what? I've been here for 8 hours. You've been here for 8 hours? I've been here for 8 hours. Now, mind you, there's not a ton of people getting arrested right now. I'm presuming maybe it was like a bit fewer people being arrested because people might be.
The way you just described it is like they had a revolving door. Like it was a big, busy weekend just booking people, right? Oh, they had people booked for this, that, this. Now it's not a ton of people, and they had you waiting for 8 hours. Bro, there are too many holes in this story, bro. I'm not. Again, he embellishes a lot. The problem is we don't know what he's embellishing, right? We don't know which parts, at least, that he's embellishing, but we know he lied. We know. I think part of what he's lying about is the amount of time he spent waiting to be booked. I don't think it was 8 hours, bro. I think he's exaggerating that a bit. I would say at most probably 2 or 3, right? Because ain't no way that you're saying they had less people out there, but then it took them 8 hours to book you. You're not special, bro. You're not that special. Lay with the 2. Shout out to you. Says I want him to get a black female fat judge. Tell her to watch his YouTube videos. It's over for him. The moment she sees that YouTube video, it's over, bro. He's getting maximum. A shout out to Janet what is this, by the way? This is Australian, right? I don't know. I don't know my currencies, bro. Shout out to you. It says RP folks complain about the Matrix, but they're in the Matrix of their own creation. Facts. I've been saying this for the longest time. Like, you guys are making your own matrix, but now they don't realize that they're in it. Like, listen, you guys have no idea how easy it is now. You can play with these dudes, right? Like, you can play with their minds, right? You can create fake scenarios, put it on YouTube, and they're guaranteed to be outraged by it. Because they've been figured out now. It's so easy that people, there's so many content. What was that one where that black woman and then that one dude, right? And she was getting all like sassy because he wanted to take her on a cheap date, right? The Cheesecake Factory. It was a Cheesecake Factory one, right? Y'all remember that one? Turns out that was fake. But how many red pill bozos got up in arms? And not just that, I blame the red pill content creators reacting to that. All of that, they think it's real because they give it a sense of legitimacy. And by the time we figure out it's fake, those guys already got the bag from the views anyway. So they're out the door. They're out the door. You never know they existed. You got the short controversy. You got riled up for it. You paid them in views and all the sponsorships. And now they're gone, setting up their next scenario before they strike you with it. It's become a system now. We're noticing that. They're manufacturing outrage for incels based off of the matrix they're in. Tell me that isn't getting them figured out. They know you like the back of their hands now. They know exactly what to say, the exact scenarios to get you guys all pissed off and opening your wallets. And these idiots don't realize it. They think they see the truth. That's the sad part. They think they actually seeing the truth. It's so sad. It's like, yo, y'all are just... No. Y'all are way too easy now. They got y'all. It's the algorithm has figured you out. So now, if you want to create a real short, fast way to fame and wealth, create a fucked up scenario that's from one of these red pill fantasies. And before you know it, you're famous because everybody's talking about you. That's just what it is. Like, you have no idea how, and we've been telling these guys, we've been saying these things for a long time. They said we were haters. They said we were the ones in the matrix. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? No way. No way. You guys don't know how easy it's getting for you now. They know who you are. The computer program, now all you can do is just type in a scenario in the chat GBC. All of a sudden, they poop out a skit. And that skit's going to get you millions of dollars. Believe it or not, people are going to start getting rich off of that. Guaranteed. Because it's such a massive incel market now. Like, they've got them figured out. First, they had to group the incels into one category. They had to make sure they bring the incels all into one category. So that's probably why they were monitoring the red pill. They got the OnlyFans and all that stuff, right? Because you got that close relationship. Now they got all you guys wrapped up in a category. Now it's figuring you guys out and what gets that you guys ticking, right? What gets that money factory pumping? It turns out, well, listen, OnlyFans is one thing. But what about the scenarios here that the red pillars are talking about? Yeah, the red pillars are making money talking about scenarios. But what if we give them scenarios to talk about? And then you get marketing geniuses, literally guys who are like industry people that come out, find these people, like the guy who Ruby Rose Simp, right? They paid the guy the money to give to her. He didn't have the money. Niggas they got money like that. He's just paid to put on a front. He was paid to look like the average incel that followed these guys. And then what do? Pair him up with a scenario that's from one of these red pill fantasies or incel fantasies and watch the sparks fly. And it worked. They made a bag off of that. Dude got a show. It's so easy. Like, it's really that easy.
Their families, right? Day before Christmas, Christmas Eve or days before Christmas, people probably with their families or something. Who knows? Anyways, you've been here for 8 hours? I was like, yes, 8 hours for sure. And mind you, they do their best to conceal clocks because you have some people who do the intake stuff, the fingerprinting. You could see there's one clock that could only be seen from a certain angle. So anyways, he's like, okay, all right. So then he leaves. I don't know. He just leaves, goes to a different part. Doesn't seem like he's doing anything for me. But he seemed to be shocked that I was there for 8 hours. Then, different people are coming in, and there's a black guy who just kept talking to himself. And this is the kind of black guy I despise. This is when you're raised with emotionalism. You don't have any control. He's like, man. And here's the thing. We got a lot of jail people around. So they're minding their own business. They're not trying to entertain anything. They're not trying to get involved with anything unless they're like mentally ill. And those people were talking to themselves. So they're not going to talk to somebody, they're not going to engage this guy in a conversation. They're talking to themselves. You heard me? But everyone else is pretty much straightforward. F it. There's some females on the female area. They come in, they're all crying all the time. It's like women can't deal with accountability. So every time they got arrested, they came in the booking, they're crying. None of the guys.
We just watched you. What? You still haven't told us the results of your sobriety test, dog. Talk about dodging accountability, bro. You couldn't even answer the question if you had a firearm in the car. Like this guy, then he's, oh, look at these women. These women can't take accountability for themselves. They were just in there crying for them. Like just crying. I mean, come on. Women, I'm a man. We don't cry. Like, dude, shut up.
Guys are crying. 50% of the females are crying. And the ones that weren't crying were the ones that were mentally ill, and they're like blowing snot all over the place. There was one female who came in code 5. And so when she came in, it was like she came in with a bag over her head. Real talk. It was a bag, like a cloth bag was over her head. It was obviously porous to where you could breathe, but she came with a cloth bag over, wilding, yelling, and cursing. And they, put her through the same process everyone else went through, and then eventually sat her down next to one of us on the female side, just like she's a regular person. So anyways, as I'm sitting there, there's a black guy comes in. He pretty much is breaking the silence. He's like, man, y'all trying to give me a dishonorable discharge from probation, man. Y'all said if I finish this case, and he's just going on and on, trying to like
dishonorable discharge. He's an emotional
type. He wants to have conversation, wants to engage with people. I've seen a number of people like have some exchange a couple words and things like that. But me, I'm not trying to make friends at all at any level. Like, let me just do my time. I'll do my time in silence. I don't need to be known in here. I don't need my name to ring bells in here. Let me do my time and, and carry on. Let me figure out what my case is, and then we're going to carry on. So anyways, this black, he's like talking to himself and stuff, like trying to draw people into conversation. He's one row behind me, and then next to him is a super fat, tall Mexican dude, and then next to me is a black dude, right? So eventually, like he's adding to the energy and the atmosphere of being conversational. The cops aren't saying anything to him. And it's funny how they'll abuse the people who are the most civil, but the people who are blowing snot, the people who are talking to themselves, the people who are yelling and creating a disturbance, they just let that go on. It's fascinating study of wickedness. Anyway, so he draws people in to like start being a little bit lighter. Then eventually the guy in front of him who was on my row starts talking about his charges and what he's in for. And then the Mexican guy behind me had like tapped me and starts like asking me a couple questions. Now, mind you, one thing I know for sure, and I know they probably know too, but they're not locked in. This whole place is bugged. Everything is bugged. From the moment you start talking with a police officer, everything is bugged. They have body cams that are recording audio, video. You get in that car, the car's recording audio, video. You get on police premises, the station, audio, video. Everything is bugged. Shut up. Don't say nothing. Don't make friends. Don't talk about your case. Don't say what you did do, what you didn't do. It's all bugged. So I'm sitting there knowing that I'm in a goddamn fortress of evil and wickedness. I'm not saying anything to anybody. And I damn sure I'm not about to talk about the details of my case. And here's the funny thing. I'm probably the only guy in the whole building who's a completely innocent person. Go figure.
Right. Just like everybody else in the jail that thinks they're completely innocent. Listen, I'm going to tell you this. If there's one thing you'll find out when you go to jail, if you go to jail, everybody there is innocent. Right? Yes, I'm innocent. I didn't do it. Yeah, dog. That's how that works. So, yeah, you know different from the rest of them, my boy.
The only guy who actually did not commit a crime is not guilty of anything they said I did. And I'm not going to talk about what I did.
So what was the result of your field sobriety test? Because you're telling your story right now, but you didn't mention if they gave you a sobriety test or not. Did you pass or did you fail? And if you passed the sobriety test, but they still took you to jail anyways, then why didn't they take a blood work from you? They need some kind of sample. So you're saying they just illegally kidnapped you and locked you up. That's the story you expect us to believe. Wait till the body cam come out, bro. Wait till the body cam come out, dog. I can't wait, dog. This is crazy. He's lying like this. He's lying.
So anyways, I'm sitting there. Black guy on my row starts talking about his charges, and everybody wants to talk. This is human nature. Everyone wants to talk in general, and everyone wants to talk about themselves in general. This is not just jail people. This is everyone. So the black guy behind me starts talking to himself. Black guy on my row starts talking about his charges. Fat, tall Mexican dude behind me, and I'm gonna call him Mendoza because that was his name. I don't want to disrespect him. He's a cool brother. So Mendoza behind me taps me, asks me a couple of questions.
No, more deep. If you refuse to take a sobriety test, they by definition will take a blood sample when you get to jail. It's either or. Either way, they need that if they're gonna put DUI as the reason for charging you, they need to be able to prove that, right? So if I can deny this. If I get pulled over right now, I can deny taking sobriety. I'm like, oh, no, I don't consent to sobriety. I don't consent to any of that. But when I get booked and I go to jail, I have to take a blood work. I have to do something, or a breathalyzer or something. And at that point, I don't have my rights anymore because I'm in jail. All right, so they can do all that stuff because I'm within their custody now. I'm arrested, right? But if he denies the sobriety test, they have to do the blood work. But if you notice his story, he said that he denied the blood work. So meaning that they must have done a sobriety test. If they give him the option to and they denied it, he must have done a sobriety test. So they're going to go off of the sobriety test. But he's not mentioning the sobriety test, which is the big elephant that is missing in this room right now. Right, which is like making this whole story just completely sketch. Yo, Augustine Ramos, shout out to you for the $2 super chat. He says, "Did you see sis Marquad's IG? Sus." No, I haven't seen his IG. Yeah, I would be surprised if it was, dog. Guy's a sus man. He's a very sus man.
Now Mendoza's ass is paranoid. You heard me? Brody is paranoid, and I'm gonna tell you why. So he taps me and he has on glasses. And mind you, I'm peeping everything because I have on daily contacts. And in my head, I'm asking myself, well, I have on daily disposable contacts. Like, how long do I have before they rip and tear in my eye? I can't take them out because there's no soap to actually clean my hands. I know that they have my prescription lenses, my Pradas, in lockup right now with my evidence. And so I'm just thinking through all these things. I noticed that he had on eyeglasses when he came in. And there's just a number of things that I'm making a note of, like, okay, they allow you to have eyeglasses. This person has on eyeglasses. He clearly didn't get into a fight, which there was a number of people. There's one Mexican dude who came in. Brody was bad. He came in with vomit all over his left side of his body, vomit everywhere. And they eventually obviously had to change him into jail clothes. But Brody came in, vomit everywhere, whole face red, this eye swollen shut. I was like, I don't know what they brought bro in for, but he guilty. He is guilty. Like, this man is drunk currently, has puke all over himself with a swollen eye and a red face. The boy been having a good time tonight. He guilty of something. Absolutely. But anyways, dude had on glasses and looked fairly civil, but he was paranoid or he was anxious and nervous. And I'll tell you a little bit about that. But right now I'm going to take a pause for the cause.
Okay, we have Joel came in with Indeed.
Right.
The message.
I went into machine mode. I'm regressing back into how I grew up. I don't have any smiles. I don't really have any friendliness. He's like, hey, bro, man, I'm in here for DUI, man. Like, and my first thought, mind you, because I am who I am and I've been around the world, I've seen a lot of things that you wouldn't believe. And I've dealt with a lot of undercovers, like undercover police, like doing snake stuff. I don't put anything past them. I do not put past the police to plant people into central booking or to plant people into a holding cell who are actually undercover. I do not put that past the police. Absolutely do I not put that past them. So I'm looking around like any one of these people could be rats or actual police officers. Now, I don't have anything to hide, but all the same, I'm not here to, play games with people. But I could tell there's just a certain texture of things that are authentic. And someone like me, that's one thing I'll teach you guys about in the Master Communicator course, is to be able to size people up accurately. And that's something I'm very good at. Mendoza's like, hey, bro. Hey, man, I'm in here for DUI. You think I did? Look, man, I got off of probation. And, this was like the first time I was like, fuck it, fool. Fuck it, fool. I'm just going to have one more good time. I got a baby on the way. I just got off of probation. I'm off of papers, So I was like, one more time, I just did a little bit of cocaine and, I ended up getting into a fight with my cousin, fool. And, the police pulled me over and shit. And, everybody had to get out of the truck. And, sometimes they just let me go, fool. There's been a lot of times they just let me go, but they didn't this time. And so I had to come down here.
Is he talking about himself or is he talking about Mendoza doing this? Because if you're saying, you're willingly lying, knowing fully well you're being recorded. This is dumb. This is dumb, dude. You're so dumb. This is why I know you're lying. This story is not true. If this is you saying this to Mendoza, saying you were in a DUI, you're telling all these lies, bro. You're just, again, it's just like you're self-snitching to the max. It's like self-snitching to the max, bro. Stop. You're not fooling anybody with this shit, bro. You're not. I mean, what is this? Like, what is this, bro?
And I did the blood draw. So you think I'm gonna be able to go home? And I can tell that there's just such a high level of authenticity, and linguistically, I know how Mexicans talk. You hear me? Like, especially if they're from like this side of the world, if they're from the West Coast, I know how they talk. Like, I could tell if it's the police trying to fool me. And I grew up with criminals. You heard me? Like, my family's criminals.
Yeah, but yeah, you had no idea what's gonna happen to you the moment you went to jail. But you grew up with criminals, nigga. Listen, the worst attorney you can get is a jail attorney. Okay, that's just all I gotta say about that.
Back in the day, this is what I'm from. So I'm like, oh yeah, nah, like he's a real one. So he's like, you think I'm gonna be able to go home, fool? And I was like, bruh, first off, you gotta chill, my boy. Like, you did a blood draw, right? He's like, yeah.
Okay, he's talking about Mendoza. Okay,
like,
Mendoza.
Yeah. All right, so you're not on probation, so there's not a violation. You did a blood draw, which is going to take weeks for them to get the results of that. DUI, they hold you for 12 hours minimum by Nevada law. Do you have any other warrants? He's like, nah. I was like, all right, bro, you probably going home then, right? What they want you here for? He said, oh, fool, I was so stressed, fool. I feel better, man.
So wait a minute.
Yeah, wait
a minute. Time out. So this Mendoza guy, you know fully well you have no idea what's gonna happen to you. Yet you telling him what's gonna happen to him. But yet you don't even know your fate yet. Yeah, bro. Something fishy about this. So Mendoza comes to you, I got a DUI, the blood work and draw and this and that. And am I gonna go home, fool? Like, you don't even know what's gonna happen to you. So why are you giving him information? You lying to him. Why you lying to him, bro?
Man, it was crazy tonight though, man. Where I was just with my family, my girl. I was drinking some Modelos, and fool, honestly, I shouldn't even went out today because we were outside in the front.
This sounds
and
crazy,
the police had drove by, and then they stopped and they're like, hey, we're looking for somebody. He's bald head. Have you seen him? And then I was like, you looking for me, fool? Now, mind you, he's a bald head guy, big beard, wearing glasses, tall, fat Mexican dude. He was like, you looking for me, fool? He was like, I was just joking, eh? He was like, no, he's skinny. He's bald head, but...
Hey, dog. Mexicans in Vegas don't talk. Bro, you Mexicans in Vegas don't talk like that, dog. This nigga, you playing a character, dog. Why are you doing this, bro? Mexicans don't... Oh, fool? What's up, fool? What's up, fool? Bro, that's... Yo... Come on, that's some calculas type shit, bro. Shut up. What are you talking about, bro? Get out of here. Oh, no, fool. They looking for a poor guy, fool. Come on, fool. Dog. This is getting strange, dog. Chat. He lying. We know he lying about this, right? This is so sus, bro. Oh, yeah, fool. I'm the bald Mexican guy, fool. Yeah, fool. Ain't nobody talking like that, bro, in Vegas. Get out of here. Maybe in SoCal or like, I don't know, like LA, maybe you get one of those real ones, some old school vatos, maybe, but like ain't nobody out here in Las Vegas talking like that, bro. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. He just said that.
He's like, hey, nah, fool, he's not around here, eh?
Hey,
like, yeah, man.
Hey,
but then the
no,
police,
he ain't around here, eh?
He's like, hey, just don't drink and drive. I was like, okay, for sure, fool. And then so he leaves and shit, and we're drinking Modelos, and we wanted to
Modelos, bro. Like, if I want to talk about the most stereotypical thing when it comes to Hispanic and drinking, come on, bro. Modelos, come on, dog.
Down to have some fun. Me and my cousins and my friend, my lady. So, I was just thinking, like, damn, it didn't even have to be that. He told me not to drink and drive.
Bro, honestly, if he told me Crown Royale, I believe him. He said Modelos, bro. Those are some beers. They're not even. Bro, what? Get out of here with this shit, dog. This is cap. He lying.
He's like, and I just moved in with my old lady, man, because I got off of papers, and then she got pregnant, and I was living with my dad, and she went to my dad's house, And she took all of my stuff and moved it into her house, you know, and she's a down ass girl, man. She's super down because she has a homegirl. And then her homegirl was telling her one day, like, oh, you know, your man is fat. You know, I never been with a fat guy. What's that like? And my girl was like, yo, he's a freak. Yeah, he's a freak, eh? So you don't know what that's about. He knows how to put it down. And then her girlfriend was like, oh, he knows how to put it down. So then, you know, my girlfriend put her on, and then it's the three of us, bro.
What
It's
is
been like the
this?
three of us for like months now, you know, so like everything is good now. And I'm like, fuck, you know, I've been trying to do the right thing. And then I get home, then and then I end up in here, and I just got off of probation like 2 months ago. So I was just here 2 months ago. So I'm like, damn, fool. And I was like, Mendoza.
Damn, fool. I was like, damn, fool. You fucked up, fool. You fucked up, man. You fucked up. Bro, this guy, I think you had this conversation with yourself before you went live. I don't think this was a conversation you had with a real person, dog. This is oddly too, nah, chat. Nah, bro. Like, come on, fool. Yeah, fool. They were looking for a bald guy, fool. Yo, this is mad stereotypical. I ain't gonna lie, dog. Listen, bro. This is mad stereotypical. I'm gonna just say this right now. Yeah, they're drinking Modelo's and whatnot, bro. Come on, dog. This is nah.
So I was like, bruh, listen to me. You were just sad about not being able to get out of here, right? Then I told you, you're gonna get out of here. And now you're sad about getting out because now you got to deal with your two girls. Like, bro, you got to pick something to be mad about. Either you got to be mad that you ain't getting up out of here, or you need to be happy that you're getting up out of here, right? So he's like, you're right, fool. You're right, fool. He starts laughing. And, you know, so then, you know, we're having this little conversation. And then the black dude over here is like, man, you wouldn't believe what they got me in here for. And in my head, I'm like, bruh, I would believe it. I would certainly believe what they have you in here for. And I frankly am not interested in what they have you in here for, if I'm being honest with you. I don't care about anything going on in here. Let me do my time. So, you know, black guy, a lot of energy, smaller guy, you know, probably about 5'8", slim guy, probably about 150, 160 tops. Older guy, nice head of hair, nice hairline, all, you know, salt and pepper hair, gray and black, good looking young man. Or not young man, he's probably like in his mid 40s at least.
Yeah, but you think he's good looking though, huh? I think sus Marquad found his target, my dude.
He was like, bro, you wouldn't believe what they got me in here for. And I look at him, I ain't saying nothing. He's like, bro, you wouldn't believe what they got me in here for. I'm looking at him, I'm not saying anything. He's like, man, they got me in here for being too dripped. Man, I was so dripped. Man, I was walking through MGM with too much drip on. Man, they arrested me for having too much drip. In my head, I'm like, nigga, what? Did you just claim you were unlawfully arrested for having too much drip on? Oh, I've heard it all. You N-words are crazy. I hope you don't repeat that to pretrial services. I hope you don't tell them that. I'm gonna go ahead and take a pause for the cause.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, dog? Ain't you the one about to file a civil rights case? So all of a sudden you N-words are crazy. It sounds like you. He sounds exactly like you. You got booked here for no reason, like DUI. But I was never drunk, right? I listen to Bridget. Bridget said I wasn't drunk. I called her. I used my one phone call. I called her, and she said I never drank alcohol. See, I'm innocent, bro. Shut up. I believe that nigga was more of a criminal than anything. Get out of here. This is so weird, bro.
Good one.
You know, we should probably, I know, call me one. And at least 5 guys I met in there.
There are a lot of people that believe this shit is real, too. They think this is a real story, chat.
And I didn't even get into the, just in case you were wondering. We'll talk about that later. Okay. So then the black guy's like, man, I was walking through MGM so dripped out, they had to arrest me. And you know what? I shouldn't even be here. This is everybody's story. I shouldn't even be here.
Bro, it's your story too. You're the same kind of dude, bro. This is you. Why you judging them and you the same nigga?
I'm just looking at him. I ain't responded. I haven't said, I haven't nodded my head. None of that. He's still going in. He was like, man, I tell you what I was wearing. I was wearing these joggers right here, which he had on some like black camouflage joggers. Like, man, I was wearing these joggers right here, a pair of black LeBrons on, with the Super Mario socks on them. Nigga had a sound effect in between each clothing article. These black joggers right here, with the black bronze on, man, with the Super Mario socks, and I had on a Tommy Hilfiger hoodie with the H on the wrist, and I had on a Tommy Hilfiger scarf, coldest scarf you ever seen. It was like a rainbow colored scarf. You ain't never seen a scarf like this in your life. You ain't never seen a scarf like this. The rainbow scarf, Tommy Hilfiger scarf. You ain't never seen nothing like this. Cold. And then to top it off, because I was going through like the Goodwill just trying to look for a gag gift for somebody. I'm looking for a gag gift. And I saw this Super Mario Brothers backpack. And you know, the young kids now, they be wearing the backpack. I was like, man, let me get dripped out. So I just went ahead and got it. It cost me $7. So I got the Super Mario backpack on.
That's a lie. Ain't no way, bro. That's a lie. That's a lie. Ain't nobody gonna tell you that that backpack cost $7. He not gonna tell you that shit. He gonna tell you, bro, you lying. It seems like you trying to ridicule the black dude, but conveniently elevate the Hispanic guy. Oh yeah, but you want civil rights to back you up by the time you get out of jail, huh? You want to go ahead and file a civil rights lawsuit for racism. Look at how you're stereotyping this black folk over here, telling you that he's innocent. You didn't even give him the time of day. You gave the Mexican guy the time of day. You gave him more time to speak and believe his story versus the black man over here telling you got arrested for just having drip. Okay. All right, but you want black folks to stand for you for civil rights, right? No. Go tell Gonzalez over there, all right? Go tell him. Go say, hey, can you have your people step up for me, please? Because look how you treat, even in your own fictitious story, you're treating other races better than your own. Shut up, bruh. Shut up. You're just a clown. This is all made up. I'm thoroughly convinced this is made up. We just playing this video right now because when the body cam footage come out, it's going to expose everything. You're just lying. You're just lying out your mouth, bro. But even on your own story, you treat other races better than other black folks. Shame on you.
With the matching socks, and I already had a Super Mario beanie. So I'm in there dripped out something crazy. So I'm walking through MGM. I'm FaceTiming with my sister at the time, dripping. And you know me, man, you know how we are. We just proud. I'm walking out chest high, chin high. I'm smiling, having a good time, man. Just walking down the strip, talking to my own sister on FaceTime, man. Just having a good time. But I'm dripped, though, man. I ain't never seen drip like that. And then I'm walking, and then Metro come up behind me, like, put your hands behind your back. And my sister was still on with it, like, put your hands behind your back, and arrested me right then. And I'm like, why y'all arresting me? And they said, you fit the description. Ain't no way I fit the description. You ain't never seen nobody with drip like this. I know ain't nobody wearing what I'm wearing right now. You ain't telling me that somebody walking around right now with some Super Mario socks on right now. You ain't never seen a scarf like this. It was the rainbow Tommy Hilfiger scarf. I ain't even never seen a scarf like that. You wouldn't even know where to buy a scarf like that. They just got me talking about I fit the description. Ain't nobody dripping like this on the whole strip. And honestly, I thought maybe they thought I was a pimp because the way I was dressing, they probably thought I was a pimp or something. Talking about I fit the description. Then they escort me outside, and it was like 5 police waiting outside. You'd have thought I was trying to blow the place up. And then they run my name, and they said, do I have any arrest warrants? Do I have any felonies? So, and I kept it 100% with them. I kept it all the way real. I was just telling the truth, being honest. And you think when you're going to be honest with them, you ain't going to end up here. So he said, do I have any felonies? Now, I had a felony. It's like 20 years old. It's like when I was like 22. It's 22 years old, felony. That was off some dumb stuff. So I was like, yeah, I got a felony. But it's from South Carolina where I'm from. So
That's not true. He's lying. He's lying, bro. You want to pull them records up? We can pull them records up, bro. It's not true. Hold up. Hold up. We gonna play this. Hold on now. Come on. Yeah, you lying, nigga. Hold up. Do I still have that document? Hold up. It's not true. It's not a felony. He's never had a felony from any other state. He's never had one. I'll pull it up from North Carolina. I'll pull that up, but it's not a felony, bro.
South Carolina. So I told him, yeah, I got a felony. So then they run my name and they're like, you're going to jail. What? I ain't got no warrants. I ain't got no arrest warrants. I ain't no probation. I'm like, why am I going to jail? They're like, you got to register in the state of Nevada. If you come here and you got a felony, you got to register with the state of Nevada as a felon for a 20-year-old felony. That's crazy. Then they bring me here and I went over to fingerprint and I asked them about that charge. They said, that's a felony. It's a felony for me to be here and not register. How am I supposed to know? I don't know the state, the laws in Nevada. I'm just here. And then he just kept going. You hear me? Like, mind you, I ain't said nothing the whole time. I ain't responded. I ain't said nothing. This whole time, I've not told anyone my name. I've not told anyone my charges. I've not told anyone a single piece of information about me. I haven't said how I feel. I haven't said I'm uncomfortable. I haven't said anything to anyone. No one knows my thoughts or feelings. As far as you would be concerned, up to this point, you're sitting next to a robot. So this man has spilled out his whole guts. And this is what people do.
The last thing I can see on this guy was back in San Bernardino, bro. All right, I'll link the case number later, but he didn't have anything. I know he's talking about the other guy, in North Carolina and whatnot. But this guy gets into some conversations where he acts like, he's been here before. Well, we know he's not. But nah, he doesn't have anything in North Carolina. That's cap.
Emotional animals, right? And so everybody's spilling out their guts. And honestly, I could see how this is a ridiculous thing and an utter waste of time. Yes, it's a felony. It's a 20-year-old felony. Who really cares? It was a felony. To hear him tell it, and he seemed like a sincere guy. I do believe him. And things like what he described in this felonies commission are things that happened. He had a disagreement with his own cousin.
You guys were wondering, Duke, why do you wait? He's talking about the other character. He's saying he had this experience with. The reason why I'm bringing this up, because I think he's projecting with this story he's telling. I don't think these characters existed while he was in jail or going through booking, right? I think he's using his personal information and embellishing the story more. That's why, like, a lot of things he's saying right now, there's some similarities to what his life is. Like, no cap. Like, it's listen to what he's saying and look at the charges, bro. There's a lot of similar things. All right, but like, you got to call him out, because I don't think these stories are true. I think he's based it off, because he does have other stuff from other states, but it wasn't anywhere near this. So he's telling a lie. He's embellishing himself through fictitious people.
His cousin's 6'4", big guy, and this dude's like 5'8" tops on a good day, 160 pounds tops on a good day, small guy. He says, yeah, my cousin told me he was going to take me out. So I figured, I got to, when people say that back then in South Carolina, they going to do something to you. So I had to do something to him before he do something to me, man. So I end up hitting him with my car, man, not even on purpose. I pulled up on him and he's reaching for something. I try to pull off, hit him with my car. He going to flop all over on the hood and he tell them people on me. And next thing you know, I'm on papers. I got a case. My own cousin, he done testified against me, got me on papers, the felony. And that was over 20 years ago, 22 years ago, man. And I ain't done nothing since. I've been clean since. And that's why I tell my 4 sons, I got 4 sons, I tell them, you don't ever want to get connected to this system, because you ain't never free. They going to chase you your whole life. And man, and here I am on this. And all, you know what I'm guilty of? I'm guilty of being too drip. I'm guilty of being too drip. Too drip. They ain't never seen drip like that. They looking on their cameras and they saw me dripped out like that. They don't like to see a black man proud and with pride dripped out. They probably saw me, was just jealous. And then they going to go and run your name, find a 22-year-old felony, and here I am. That was his story. And I was just like, it's an interesting story. Then he starts telling me about how he's been here. He's on a staycation, came here for a boxing match. He says, yeah, man, I did a Masters boxing match because I had met Bones somebody, some Hall of Fame boxer, Bones somebody in Georgia, I think he said. And he's like, I met him in Georgia, he said, because go back in the character. He's like, I was in the mall in Georgia and I had on, because, I used to play baseball. I grew up playing baseball, so I had a baseball champion ring. You know how the trophy rings be big as hell. So I had me a big old trophy ring on that thing, bang. I'm walking through the mall in Georgia, And, you know, when I get outside the mall, I saw Bones before. I didn't know who he was, but he's with a couple people. Then when I was exiting the mall, we just happened to be walking out the mall at the same time. And he walked up on me and he showed me his ring. He said, man, let me see that ring. I was upstairs. I saw you downstairs. I saw your ring. That thing was blanging, boy. Let me see your ring. And he said, so I showed him my ring. He showed me his ring. He was like, damn, boy, that's a nice ring. He's like, man, you ever come over to Vegas, man, let me know, man. I'm a boxer. You know, I train people. He said, so then when I met him, I was like, man, it's a good contact for me. It's good networking. So what I did was, you know, I started training boxing. I end up getting a amateur match in the Masters, and it was under Pacquiao. I guess Pacquiao's son was doing a match or something, and so I went out and they flew me out to Vegas. And when I was coming out there, I messaged Bones on Instagram because I had him on Instagram. I was like, "Yo, I'm coming out to Vegas," and he said, "I said, will you work my corner?" So he came and worked my corner. I didn't even know nobody. I didn't even really know how to box like that, but you know what I'm saying. I trained. I figured it out. I was boxing big old boy. You know what I'm saying? He was like probably like 6 foot. 170 pounds, but I didn't even care. You know what I'm saying? It was a catch weight. So I went in, I did my thing. You know, Bones working my corner. Ain't nobody know me, but they was cool with me. They was cool with me because, you know, when people were seeing Bones, everybody knew. Everybody knew Bones in Vegas. And they're like, hey, Bones, man, what you doing here? He's like, yeah, I'm here with him. That's my fighter. And when he said, that's my fighter, everybody's like, oh, yeah, go ahead, blood. Go ahead, man. So they was rocking with me. I got in there. I did my thing.
You notice how these stories are oddly specific about other people's lives? None of this makes any sense, dog. It's just random niggas that all of a sudden you know every intricate detail about their lives, bro. It seems like this nigga sounds like you when you were back then claiming this up to be the mayor of Vegas, right? I'm the mayor of Vegas. Anybody know? You gotta check through me, right? Sounds like you. It sounds like you're embellishing aspects of your life onto fictitious characters between. Listen, he's basically telling his story through bums in prison, right? At least he calls it that, right? That's what he's saying. I met up with this guy, right? They were looking for a bald guy, or they happened to find a bald Mexican dude, right? Yeah. Marquad is bald, but I guess whatever, right? And they were just looking for him, and he got all these different things. And bruh, I mean, what? You think we were born yesterday, dude? You think we were born yesterday? Man, this is such cap, bro. We only got a little bit more because all of this is just we're not watching all this. I'm gonna tell you that right now, bro. Okay, we gonna watch his little jail shit, right? We want to get to the police brutality one because I want to see what he's talking about. But other than that, hold up, because is that when that's when he brings out the little cash folds, right? And when I saw this, when he bust this out, I'm like, I'm done. I'm done with this stream, bro. I'm like, dude, he ordered that shit from Amazon, guaranteed, bro. My dude, you want to tell me they took all your money and they left you with the cash straps? So that's the only little bit of evidence you brought, just the cash straps? Really, bro? Really? You think we're stupid? You think we're stupid? Yeah, they took my money, but all they gave me were the straps, right? Look, 10,000, 50,000, 20,000. Say, huh? Hey, listen, I could buy money straps from Home Depot. Okay, I was actually tempting to do that. I was actually tempted to do that, bro. But I'm like, nah, we already spent enough trying to get the body cam info, so we'll just wait on that. We might actually do a second one. But what are you talking about, bro? Like, get out of here.
You know, I was really that third round. I was moving. I ain't trying to get hit out here. You know what I'm saying? I was moving, but I went ahead and won. And then ever since then, I just stayed in Vegas. You know what I'm saying? I've been training boxing. I've been coaching boxing. I've been coaching kids. I've been living a positive life, man. And when I ain't either training boxing or coaching these kids, man, I just want to go out and have some fun, man. All I did was walking, man. I got arrested for walking while being too drip. That's all I did, man. Them people ain't had no reason to say nothing to me. So, you know, point is, we're overpopulating the jails because the police are predatory. Yeah, the police are predatory. That black man was in MGM walking around on FaceTime. They say he looked like somebody, which I do believe, and I'll tell you why later. They say he looked like somebody, took him out, ran his record. That's always their goal, to make sure you have a record. They run your record. Oh, you did something 20 years ago. Oh, you didn't register with the state of Nevada. Oh, big crime, big crime. I didn't register, but I did something across the country 22 years ago. Big crime. Let's fill up the jails with more black men so we can extract slave labor out of them.
How far away was 2008? Can somebody do the math for me on that one? Again, his stories sound a little too close to home, bro. Them stories sound way too close to home right now.
And we can economically exploit them. Let's pack in the jails with people who are not violent and not doing anything wrong. They could have very easily said, oh, did you know you have to register when you get here as a felon? Oh, I didn't know. Go register. Next time, we're going to make a note in the system. If you're not registered and we encounter you, you're going straight to jail. Sir, yes, sir. Who wouldn't go register? He didn't know. Why would he know? So anyways, it turned out later, because of course I had to go to court with all these guys. So I got to hear their charges, hear the evidence and background. And sure enough, that's what happened to the man. He's walking through a casino. They say he fits a description, which is a lie again, right? Just like they lied on me. You're speeding, you're changing lanes, you're running a red light. We're going to hit you with a gun possession charge. What?
Oh my God. Is that how you see it? Is that how you see it? Hey, I don't know if maybe you didn't get the gun the legal way. I'll give you that, right? But when you go apply for a gun, by signing that agreement with the feds, you're basically saying they own your ass if you're caught under the influence of any kind while in possession of that right to have a firearm. Just like your right to travel requires a driver's license. In order to get that driver's license, when you sign your name, it means they have the authority to do certain things, right? To have you step out of the car, to have you do certain things. So just sit there and say they lied on you. Okay, where's your evidence? Did you pass the sobriety test or not? Well, where was that? Where was that? Bro, like you're saying multiple things are lying. They're doing this, but it seems like you caused your own situation, bro. Wait till we get that body cam, bro, because you lying. This is all a lie.
Crazy. Same thing they did to this brother. So, anyways, I hear a story like, "Whoa, that's crazy." Now, mind you, again, I'm in machine mode. He mentioned boxing. I love boxing. I ain't say nothing about it. He talked about drip. I love getting dripped out. I ain't say nothing about it. Cool. I'm the greatest listener on earth out here. Cool. So then there you go. More and more processing comes. Now, mind you, I got the same charges as Mendoza. Here's the funny thing. I am being accused of what Mendoza. Actually, now am I dry snitching out here? That's crazy. Boy, I got to stay off the internet. Gotta be thinking deep out here. Anyways, this whole conversation is for fictional purposes. The names have been changed. These are all pseudonyms that I'm using. 100% of the persons I'm naming who are not police officers, I'm using pseudonyms. And all these stories are dramatizations and fictional for your entertainment. Now, anyways, and so carrying on with these fictional names and fictional stories. Anyways, and let's go ahead and take a pause for the calls right now.
Okay, we have I7OD said, Peace 7, you under the scope, stay militant, the God see the work you're putting in.
Yes, indeed. Peace of the saints.
Marcus said, how does one deal with a BM that no matter what I do, it's never enough?
Stay together whenever possible, but at this point, it sounds as
Yo, shout out to CD for the super chat, by the way. He says, so Sus wants to fight vice the power, but yet he's quick to immediately judge someone as guilty just because of vomit and a black eye. Facts. He doesn't understand what he's even saying, bro. That's the thing. It's like you're judging other people, but yet you're in the same boat. Who the fuck are you, bro? Like that's what I don't like about these people. Like you're just out here just judging other people's lives, but here you are making the same life choices they've made that got them in the same boat you're currently in. So how are you any different than them? It's just it's weird. CD again with the 5 says, can you imagine if Rosa Parks' story had this many mind-numbingly pointless details? Facts. People are like, hold up, Rosa. Wait a minute. All right. Wait, you said you did this and that, and then that guy had a story, and then you're telling the story from that guy's life. What does all this have to do with your case, bro? You're on your live stream that you run talking about this shit you're supposed to went through. Yet we're hearing about other people's perspectives, and they sound oddly familiar to parts of your life. That's very interesting, right? It's funny. No one would believe Rosa Parks. They look at her like, okay, Rosa. All right. Because if you would have kept the story short, concise, and to the point, it'd be like, okay, I can see what's going on. All right. I can see what's happening here. This makes sense, right? But all of a sudden, he's got to get this. He's got to get the Gonzalez point of view. He's got to get this random black dude's point of view. He's getting everybody's point of view. It's like, what he's trying to do is he's basically trying to paint the situation where, yeah, like look at the scenario I was in. Look at the conditions I was put into. Okay, look at the people I had to mediate through and sift through and tell me all these different stories, and I have to judge with the right from the wrong, and I have to tell you how much different I am from these other people. And he just, above all else, I want to let you guys know that I wasn't no snitch. I didn't say nothing. I was just quietly observing these people, and I kept my mouth shut. All right, but here's their story. Let's shut up. We heard you on the body cam. You were talking all the way to the prison cell. Shut up, bro. Like, it's crazy he's just doing this, yo. Leonard Melvin, shout out to you for the 5. He says, this video is 100% crack baby energy. Mr. Mark Crack is successfully starting a cult before our eyes. Thanks for your work, Duke. Facts. I think he has a cult. Like, the thing with Sus Marquad is, I think out of all these other red pill people, and I'll give him this, he actually managed, with the amount of subs he has, he actually built a core following of like cult-minded people. And I'm actually shocked by how crazy a lot of Assassin fans are like disindoctrinated, right? So, and he does that by the way he speaks and how his mannerisms and all that control stuff. But the illusions is falling away. That's why we're here to bust it up, right? Because you out here talking about I don't drink and whatnot. You're a drunkard, right? You talk about people like us who are average folks. Listen, I'm a functioning person, okay? I'm not an alcoholic or any other person. Like, I know how to control myself when it comes to certain things, but I don't deny by certain pleasures in life. Okay, that's just me. I like to have a drink every once in a while. I like to smoke every once in a while. It is what it is. That's just me, right? But if you're gonna take that and ridicule it and compare my life to your life, but you're saying you're more perfect, and then come to find out you got a DUI, nigga, I've never had a DUI in my life. I've never had a DUI, bro, and here you are. So it shows you what is different. What is your lifestyle all about, bro? Like, you sitting here judging other people, but you do the same thing. That's why you can't trust these fools. You can't trust them. But the people who are underneath his spell, they think he can do no wrong. They would actually believe this was some kind of racist witch hunt. Guaranteed. His fans probably think this is some kind of racist witch hunt. I mean, he never drinks. Marquad has never had a drink in his entire life. This is completely fabricated. Bruh, really? Okay. Okay.
There's no doubt about it that this woman would involve
I want to get to the
government. And then this fool just hit me in the back of the head. Hit me like,
hold up.
Fool. So you're a fool.
Hold up.
Now,
hold up.
Before he said so, he is also, that's how he builds resource. Some level, the guy on the bench with me is guilty of something. Nonsense, though. It's a waste of the court's time. It's the waste of the jail's resources. But the jail makes money when it's filled with people. That's how evil our society is. The black guy behind, I know that he is also guilty of some things. And then Mendoza has said what he said. So, and Mendoza also got into a fight too before he actually caught the DUI case, which was hilarious. Mendoza's like, yeah, man, I got into a fucking fight and my knee is hurting right now, like my cousin, he's just talking shit. I was like, let's get out, fool. Let's get out, fool. So we get out. No, you know why? I was like, let's get out, fool. He didn't even want to get out. I was like, you're a bitch. You're a bitch. He didn't want to get out. So I was like, oh, you're not even worth it, fool. So then I turn around, I start walking away. And then this fool just hit me in the back of the head. Hit me like right here. It didn't even hurt. Like, I was fighting him. And even after the fight, it didn't even hurt. And then like right now it hurts though. Like, I don't even know it hurts, but it didn't even hurt before. But like, he had got me. And then I turned around, I was hitting him, and then they had broke it up. And then I like ran and boom, hit him again, like 1, 2. He just laid down. And then it was pretty much over from there. But I thought it was over. And then he tried to come again. I turned around, I slipped and fell. So like my knee right here is all like cut up. They put like a bandage on it when I came in. That's why they made me change clothes, because I was bleeding. So they put like a bandage on my knee. So I got my knees bandaged. Like my elbow like came out of the place. You could see like right here. He's like, yeah, my head is swollen right here, but I'm not even tripping, fool. It's nothing to me, I'm like, I'm trying to clean up my life. I told you, I was like the last time I was just like, I'm just going to do a little bit of this, have a good time for the last time, because I got a kid now. I'm just going to, do the right thing. I just got a job. So, I'm a mechanic. So, it's all going to be good. And then this happens, man. So, I'm just, we'll see what's up, man. We'll see what's happening, man. So I'm there with Mendoza. Then the black dude who's like talking to himself, complaining about being on probation and getting violated, and the fact that he's going to have a felony and whoop de whoop, he ends up getting processed. Then the black guy on my row, he ends up getting processed. Another black guy comes in. He's angry, talking to himself and complaining out loud, waiting for someone to engage him in conversation. He gets processed. Everyone in the whole place gets processed. I look back at Mendoza. Mendoza's like, man, I've been here for like this many hours. Like, bro, I've been here for like twice as long. He's like, word? I was like, yeah. He's like, how long can they hold us? He was like, hey, CO. And then like the guy comes through, he's like, hey, how long, if you're here for DUI, like how long can they have you? And then the CO's like, yeah, for like 12 hours from the time of arrest. And he's like, okay. He's like, hey, but like say if you're here, he's talking to the CO, mind you. He's like, hey, like say if you're
How do you know his conversation? This is not making sense, bruh. How do you know his conversation with the CO? It's like you were a spectator, right? He's out here spectating other people. You lying, bro, because the CO already told you, right? Yo, this is not making any sense. Yo, John with the 5. Shout out to you, John. John says came back to say bet they love them lips in prison. Bro, he like they got a lot of out of that shit, bro. They got a lot out of that. They made him pretty in jail. That's what happened. You have to rewind the stream while you pause on the most butt ass face he can make, dog. Bro, hold on. I gotta give you a butt ass for that one, bro. I gotta give you a butt ass for that one, dog. My man, the whole thing
Butt ass.
Oh my god, bro. I mean, it's just so weird. It's so weird. Yo, CD with the 5 shot to you says, I wonder how a judge will rule if such civil rights lawyer puts all of these important details in his legal brief. Yeah, he's out here stereotyping people, right? And he's gonna turn around and say, yeah, this is a civil rights case. Nigga, shut up. You spent your whole YouTube career basically denouncing the issues and racism that black people were talking about. You ridiculed them talking about their race baiters and shit. And then you get the red, white, and blue directly behind you, and you behind bars. All of a sudden, it's an injustice. This is racism. It's like, okay, buddy, settle down. Settle the fuck down, bro. Relax.
here for like DUI, but you like did like cocaine or something, and it's in your system. Do you think they're gonna let you go or no? Like, are they gonna let you go or no? And then the CO's like, I don't know, man. I don't know, and then leaves. And this is the mentality. And I know a lot of people like this. One, people in general talk too much. Number two, people who are institutionalized, you can tell they're institutionalized straight off because they be comfortable as hell in jail. They be comfortable as hell. They know all the processes. There's high levels of predictability. So jail is not an uncomfortable place for them. In fact, it's somewhere that they're familiar with. And you had guys who are not very bright who they can interact with a guy like me and feel like they're really holding their weight because they can put me on things, right? They can tell me how the jail system works. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. And you can tell who's a jail person and who's not.
Oh, yeah. You can tell even these jailhouse people, you can tell they even felt pride because they taught me, Lord Marquad. They felt like they taught me something about the jailhouse rules. I mean, look at these primitive jailhouse people. And they think they have the same intelligence as me, law-abiding civilian. Shut the hell up, bro. Like, again, you see how he's just differentiating himself to make him sound like he's some... Bro, shut up. Everybody in jail is a jailhouse lawyer. You should probably not listen to him and get an actual attorney.
A jail person by the fact that, there's police there. There's COs, which are correctional officers, which are not operating in a policing capability. And then there's the medical folks, and then there's the folks who are in the processing capacities. And so, you're talking to a jail cat when he's like, hey, CO, like, that's some jail shit. You hear me? Like, ain't nobody, they first time in jail, they're like, hey, CO. Like, nah, it's not. Hey, your ass ain't, you ain't comfortable. You ain't, nah, hey, that's not first timer shit. And the funny thing is clearly there's high rates of recidivism because I was the only person in that entire jail who had never been to jail in general or in Vegas. These were all repeat offenders, except maybe the 2 persons who were illegal immigrants and then the 1 person who was a tourist from Mexico. So anyways, eventually, he and I are talking about like getting processed in getting our property, going through that piece, because that's a really important piece. And for me, it's very important because you heard me, like they got all kinds of property for me. They didn't clean out a Maybach's worth of property. So I know they got all my stuff, including a ton of cash money. So I really need to see what's going on and how much they're going to try to steal from me and how they're going to try to steal from me. So eventually, Mendoza gets called. I'm like, good Lord. Like, I've seen 5 waves of this thing fill up and empty out, and I'm still here. And the CEO like, you're here for 8 hours? And act like he's going to help me, and then did nothing and walked away. Then eventually, I get called over for evidence. They don't take you straight over. They bring you over, and for the first time, they take the cuffs off you and they sit you down. So it takes the cuffs off me, and I sit down. And I'm sitting down, and I'm facing 4 windows, which are there's 3 women in the windows, and the 4th one, sometimes the woman's there, sometimes she's not. Most of these people are not working most of the time. They're talking amongst each other. They're having conversation. They're laughing. They're eating food, but most of the time they're not working. So I'm directly facing a younger white woman with dark hair who's slim, very good looking. And then to the left of her is a black woman who's maybe in her late 20s, reasonably good looking. And the CEO takes all my property and sets it on the window with the black woman. And as I'm sitting there, again, I'm in my underwear and a t-shirt. It's freezing. Now,
But you just mentioned that there were other people wearing jeans. There were other people wearing joggers. So why did you, of all people, and I was waiting for you to mention that again, why did you, of all people, they leave in their drawers? Meanwhile, the black dude was wearing joggers. And when you were describing his story, yeah, man, I was so fly and all this, right? He was wearing, they let him wear his joggers. But for you, they took your pants off. And you want us to believe that? Yo, this is not making sense.
Everyone else, if they had on inappropriate clothes, they were changed into jail clothes. Or if they had on appropriate clothes, they were allowed to wear just 1 layer up top and 1 layer down below, like underwear plus an outer layer. I'm in my underwear and a t-shirt. Not one time did they say, hey, we're going to put we're going to.
We saw when you got arrested, dog, you had sweatpants on, okay? You had sweatpants on. When they told you to get out, you had somebody even say you have the same shirt, a long sleeve shirt. You got sweatpants on. So why are joggers appropriate for the other guy, but for you, sweatpants? No, they got to leave you in your drawers. Yeah, something's not right here, dog. Something's not right about the story.
Give you a standard issue, some warm clothes. They intentionally wanted to keep me in this.
They just intentionally
let you know, you hear me? I'm rocking out with my
the other black guy, they let him wear his joggers, but they intentionally wanted to leave in their boxers, right?
Oh, you think I ain't tripping? It is what it is. As I said, I'm already locked in. I already see the games that they're playing. They're playing games. Like, you're not gonna break me. Like, I've been through too much. You're not gonna break me.
You haven't even got through jail yet. You're still in booking, according to your story. You're still in booking, bro. They haven't even gotten you to jail yet. You don't even know what jail is. They still got you in the booking process, and you over here like, they can't do nothing else to me. I'm gonna send it all. I send everything. I'm like, yo, bro, you still have to start the process, bro. You just started. We ain't even got you to jail yet. Yo, this is too much, bro. So much cap in this story.
It's gonna annoy me, but you won't even see that. I'm in machine mode. So I'm sitting there with my cock out, essentially, you dig? And I'm looking straight forward, and Shorty is there, and I see that she keeps looking at me. And I'm wondering, is she looking at me because she like recognizes me from like just out in the world in general, just like seeing me moving through like a boss on the strip?
Of course.
Does she recognize me from the online space, or is she just like,
you're so famous,
something doesn't match here? Maybe it's this guy. Everyone else is crazy and they're a criminal. This guy looks civil. Could be that,
bro. If there's anybody that belongs in jail, it's you. Matter of fact, you don't belong anywhere within 200 feet of a middle school. I would call the cops on you if I saw you near school, bro. Just being real, dog. You got that creepy stash, dog. I don't know why you even have that going for you, but I'd be skeptical. All right, so no, you look like you're a perfect fit for jail.
That, or she could be like, oh, this is a good-looking, handsome guy, or it could be that she's aware of what's contained in my evidence portfolio, and she's like, "This is a wild boy. Like this,
again, different more projection,
because there's going to be a level of intrigue based on what was collected from my evidence profile." So, anyways, I'm waiting there for another 40 minutes. Like, good Lord, and it's even colder. I think I was under a vent this time. It's freezing, and then eventually they call me up to the window. She says. Black woman says, if you like, you can get some phone numbers out of your cell phone. and write them down. And in my head, I already knew the main number that I need, the most important number of a
Bridget.
good person that I know would help me. And I said, okay, what other phone numbers can I give that good person to empower them to organize a team to help me? Because I'm going to need a team. There's no doubt.
Whoa. So wait a minute. You telling me even Bridget don't even know the team to call? So why would you even waste a call calling her? I would have just called my attorney right then and there. He could have put together my team. The hell? Why even call Bridget? If you have to still memorize the numbers so Bridget can go ahead and put together a team? I thought she knew. I thought you called her so that way she knows, oh, he's in jail. Let me go ahead and call the attorney squad. You're a multi-millionaire. This is somebody that's supposed to be a multi-millionaire. I'm expecting you to have attorneys on speed dial. You should have your team on speed dial ready to work, okay? I thought Bridget was just going to put out the call and then, your team is just going to be assembled. You mean to tell me all you did was call her so she can proclaim that you're not a drinker, and then you still have to memorize the numbers of people that you need to help you get out of this mess? Yeah, if I was thinking like you, I'd be stuck there for 8 hours, 12 hours plus. This is crazy, bro. Instead of strategizing, bro, you should have been doing that from the get-go. What an idiot, bro. He thinks it's some kind of win.
About that. So I said, yeah, absolutely. And so I turn on the phone and, I missed a critical story. There's just so much going on over this long
You missing
time
a
period.
whole
I got to
lot
tell
of
you this
stuff,
critical
bro.
story. So if you don't mind, I'm going to rewind because this is a very critical story. It's very important. And it's sick and sad, and it's evil, in fact. I'm going to take a pause for the cause. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to tell you a crazy story that I missed.
We're not waiting for that. Look at this. This is just so tacky, bro. This nigga's gone. He's just gone. Back to the Vegas apartment. We know you can't go nowhere, bro. What happened to that house you and Bridget got together, huh? Is this it right here? This can't be it, bro. And we know you can't travel. you out on bail right now. We know you can't go nowhere, so you definitely still in Vegas. What unit is this, dog? I feel like I know where this is. What unit is this, dog? Look at this. My boy's gone out of here, that tiny ass little kitchen. Hold up. Let me fast forward. Forward, dog.
I was out jump of it.
King of Vegas, my ass. Can't even get your ass out of a deep spot.
I was some pieces in the story.
The overwhelming majority of people there in booking were Latino, which was interesting. Honestly, I didn't expect that. Not that I think Vegas is a very black town, but it's just like overwhelmingly Latino. I was like, okay, word, this is really shocking. And I think maybe it's just because of where I frequent, the places that I frequent, it's not, disproportionately Latino.
Hey, stupid. Not to really bust your bubbles, but like all those areas, including all up in Texas and above there, including way up to like you get to even not the northernmost part of California, but as you start to get way up there, yeah, all used to be Mexican territory, bro. All of that used to be Mexico, including all that Nevada, New Mexico, all that stuff. That used to be Mexico, bro, before the United States got done with it. All right, so I don't know what you're again. There's so many Mexicans, bro. They've been there. They've been there, bro. I mean, we kind of took their shit. We took all their shit. I mean, come on.
Anyway, so I'm sitting in booking, right? And I'm listening to these guys telling all these stories, not replying at all, really. And then all of a sudden, we hear a disturbance. Latino police officer says, "You in my fucking house. Don't you be opening no fucking text message in here?" What? And mind you, like, this is real thug talk. You heard me? Like, he talking like he Debo out here. Like, when you hear somebody saying something like that, this is a real dominant beast of a person. This is a real savage. I turned around, so it's like a little Latino police officer. I was like, Brody is just ego tripping out here. Like, this is crazy. Like, this is my house. Like, bro, stop it. Knock it off, man. Like, say that to somebody when you ain't got a gun on you with like 50 of your best homies around you who also all have guns. Like, bro, stop it. It's just like nonsense. So here's the dirty part about it, right? It's a Latino guy over at the evidence check, right? At the evidence review, you got a guy who basically is going through his own personal belongings, and Thank you, is going through his own personal belongings in front of the police. You have one police officer to the right, one police officer to the left, and he was handed his cell phone so that he could pull out some phone numbers, right? And so he gets the cell phone, and we don't know what's happening. We're farther away, but they're like, "This is my effing house. Don't you be looking at no damn text message." And then I forget what he called the guy, but and it was really sad too. And this is why I tell you, like, I don't support people just because they're black and I'm black. I don't support people just because of something like this that is at some level coincidental or circumstantial, right? Support people because we share the same values. And there's a Latino police officer abusing a Latino man. And it was just really sick and sad what he did. So he's like, he calls him something like, "You dumb motherfucker," like something like that, right? I forget exactly what it was, but he's like, "You dumb motherfucker," and he's yelling it out loud as hell, like right next to the dude's ear. And the guy says something back, but nobody could hear it because it was quiet, right? Like he wasn't yelling at the guy, he just says something back. And he's like, "What?" And then all of a sudden, like he didn't ram the dude's head into the goddamn plastic that was separating them from the woman who's processing the evidence. So he slammed the dude's head, and as soon as the Latino dude slams the dude's head, the white guy on the other side joins in, and then they pin him down, recuff him, and then carry him out hogtied. And I'm just over here like, man, you guys are real thugs. Real dirty criminal thugs here.
I
Like,
thought you were a thug. You should be used to this. This is what goes on inside prison system. I don't know if he's telling the truth on this, but yeah, like shit like this happens in jail and prison systems. You should know that by now. But I'm sorry. I thought we were dealing with a gangster over here. Apparently not. Apparently you were just lying about your hood, right? You're lying about all them criminals you hung out with because they could have easily told you this. Them OGs would let you know what's up right then and there. But the fact that you coming out a newbie makes me think you were lying about your pimping days or the criminals you used to know. Matter of fact, the only thing you were telling the truth about was your crack addicted mama and your cocaine selling daddy. That's the only truth that we know. But other than that, where's the experience coming off of you? There's no experience here. You don't know anything.
This policing force is nothing more than a street gang associated with a corrupt government. You guys are dirty thugs. I don't know what the guy did or didn't do, but I tell you what, if it is as simple as the guy opened up a text message when he shouldn't have, all you had to say was, "Sir, don't open your text message. You have 20 seconds to
This
collect."
sounds like a scene out of The Longest Yard, bro. Yo, chat. Y'all remember The Longest Yard with Adam Sandler? Y'all remember that? This seems like The Longest Yard, bro. And then what? You're gonna tell me they put a jailhouse football team together, and then you were the special one they made the QB. I don't like what or wide receiver, if you know what I mean. Right? Listen, he went into prison as a tight end, came out a wide receiver. Hey yo, pause. Pause on that one, dog. Yo, John with the 5 says, "This clown ain't wild. He's just a junkie who scam people. He gonna plead and squeak. Dude think he Bobby Johnson when he really Trey Styles. Facts. No, facts. Facts. This dude is Drake. Remember when Drake was going through that shit with light skinned dudes because he was making a bunch of L's for light skinned brothers out there, bro. Y'all remember that? That's where whole light skinned dudes be like came from. It was from Drake, right? That he is Drake right now, bro. Like, yo, chill with that. You not hood. We know you gonna snitch, and plus your charges ain't that crazy, dog. It's all misdemeanors. Relax, all right. Your penalty. Listen, he's still gonna get charged for it, guaranteed. And we're gonna follow this case. We're following the case. He's gonna get charged for it, but the consequences aren't gonna be as crazy. Okay. Now, if it was a felony DUI or a felony or any of these stuff, bro. Yeah, you're gonna start losing some rights. Maybe your driver's license gets suspended, or maybe you lose the right to carry a firearm because now you're a felony or you're a felon, right? So again, it's one of those things. But right now, when we're dealing with misdemeanors, once he gets through all this, because the case is still active, but once he gets through all of this, the consequences are gonna be negligible. All right, it's not gonna be too crazy where it's going to impact his way of life. If it were felonies, it would. That's why they let him out on good behavior. He's out on good behavior right now. Y'all don't believe me? I'm gonna pull the condition of bail back up. I'm gonna pull up the condition of bail right here. The bail condition: stay out of trouble. That's for first-time offenders. So are you talking hard like you over here? Oh, I'm a Debo in these streets, nigga. No, you're Steve Urkel with a warrant. As long as you stay out of trouble, you're fine. You get the good boy points. That's it. But the moment you become a repeat, all right, and then they can book you. Okay, so this guy, he's trying to he's acting like he's harder than he is, right? And it's just so sad. It really is, because I know he's gonna do this, right? The fact that he's got this jailhouse credibility on him right now, guaranteed, bro. He's gonna be beefing with YouTube niggas and then referring to the fact that he's been to jail to buff up his stats. Right. Oh, yeah. You don't want to mess with Sus Marquad. He's been to jail. All right. He went in a tight end, came out a wide receiver. Yeah, let's play ball. Come on, bro. This dude, dog. Listen, your bail conditions are predicated on you being a good boy. That's it.
Like the phone numbers you would like, and then we'll be done here. If you would like to not follow the directions, we'll take away your cell phone. You will be reseated, and you have to wait to book to collect your property or to get your property signed off on later. That's all he had to say. And you know what? Real men, when you're in a stronger position and it's clear that you're in a stronger position, that's when you can use a soft voice. That's when you don't have to flex. That's when you could take it easy. Because truth be told, even with myself, the only reason I might flex or floss in certain situations is because people don't know. And some of them need to know. You dig? That's the only reason I might flex or floss on somebody, is because they don't know, but they need to know. But in most situations, I like to be low key. They don't know and they don't need to know. And if you're standing there and you got 50 of your best homies, everybody got a gun, you got a gun on, this dude is a prisoner, you don't need to like flex and poke your chest out. We already know you got us, man. You got us. Yeah, you got us. You don't need to show me nothing. I believe you. You're a tough guy. Nobody in here needs to flex when they got a gun on and you got 50 of your homies with you. You won. We're already abiding by what you say. None of us want to be here. Not one of us want to be here. Nobody's trying to run out. Chill, bro. So anyways, they took that Latino boy and slammed his face into that glass 2 good times, slammed him on that ground, recuffed him, hogtied, picked the ball up, and carried him out horizontally. And so, I mean, to say it was a zero tolerance policy would be an understatement. We're dealing at the mercy of people who are deeply mentally ill. I mean, deeply mentally ill. So I'd already saw that. I was like, okay, you know, and mind you, I've been victim of police brutality. My family members have been victim of police brutality. I already know this is what it is. But, you know, there's a different level of police brutality when you're already in jail. You have damn near no rights. I don't care what they claim you have. You don't have any goddamn rights in jail. You're lying to us. And that was evidence. Slam boy's face into a glass, bulletproof glass 2 times, slam him on the ground, and then carry him out hogtied for opening a text message and then saying something to you under his breath. I can't imagine what he would have said that would warrant that kind of a response. Strange. Anyways, so I go up to the window. She says, you can get out a couple numbers. And one thing, here's another pro tip, ladies and saints, and this is why you support my work, because I give you things you can use in your life. When you have a conversation on a jailhouse phone with your lawyer or with your physician, that is your doctor, these are numbers, or these are conversations that are considered private, meaning that they cannot be used against you or in the court of law against you. So I immediately knew I already have the most important number memorized. It's in here, and it should be, because they might not let you go through your cell phone. They might have claimed they don't have your cell phone, or you might have gotten locked up without your cell phone. So anyways, I already got the most important number, but I said, how can I empower this person with a team? So I first write down the number of a doctor, not my personal physician. Actually, I write down the number of my doctor, who I also know. She's the mother of a good friend of mine. So I write down her number. And more importantly, not only is she a doctor, she's also an activist. Me and her, she put me up on a lot of game. And this is a white European woman, right? Both of her parents are full-blood Europeans, and she's a white ER doctor in America. And still, even as a white woman with European parents of pure blood, she would always tell me, and her son, white as well, she just said, Marquette, you got to be careful out here. The police are evil. They're going to do everyone dirty, whether people are white, black, blue, purple, but they might do you just a little extra dirty, Marquette, because you're black, you're young, and you're riding clean. She doesn't say it like this, but she's like, so you got to know what's up. She introduced me to organizations like Cop Block and the libertarian and freedom movement in the Northeast, namely in New Hampshire. She put me on a lot of good knowledge, like Freedom Fest, which is a corrupt organization. I don't recommend them. Racist, corrupt organization. But she put me on a lot of information. She shows a lot of love, and she knows the police are filthy and wicked. She also has intelligence. She has ambition. She's a very productive person, and she has resources. So I know this is someone who can help and wants to help, and she loves me like a mother. So wrote down her name, Dr. So-and-so. Boom, got that number down. Then write down another name of someone who's local they can help. Boom, got that name down. Then another name of another friend of mine who's very wealthy and might want to help. You heard me? Boom, got that down. All right. So then they go through, they give me a paper like, hey, here's a list of all your property. And then I made sure to state I was arrested on a DUI. I've never drank, never used drugs ever in my life. So I was arrested on trumped up charges for a DUI, but I was just wearing what I'm wearing right now, which is a t-shirt and underwear. I did not have any of this property on me. I did not bring any of this property. I did not consent to any search or seizure. I don't know where this property came from. So if I'm signing off on this, I'm just signing off on what your claim was here, because I can't sign off on property that I had or that you've taken because I came in my underwear and shorts.
You're stupid, bro. That's not how this works. That's not how I'm letting this run so you guys can listen to what he's saying, bro. None of this makes any sense. That's not how they work. When you get arrested, they catalog everything that's on your person. Not from when you went from booking, not from when they stripped you, all right? It's from when they got you, the keys, the money, all that stuff they took. It should be in bags, ready to go along with you to the jail cell. So you saying all these different things to make it, bro, this sounds like extra steps. That sounds like this is a lot of extra steps. Again, like, listen, I'm not saying I'm a hardened criminal or anything like that. I got in trouble. I was at a party with some crazy shit, all right? But nothing serious, not anything felony. You will never find a felony on my record. I don't have no felonies whatsoever, all right? So it's nothing serious. I'm not pretending to be a hard ass or anything like that. But at least going through the system when that happened, none of this shit he's saying actually happens. That's why I'm like, again, what is this? what are you saying, bro? None of this makes any sense.
I was forced to be here. Everything else should be in my car. I just want to state that. And she says, well, that doesn't matter here. We're just telling you what we have. So nothing you're saying is relevant to this. I said, that's great. But I just know that somewhere you're recording what I'm saying. I would just like it to be on record that I'm saying this at this date and time.
Your job, listen, black man, listen, this is shit that gets a lot of black men in trouble, especially with the legal system, right? Your job is not to prove anything with the officers. Fuck the officers. Fuck the system. Whatever it is. Get an attorney. That's it. That's all you need to talk to is your attorney. I've seen so many videos of black men getting interrogated and just divulging all of these information that is unnecessary. You don't understand that they're tricking you to do that. The cops are allowed to lie to you. So all these extra steps he's talking about, it's all extra. You ask for an attorney. If you can't get one, okay, you either wait for one to be provided for you or try to find somebody on the outside that can locate a cheaper one for you, all right? Even when I got in trouble, I didn't have an attorney offhand. I'm like, yo, what the hell? I did? As soon as I got my phone call, I called my girl, hey, get the research the attorney on Google. You go talk to him about the situation, and then you send me the information once it's all done. All right. And then she got it all set up. This was the best choice. All right. And we went with him. That was it. It's that simple. I ain't gonna do all this stuff for the record for this. I gotta say anything to you. I don't have to say anything. I'll let my attorney do the talking, right? Because anything you say can and will be used against you. What are you talking about? All this stuff. Well, I gotta say for the record, I know you guys are recording somewhere. I know the bugs here or something. Shut up. This ain't a movie, bro. This is real life. Get you a lawyer. You're gonna get more black folks in trouble this way. You keep them running their mouth and shit. Get a lawyer, please.
I get you. So, anyways, I take the form, I go through it. It pretty much says what's there, and you can note things on as used, new, etc. Everything's noted as used. I was like, that's interesting. Pretty much everything's there. And then so I go ahead and I was about to sign. I was like, oh yeah. I noticed there's two things not on here. One, I'm not going to name what it is, but that's not on here. And I know for sure if they took my bag, that thing is in your possession. So is there a reason that's not here? She says, oh, other things might be elsewhere because certain kinds of evidence we can't keep here. I said, okay. I was like, okay, and what about my money? yeah, because you guys took a lot of cash money from me. And she says, oh, your money's here, and we're going to count it, and then you'll have to come back and you'll sign a separate form. I was like, so if I sign this form, you're telling me that this is all of the evidence you've taken that is not money, not cash money. She says, that's correct. I said, okay. So I'm going to sit down, you're going to count my money, and then you're going to tell me what the total is, and I'm going to sign off to agree that that's the total amount of money that you guys have taken into evidence. She says, that's correct. I said, all right. So I signed that, and I go sit down, and then I see her pulling out my money. And when she's pulling out my money, that white chick next to her who was like kept looking at me. And I think, it's just a matter of mystery. Like, who is this guy? What's his deal? Because sometimes people tend to talk about you, and obviously my guess is when my evidence came in, people were like, huh, this is unusual. And so anyway, she's putting all the money on the table, and now nobody's doing their job. Nobody's doing the job they're supposed to be doing. There's 4 women back there that are supposed to be serving in a different person. The white girl that's next to the black girl is now looking over at the black girl. Now she's leaning over, saying stuff, looks at me, leaning over, saying stuff, looks at me, then starts trying to do her work, looks up at me, trying to do her work. I'm over here like, here we go.
You believe this shit? Can you
So,
believe this shit?
Then the black girl tells the CO on the other side of the glass, hey, call over a sergeant. I need a sergeant to verify the money. Then a sergeant comes over. So then there's the black woman, the sergeant, and then a CO, and they're all going through the money. And so the black girl's gone through the money one time. Then she puts stacks under staplers and different like office things. And she's like, hey, I counted these. I put them in stacks to fill in the blank. And so like, I got this number. She writes it down, shows it.
Why won't you tell us? Tell us what the number is. If you got busted with so much money that you got the jailhouse guards quitting what they were supposed to do in the moment to go focus on the money because, yeah, they're surprised. A black man with so much money. How much was it? Can you tell us, please? I mean, dude, oh, my God, bro. This is so bad. This is so bad, bro. Come on. What are we doing here, Chad? What are we doing?
Okay, you count it and then tell me what number you get. Great. So now, mind you, eventually I come back up. They tell me to come back up. She's like, hey, this is the number that we got. Is that accurate? I was like, yeah, that's accurate enough.
What's the number?
I knew they hadn't stolen more than $1,000 from me because.
So you're admitting they stole money from you. You haven't even gone through the booking process yet. Come on, man. Come on. What are we doing here? So they stole money from you. You haven't even gone through booking yet. This is lying. This is lying on a different scale, dog.
I had all my money in bands. And then the pocket change that I had obviously was not in a band, but I didn't know how much pocket change that I had. You know what I'm saying? When I say pocket change, I mean it's less than an amount of money that you could put in a band, which means less than $5,000. There are bands that are less than $5,000, but I don't bother with that because that's like
got 5. You see how he's trying to, just give you hints, right? Yet you couldn't afford a driver for your Maybach? Really? You couldn't afford somebody to give you a ride from to wherever you're going to where you need to be? So you just had to, bro, this is not making any sense.
Like rapper stuff, you feel me? That's like childish stuff. So anyways, I asked her, I said, I don't like to use when because I'm locked into machine mode in a certain mindset. Okay. You heard me? I'm in there like I'm in there forever. I'm not, I'm just in a state of patience and a state of calmness. I'm not anticipating getting out and I know these people are liars. Dude told me DUI, you're supposed to get out of here within 12 hours. It's already been 12 hours. You
haven't made it through holding yet.
I even went to pretrial services. So anyways, I said, hey.
Honestly, what exposes him, if he would have said, yeah, the reason why it took up to 12 hours was because they were already pre-counting his cash and told him the amount before they got to him. Okay, fine, because maybe they were trying to figure out something. I can let my mind wander about why they kept you in there for 12 hours, right? God knows what they could be doing when they found that unusual amount of cash in your bag. But you're telling me they had you waiting there, not because they already knew what was in the evidence, right? Because they marked it with an X. No. But they waited there until they got in front of you. And then they had to count it in front of you. And then all the ladies were all just stopping what they were doing and had to pay attention to this guy because he's got all the money. Really? You expect us to believe that? Really? Really? So then why was it taking so long? And so they weren't counting your cash. They weren't doing anything. Bro, this is all cap. This is lying, dude. He's lying.
If I were to get out of here,
he's embellishing as
do you
well.
Just give me my money back wrapped in plastic, rebanded, wrapped in plastic? Like, what's the situation with this? Like, how am I going to get my money out? How's that work? Because you like seem to be doing a different process for all the other evidence. You just gonna put all my stuff back in the bag and hand me the bag and I can walk up out of here with my money? She was like, no. I was like, okay. So she's like, well, if we give nice, here we go. If we give you your money back, we can't just hand you cash. I say, why? It's right there. It's cash. I didn't give you. You confiscated cash from me. It's my money, also known as my property. If I gave you one Prada eyeglass, you return to me one Prada eyeglass because it's my property. You gave it to me. You give it back the way you took it. I said, so you're going to give me my money back how? If not in cash, because it's in cash right there. She said, we keep all cash. What? Yeah, we keep all cash. We never give cash back. We'll give you bank cards, or we'll write for this amount of money. We'll probably just write you a check, but also we'll probably have to give you some bank cards too. I was like, so you mean like a bank card? Like if I want to withdraw the money, I have to go to an ATM? She was like, yeah. I was like, okay, so like ATMs, the max on an ATM is generally like $500. So I'm supposed to go to the ATM like 92 separate times to withdraw all my money? She was like, we never had this much money before. So I don't know what to tell you. We're going to have to give you a certain amount in cards and we're going to have to give you a certain amount in the check. I said, why can't you just write the check for the full amount? She was like, we can't write a check that big. I'm like, you're the government. What do you mean you can't write a check that big? You're the government. And more importantly, it's my money. And I didn't sign up for any of this. I didn't sign up to be pulled over for no reason, unlawfully. I didn't sign up to be bullied by a police officer and then arrested. I didn't sign up for an illegal search and seizure. I didn't sign up for you to steal stuff out of my car that should have remained in the car. And now you're telling me you're going to take my money, but it's somehow you can't give it back? Is that against the law for you to return a citizen their property? That's against the law? She was like, I don't know if it's against the law, but look, what I can tell you is that we're not giving you your cash back. You're going to get a check and cards if we can get this amount processed before you leave. If we can't get this amount processed, then you're just going to have to leave and come back and get it when we can process it. And in my head, I'm like, damn, I've already been here in like goddamn near 12 hours. I'm the last person. How did you not have time to do this? That's a whole work shift. I've been here for a whole work shift. And mind you, true story, they didn't give me my money back, but they did give me back this. And so they gave me these back as part of my property that they didn't count as money. So there's 10,000, 5,000, that's 15,000. Another 10,000, that's 25,000. Then they gave me back another 5,000, that's 30,000. They gave me back another 10,000 band. My camera's gonna.
Yo, this is peak. This is peak lying, dog. This is lying. So he just came back with, where's the money? Just came back with the bands, right? Just nothing but the band. Listen, I couldn't show you the money, but here the little cash strips, okay? Just so you know that there was $10,000 in here, but instead of giving me back the money, they just gave me back the strips of the cash, the money strips. Oh my God. This freaking guy. Wow, bro. Just bro, oh, whoa, we've never seen so much money before. This is crazy. Oh my, bro, shut up. And you know what's so weird? A guy like this, right? You're driving around drunk, speeding across the freeway at 80 miles an hour, blowing through red lights with $100,000 in your trunk. We'll just say it's in the trunk, right? We'll wait for the body cam footage. $100,000 in trunk. Do you think, and not only that, you got a firearm in addition to that in the back seat? This is a recipe for a sketch situation, bro. You don't even understand that. This is crazy to me. You're thinking, bro, I don't know. Yo, chat, I'm kind of done with this story, dog. I'm kind of done with this story. Nothing of this. This isn't making any sense. It's only making my mind break, dog. Like, it's not making any sense. You tell me they got you. Why carry $100,000 with you? which I don't believe. I think the realest the money is the money straps. All right, that's as real as it's gonna get. There wasn't no $100,000 cash in the trunk. Just saying that, and I'm saying this. Listen, I may be wrong. Once we get that body cam footage, if we do not see them even make a reference to the cash in the bag, and we don't even see it, yeah, bro, there's some lies. That's why I'm just holding all reservations right now because wait, why didn't you just bring the cash? If they let you go, they will give the cash with you. What you just got the money strapped, so they kept the money, right? Because they couldn't just give you, they couldn't process it and give it to you because they have to do the money order and the card and what. Okay,
funny. Then that's, what is that for? That fell down. What's that? 40,000. They gave me back another 10,000 band. That's 50,000. Then they gave me back another 60,000 band.
You just gave them the bands, guys.
That's 70,000. They gave me back another 10,000 band. That's 80,000. They gave me back another 10,000 band. It's 90,000. Did I miscount that?
You're close enough.
It would be more believable if you just told me that they gave you back the money straps and they kept the money. I'd believe it. But they just gave you money straps and kept the money. Something's not adding up, bro. And when we get the details of the records, bro, when we pull the release reports, we're going to find out, bro. Something's not adding up. Something's not adding up. This is fishy. This is fishy, bro. They gave you back the money straps here. Keep your receipt, dog. This is Pete Cap, bro. This guy is lying through his damn teeth. You can buy this shit on Amazon right now, dog. You can buy it on Amazon. Matter of fact, you go down to your local branch and you can request these bands right then and there, and they'll just give it to you as long as you're a member. They'll give you the cash straps you need, right? You say, hey, I need a couple 10,000, 3,000, or $5,000 cash straps. As long as you're a member, they'll give it to you free. So I don't know, bro. You come back with straps, but no money, and you expect us to believe there was money in there. Okay, buddy, we believe you after your embellished story about how great you were in prison.
I'm close enough? Okay. So they gave me back all these empty bands without my money. When I finally left out, I got to change headsets. These AirPods are dying.
Yeah, like your story, bro.
Like they pull over. Go in the jail. I'm no longer low key, right? Because you got the damn staff. The damn staff has me on Front Street because when she pulled out the money, all in cash, she's stacking it up like it's a goddamn Lego castle. And all the other women that are supposed to be working did what women do. They start gossiping. And so they're all she pulling out bands, stacking them mugs up. You heard me, the money stacking. All the workers that stopped working, they leaning over. People ain't doing their job. Then it was like they bringing over extra people to count the money. Everybody counting the money. And I'm over here like, bruh, if I do get released from this joint, I'm going to need a police escort. And I'm looking around at the other the other accused persons. They all looking at me, and there's hoes in there too. You dig? And when I say hoes, I mean literally. There's prostitutes who are there for prostitution charges. So the women were there for either drugs. There's a couple DV cases where women had blacked out and attacked a dude or another female that was cheating with her man. And then the rest were just hoes, just Vegas hoes, prostitutes. So all these hoes looking like, word, the dude in his drawers? Is the dude in his drawers? They done pulled out all them racks. And so...
Oh my goodness, dude. He's lying. This is so embellished. It's not even funny. CD with the 5 shots. He says, I thought Sus grew up in the streets. Why is all this such a big deal to him? I'm trying to figure that out too. Because if he grew up in the streets and people who are pimps and whatnot are degenerates, they should have told him how the prisons process work or the jail process works. This shouldn't have been a surprise to him. But all of this is just a big news. Oh, I don't know what's gonna happen to me or this and that and this. It's just clearly this guy is lying about a lot of things. It's just clear. John with the 2 shots, he says he's Cuba Gooding Jr. locked up. Sus in the hood. Facts, dude. Like this dude is just all just lying. You could tell all this shit is just overly embellished, bro.
And I didn't know if the white chick was staring at me because of that before, because maybe they were aware. or not. Who knows? We'll never know. But now the whole jail is like, look, it's an N-word in here that then got busted with like a tremendous amount of money. It's him, the guy in his underwears. It's the underwear guy. So anyways, after that, they take me over to the other area where everyone else had been moving through so that I can get processed by medical again. It's more far-reaching medical screening, and then go through pretrial services. So then I'm sitting there and, word travels quickly. And the black dude that I was sitting with over at the other place, he was like, say, man, what did you say your charges were? I was like, I didn't say. He's like, bruh, what are you here for? Because I had a feeling you didn't need to be here. So what are you here for? I was like, they got me for, or they claim that the charges, they arrested me for DUI, as far as I know, driving under the influence. And that's what I'm here for. Now, mind you, I didn't know my actual charges yet. I still didn't know my charges. So that's what I said at that moment. Then all of a sudden, boom, I'm called for medical. I go.
Shut up. Yeah, shut up, boy. You just went in that whole thing talking about I'm not snitching. They can tell me their stories about why they're here, right? The Mexican dude is here for a DUI and the black dude is here for being too fly. So, I mean, I'm not going to say nothing, though. But when they find out I got that cash, though, all of a sudden, yeah, I'm here for DUI. But I ain't no snitch, though. Shut up. You're lying, bro. You dead ass lying. This is all cap, bro.
For medical, I go through the medical thing. And after medical, I get sat back down. Then I get called for pretrial, right? In between medical and pretrial, it was probably like 2 hours. I'm speeding up the story because I think maybe some people, their patience is wearing thin. I usually assess that when people stop super chatting, like people are like, I'm good. You've said enough for the day. But anyway, so I go for medical and then I sit down for 2 hours and then I get called for pretrial services. And pretrial services is usually someone who takes a bit of information from you, trying to figure out if you can be released on your own recognizance, which is to say released on your word that you'll actually come back and show up for your other court dates. They do this by establishing that you're a person who is connected to the community. You're not just going to leave. You might have family, you might have property, you might have a steady job. So anything that can speak to your credit, they want to know that information. They want to know your criminal background and they want to document all of that so that the judge can assess if you're going to get released on OR, which means you don't have to pay anything, or if you're going to have to pay bail, which means you have to pay some money and then come back and you get your money back, maybe, right? Because you know how the government is. Or you're about to stay in jail. You're about to stay in jail until your court date. So I talked to this woman and she collects my information and then she hands me a paper with my charges on it. And then I see the charges and I was like, word? Like y'all hit me with the gun charge? Oh, that's awesome. That's exciting. Like, matter of fact, let me read the exact charge that they hit me with. Yeah, go hit me.
Thank you, Q-Dog, for the support. We have Sardi Start Element said, this was a very interesting live. There was a whole lot of real-time life exposed tonight.
Yeah.
Much respect on how you handled that ignorant super chat earlier. Unbelievable. Merry Christmas. Peace to the Saints.
Peace to the Saints.
Always good to hear from.
Yeah, and shout out to Charlie. It's good, a pleasure. Charlie is a guy I've spoken with many times. He has done consultations, a very successful gym owner on the East Coast, and also just a wise man with good experience. And most importantly, he knows how to express it.
Yeah.
Very motivational.
We have Aquilus. He sent a baller alert earlier.
Baller alert.
He's back again and said, don't even stop, Quet.
We got to see if people support the work. I'll keep it going. I know.
Keep that on the screen to use as an example. We have Whitney is back and said, for the cause.
Shout out to Whitney.
And
listen, so I get my charges, right? So I get my sheet, my temporary custody record. And in my temporary custody record, it reads, now mind you, at this point, we looking at like 4 a.m. type stuff, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. No, actually, that couldn't have been the time. It was.
Yeah, because your timeline sounds sketch, bro. It sounds like you're making a lot of things up.
Like maybe it was like 11 a.m. Now, mind you, we're in a situation where there's no clocks anywhere on purpose. And the COs are not friendly. They're not about to tell you what time it is.
But then how do you know how many hours you spent in jail? I was waiting for this. Catch 22, motherfucker. How do you know how long you've been in jail spending time for, even if the CEO didn't want to tell you what time it is and you didn't know what time it was? There's no indication on the walls, nothing. Yet you're so sure you were there for 8 hours. Too many holes.
And even when they estimate things, it's never accurate. Yeah, you'll get out here in about 12 hours. Okay, I've already been here for 14 hours. Great, thanks.
How would you know?
There's just no sense of time. I just want to remind you, there was no sense of time in there. And what's worse, not only was there no sense of time, the time was going very slowly, just very slowly. And you're awake. Mind you, I got arrested during the hours you should have been sleeping. So I was in jail that whole time, and it's just loud, unpleasant, and uncomfortable. And you're not allowed to sleep. They won't let you sleep. And I ain't even made it to the holding cell. So anyways, I get my charge sheet, and then I come back to where I was, and the guy who had asked me what my charges were, and I said DUI. I said, actually, bro, I just got my charges. Now, I thought it was DUI. That's what they arrested me for. My charges actually are possession of a firearm under the influence of alcohol or drugs. That's one charge. And then my other charge is driving under the influence, and it says first time in parentheses. And then there's a handwritten note that reads drugs, not alcohol, which was very funny because that was the initial claim of the arresting officer that escalated all of this, is that he said, you are drunk. You've been drinking, which doesn't make any sense. I'm wearing a t-shirt and underwear, and I'm completely coherent and sober. All of my information is good and my record is spotless. There's no reason he thought that. He didn't think that. That was not the case. These were trumped up charges. Then they threw in the gun charge to make it even worse, to try to take my freedom for an indefinite amount of time and try to blacklist me, stop me from traveling the world and having a passport, try to restrict my movements, control me, and give a foundation so they can hit me with a felony. And then once they get that felony on you, it's easy to go from there, put me on papers, put me on probation, track my movements, control me. Yes, that's all. That's all they wanted to do. So here we go. Give me a second. Okay. So anyways, yeah, those are my charges. It was a DUI, and they specifically noted drugs, not alcohol. And I thought this was funny as hell.
DUI of alcohol and or controlled or prohibited substance, first offense. They didn't say for other drugs. The main one is of alcohol and or other controlled or prohibited substance. You're capping, bro. Shut up. This is crazy. I don't know how much longer I can take, chat. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know.
Because you know what this really was? This was the police trying to cover their ass. This was the police who told me I was drunk. And then when I said to him, you're going to look dumb, because when they get that body cam footage and they can tell that I'm speaking clearly and I'm not moving and swaying around, your claim of being drunk is going to sound utterly ridiculous.
No. If they did a field sobriety test, it's not going to look ridiculous. If they did a field sobriety test and you failed, it's not going to look ridiculous. If they did a field sobriety test and they offered it and you refused, then they take you to jail, and then when they have you in holding, they go petition the judge for a warrant, and you can't run away from a warrant. And that warrant says we can get blood work, and they get the blood work, and they say guilty. But the fact that they give you an option, in your words, to deny the blood work means they gave you a field sobriety test or some kind of test when they had you blow into a machine or something to bolster your claim that you were drunk. So you saying this was all fabricated to get you, a black man, in jail? Okay, buddy.
Then that's when he changed it up, because he told me that when I was outside, when they had put me in the car and they kept opening the door so the sergeant could badger me saying, do you have drugs and guns? Do you have drugs and guns? And then I said, dude, take me to jail. The officer who said I was drunk had walked over and he said, I don't smell alcohol on you. I don't think you're drunk. I think you're high. Why? Why do you think I'm high? What's your evidence? There is none. They're making it up. So anyway, specifically in this charge, it says drugs, not alcohol. Fascinating. Why did the cops feel the need to say this? And how can they tell? I really want to know, because here's the funny thing. A lot of people in there were on drugs, and I could tell they were all on drugs. They were talking to themselves. They were fidgety and nervous. Some people were going through withdrawal. And even one guy who will remain nameless, who was talking to me, when he was talking to me, I could see his eyes were red and like not very intense. They weren't able to track you very well. They were red and lazy. Like, I tell the boy was on drugs. So here we go. These are my charges. They try to hit me with a major charge. They're trying to hit me with felonies, gun possession while high on drugs, and then a DUI for drugs. Now, here's the funny thing. People who have been around me, I mean, you know that I'm so square and clean cut in terms of intoxicants. There are people in this chat right now. I bought bottle service in Vegas, spent thousands of dollars. You heard me? I'm talking about $9,000 bottle service, super VIP in a Las Vegas club, a big one that you heard of. They put my logo up on all the screens in this mega club. The Saint in the center brought hella bottles. How many sips of alcohol did I take? 0. Yeah, I paid $9,000 for bottles and drank 0 sips. No one does that. If someone is a drinker, you best believe they spend $9,000 on VIP bottles. They're going to drink something. I drank 0 drops of alcohol. My reputation is unassailable. Furthermore, there are people in this chat right now. When they've been in Vegas, I take them to a steak dinner. Order what you want. I'm talking about them restaurants where they come over, they bring over a wooden case and cedar. They open up the case, a velvet background with 10 knives, and they say, pick which knife you would like to cut this fine meat with. Yes, the Kobe.
Shut up, bro. I bet you they cut up that meat and feed it right to your mouth, huh? And you accept that like a little bitch. Y'all see them fancy restaurants where grown men be feeding other grown men, right? Let me do all the fancy stuff. Then he puts a little fork in your mouth. And you go, that's you, huh? you feeding your subs? Shut up! Shut the hell up! What are you talking about, bro? What is this? What is this? Of course you were drinking. Of course you were drinking. Otherwise, why else would they bust you up with a DUI? We seen it right here. We seen it right here. It's all right here, bro. And when the body cam footage come out, you gonna get exposed. Guaranteed. You will be exposed, bro, because you lying. Talking about all them bottle service. Just because your subscribers don't see you drinking don't mean that they don't know that you drink, bro. Okay? Because you got caught. You got caught, and now we can expose you for it. That just is what it is. You're sitting there talking about, bro. Oh, yeah, everyone who knows me knows I paid for $9,000 bottle service. They got my logo on the wall. They got this. They got that. They rolled the red carpet for me. I've never once touched an alcohol beverage. Oh, yeah. When the camera's off, what happens? When the camera's off, what happens? We know what happens. This happens right here. Reality. Who you trying to fool, dog? Like, who you trying to fool? And then you see how he just embellishes his wealth, right? Oh, I spent $9,000 for the bottle service at clubs you heard about. Dumb clubs. They got my logo all over them. Shut up. This is just too much. I don't know if I can endure this, chat. I'm being real with y'all. This is giving me a headache.
Be the A1. You get this fine meat. We're gonna let you choose a knife. That's the kind of restaurants where people order wine and, hey, this is the wine that matches with this dish. Never drink once. There is no way to pretend that I am a drinker or a drug user. I don't even drink soda. They picked the one.
I guarantee you, once we get that police report, they're gonna say they're either gonna say they offered us for the sobriety test or they provided a sobriety test and he failed. Because what he's talking right now is trash. It don't make no sense, bro. They got you.
Guy who is so far away from what they're claiming. And it's important because how did Huey P. Newton die? Can you check how Huey P. Newton died?
Huey.
Anyways, yeah, this is a setup. And mind you, I just got my CCW days before this. And that was the first time I was driving myself around. And they're like, oh, okay, let's get him. Let's trump up the charges. Take away his rights. Take away his right to carry.
Assassinated?
Hey, stupid. If you get your CCW part of your training is of law enforcement ask you if you have a firearm in the car, which they almost always will. You have to go ahead and tell them you do. You have to. Even if they don't ask you, you do it anyways. Hey, just so you know, I got a firearm. It's in my glove box. I have a CCW. Just let me know when you're ready for my license. Simple as that. You can tell you a newbie, bro, because you did not follow any of the rules. You conveniently ignored the question when he asked you about your if you had a firearm in the car. You started getting combative. Yo, Chris calls out with the 5 shots to you. He says, I still don't understand how he went from sweatpants to drawers. I'm trying to figure it out because even the black dude he was talking about, he said he had his joggers on. So everybody else got their clothes on, but they just left you in your boxers. The injustice. Oh, the injustice. We got to march for him. We got to get the civil rights going for him, right? The same guy that shit on black folks the entire time when we want a civil rights justice for Pearl. I'm joking on that one. We like that we still want a justice, but it is what it is. Not to that civil rights level, but still, right? He will be the first one standing in your way. Now that the red, white, and blue went right behind him, he over here like, we need civil rights. Yep. Yeah, we gotta have civil. This is racism. This is racism. No, dude, they got you in 4K. Listen, the only racist part about all of this would be if they didn't do a sobriety test to determine his alcohol levels in his bloodstream, or they didn't do a blood test by a warrant. If they didn't do any of that and they just locked you up for no reason because you were speeding or you ran a red light, okay, you have a case here. But you're not dealing with idiots over here. Okay, idiots can pull up your record. All right, and we got more records because it's active case. It's going to be a little longer to get the police reports. But once you get the police reports, right over here, bro. All of this, you're saying they got you for not alcohol but other substance. They're saying alcohol and or prohibited substance. This is just the wording of the law that you violated. This is just the wording of it. But the main one is the alcohol. DUI. Bridget knows. She's got multiple DUIs. Her and her brother. You should ask her. You better fact that one phone call you wasted on her telling you you've never had alcohol. She was lying. You could have just had her be honest. Hey, baby, how'd your brother get out of this shit? Can you hook me up with the lawyer you got? That's what you should be doing right now. Like this is cap.
Huey P. Newton was assassinated.
Yeah.
Does it say by whom or why?
By a member of the Black Guerrilla family and a drug dealer named Tyrone Robinson. Relations between the Black Panther Party and the Black
Federal Bureau of Investigation man who is an alcoholic. He's a drug abuser. And it's been a claim made of many Black revolutionaries, particularly those in the Black Panther Party, which wasn't an effective organization. But I think it's worth noting how they do these things, how they set these things up, or they might find you overdose with a needle in your arm. And, it's believable, except, hold on, how Marquad died from overdose? He doesn't use drugs. I'm letting you all know right now.
No. That's just you in your own head. If you died of an overdose, you probably had drugs in your system that we didn't know about. Okay, just like you were drinking and driving, and we wouldn't have known about it if they didn't pull you over. It just is what it is, bro. I mean, chances are you've probably been doing this for a long time. You just got caught. Meaning that's why we're exposing you, because I think that even way before you got caught by the cops, you were drinking and driving. Matter of fact, you were drunkard, just like Bridget back there. Y'all were drunkards. All right, but you come out here on YouTube talking about, hey guys, all right, don't drink. I've never touched alcohol in my life. What's this DUI? Bro, you're not beating his charges. I don't care what you say. You're not beating his charges, bro. It's gonna stick. They're gonna stick 100%, bro. I can't wait till we get this body cam footage, bro. Bro, it's gonna stick. Yo, John with the 5 shots. He says he's lucky. If I was in Vegas PD, I'd turn the body cam off and only report 6K. Yeah, we only took 6K. It's all cash. I mean, think about it. And that's how you know he's stupid. Because even rich people, multimillionaires don't move like this, bro. They don't. Okay? They get loans. They get loans and they loan that against their company. So if you were smart, if Sasson was really worth the stuff you were saying it was worth, I'd just get a business loan out against that. You can't tax a business loan, so why not? I'll just do that, and I'll just pay that back with lower interest because it's backed by my assets, right? But instead, this guy who's a multi-millionaire decides to just carry around $100,000 in cash for no reason in his car wherever he goes, even in the middle of the night where people should be asleep. He's got 100,000. You're a walking lick. you idiot. Like you're trying to sound cool, but in the midst of trying to sound cool, you look stupid. This is not what wealthy people do. They don't go around. They don't carry cash on them, period, most of them. Maybe some petty cash of like no more than 500, maybe 1,000. I don't know. But like you're talking about $100,000 just sitting there in the trunk. That's a stupid thing for them to do. They'd rather just take a loan against that and then, not pay the taxes on it. And it's not income if it's a loan. If it's debt, it's not income. But here's this bozo. I got $100,000 in cash. Who you flexing on, bruh? This is what I'm saying. It's just so weird. Yeah, he's lucky he ran into the good cops that day. It says then he would have had to verify that he ever had the money to the DA and IRS. He would have to. That's absolute facts, right? He doesn't realize the kind of hole he's putting himself in.
You're getting a warning right now. Anyway, so I came back and I told Brody, I was like, actually my charges is I got a gun charge and I got a DUI on drugs charge. And Brody says, he's like, what? He's like, ooh, boy. He's like, they got you with the DUI? He's like, man, how they pull you over? What was you doing? He's like, what, you have a tail light out or something? I was like, no. He's like, word? He's like, look, what you use? What was you do? Your insurance wasn't right. They tell you to get out the car. You didn't have insurance. It's like, no, my insurance was good. He was like, what, you got your license suspended? You ain't had your license on you? I was like, I have my license. He was like, your registration wasn't good. I was like, my registration is good. He's like, why? He's like, well, what they pull you over for? Like, what was you driving? I was like, just driving my car. I was like, ain't nothing wrong with it. He's like, what kind of car is it? Oh, this is a Maybach. He's like, what, boy? He was like, nigga, that's why they pulled you over. He's like, look, boy. He's like, look.
Nah, nigga, hold up. Are we hot? The cop tells you why he pulled you over, bro. It's right here.
Red light right there. Want me to turn off the car? Yes, go ahead and turn it off. Officer Wolfinger, the reason we stopped you is you failed to stop at that red light right there. You're on the highway, speeds excess of 80.
It wasn't because you were in a Maybach, dog. Why you lying? Why you lying? It sounds like he gave you a good, clear reason why he pulled you over. It wasn't because it was a Maybach. They didn't even know what that was.
He's like, boy, when them cops pulled you over, they was scared as hell. Because listen to me. He was like, they pulled you over. There's a nigga sitting in his drawers in the Maybach. They're like, this nigga rich as hell. He's sitting in his drawers in the Maybach. This motherfucker don't care about nothing. In his drawers. Yeah, they pull up on a rich nigga sitting in his drawers. Like, what color is it? Oh, it's two-tone, gold and black, gold on the bottom. He's like, oh, boy. He's like, yeah, that nigga, that's why they pulled you over. You sitting in that gold and black in that thing. Boy, you sitting in that thing. Gold with a black, woo. And you in there in your drawers? Nigga, you going to jail. Yeah. He was like, listen, when I told you I was drip, I ain't know how you was coming. He's like, look, I was walking around like a rich man. I was just walking around looking the part, because we be feeling good. He was like, but you different. And the other black dude who was talking to himself, and then another black dude, they didn't like scoot it over because the Brody's so damn loud. And it's like, you got a Maybach? And I'm over there like, here we go, man. I was like, yeah.
I was so rich. I had a Maybach. Oh my God. Like I'm God's amongst men because I have a Maybach, and all these black people, oh my God, they were so excited that I have a Maybach, and they were just so interested in me. Shut up. Hold up. Exhibit A. Does he look like he's in his drawers to you? Sitting in his Maybach? Does he look like he's in his drawers to you, chat?
All right. Step out, go over in the car. I do not.
Why are you lying, bro? Why are you lying, dog? You weren't in your drawers. You were wearing sweats. Okay, you weren't just chilling in your Maybach and they pulled you over. You were running at excess speed, an excess of 80 miles per hour, and you blew past the red light. That's reasonable suspicion written all over it, bro. Like you sitting there, oh, these black folks in jail were so impressed that I was driving a Maybach. Is that how low you think of black folks really? That all of a sudden they were like, oh yeah, I know I was bragging about being rich, but man, I was so faking. Man, you driving a Maybach, you're the real deal. Shut up. This is like that BBC interview all over again, bro.
And the dude's like, yeah, and he was in his drawers. Like he was in his drawers when they arrested him. I thought they stripped you down. I thought you was cold 5 and they stripped you down. This boy was in his Maybach in his drawers when they pulled him over. And then the other dude, because the dude from South Carolina, he wasn't on the other side when they were counting up all my money. And another black dude that slid over there he was like, yeah, and he had $100,000 in the car. And then South Carolina was like, what? It's like you was in a Maybach in your drawers with $100,000 and a gun. You in a Maybach with $100,000 and a gun in your drawers. Yeah, you going to jail. You go in a nigga too. You going to jail. And so everybody over there, they dying laughing, and they're like, well, what do you do for a living? Like, who are you? Like, what do you do? Like, what's you shouldn't even be here.
Interested now.
I was like, no, not for sure. Like, I should not be here. Like, you're correct. I absolutely shouldn't be here. And so everybody, now they're like kind of like sliding over and like they trying to chop it up. And I'm still trying to stay low key. At this point, I'm high key. It's like at this point, I'm high key. Now, mind you, I've been trying to stay as chill and as under the radar as possible. But at this point, I'm above the radar for sure. I raised my hand to break up the conversation. You feel me? So I raised my hand to see. I was like, yeah. I was like, I go to the restroom. He's like, yeah, stand next to the door. So I go stand next to the door. Face the wall. And he unlocked the door. Then I go into the bathroom. And this one was worse than the first one. You hear me? This bathroom was worse than the first one. Like, God damn. I walk in, walk over there, use the restroom, go ahead, rinse my hands off, even though I didn't want to because the water is ice cold. I rub the water on my shirt because there's no paper towels. There's not even toilet paper. Then I walk out, damn near slip and bust my ass as soon as I walk out the bathroom, like damn near slip because I got pissed. I should say schists. I have schists under my shoes. I slip and damn near fall. Then I walk over to the female CO and I say to her, I was like, hey, where's the warmest seat in the house? And she was like, over there. Like, you could tell she get this question all the time. She's like, right there. And I go sit in that seat just to break up the conversation. Cause again, I'm trying to stay low key out here. I don't need everybody in the whole jail to be like, this nigga got $100,000 in the Maybach. Like, I don't need that in the jail. You hear me? I'm just trying to do my time.
Well, that's exactly what you wanted. If it's true, bro. Dose of reality. Shout out to you for the $2 super chat. Dose says, dude, cash in Vegas is regular as fuck. Sus squad capping. Facts. I'm sure they've seen guys running around there with money all over the place. The part is where I think he's lying is he wasn't driving around with $100,000 worth of cash. If this guy had $100,000 cash liquid, okay, right then and there, okay, and he had that taken away, he's not going to be so calm about that. Guaranteed. He's not. That's a majority of his income right there. He's not gonna let that go. That's what I'm saying. That it's all cap, bro. No way. Maybe he had some petty cash on him, maybe like $6,000, and they took that. And that's even I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, right? $6,000 or maybe less than that, right? But $100,000, stupid. He didn't have that. But yeah, cash is all over the place when you go to Vegas, bro. Like I play around when I go to Vegas too, but I don't gamble like that. But you have fun, bro. It's what it is. CD with the $5 super chat says, I notice with dudes like Sus, they speak against negative black stereotypes while themselves exhibiting those same stereotypes. Exactly. It's having their cakes and wanting to eat it at the same time. That's why I don't like these guys. They just sit there and talk all the negative stuff. You see how he just negatively stereotyping black folks, yet he wants to embody all the positive ones, like going to jail. I don't know how that's positive. I don't know even how that's positive, but he's turning that into positive, right? But now I'm in jail with a Maybach though, and $100,000. Oh, you see how he's saying, oh, the black folks were just, oh my God, they were so and surprised that there was a black guy that graced their presence with a bunch of cash and a Maybach. Shut up. Like, it's just so condescending. More D with the 5 says, Duke, do you honestly believe he carries around $100,000 like that? Hell no. Hell no. No way. That's a matter of fact, I would even go as far as to say This guy's worth no more than $300,000. If we were to categorize his net worth, he's probably around $300,000. He's not in the millionaire range. I might even part 2. When we do part 2, I'll break down his business again. It's not making that much money as you think it is, bro. It's not even generating not even close to $1 million. He's so far off, not even funny, bro. Says this guy is driven by financial insecurities. You can tell, even when he tells his embellished stories, it's all from a financially insecure space where other people are just in awe of how much money you have. So much so that the women who were working just dropped everything they were doing and just wanted to see what he was doing because he had so much cash on him. It's like, huh? Really? Like they don't see cash moving around here in Vegas? Shut up, dude. He says he doesn't want to be an ordinary guy. Yeah, so he built himself into some kind of not martyr. That'd be the wrong one. Some kind of, I would say hero either, right? What was some kind of person that should be, revered because he got booked in, with a bunch of cash and a Maybach. He was driving in his underwear in a Maybach with $100,000 in the trunk and a firearm. So, he's got to be a different level of black. It's like, dude, shut up. It's so cap, and he's stereotyping a lot of people in the meantime. He doesn't even realize he's doing that. CD with the 2 says, this easily is the most obnoxious ninja of all time. Facts, bro. Chris goes out with the 5 says, didn't he say it was cold outside? Why would he drive in his drawers in the cold? Facts. And if you look at the bird's eye view of the jail, all right, because the jail always has to be near a courthouse. So if you see the courthouse right here, this is the Clark County Jail right here. It's in the city, bruv. It's in the city. All right, you got a library right there. This is right here. They booked them downtown. Where is the open? Did they leave you in the parking lot? Is that what you're trying to say? They left you in here? They have a bunch of inmates just chilling in the parking lot? Where's the open space for booking? Where? There is no open space. Everything leads outside to the normal areas where normal civilians walk around. They're not having you over there. So he's lying. He don't think we can just research what jail he went to. He don't think we can pull it up on Google Maps and see there's no open area. They just leave you outside in your drawers. It's all lying. Now, I'm not sure if I can get the footage from when he went to inside the jail, but from the body cam or the dash cam and on up to the body cam of him getting arrested, we're going to get way more to expose this guy than we need to. But right off the bat, where? What, they have you over here on the roof? They had you on the roof right here naked in your drawers? Like, it's just lying. Like, we can look this shit up. You're right in the middle of the city, bro. They're right there. This Clark County right here. Right here. Who you lying to, bro?
Like everybody else. So I go sit down and
shout out to Daryl for the membership for 4 months. Can we get a W in the chat for Daryl? Shout out to you, Daryl. I appreciate the membership, bro. Thank you so much.
That CO that I asked that to, also my observation of her, I want to make a note for you guys because you really got to be gamed up. When I first came into booking, I walk into booking and there's a woman, and I can't remember what the conflict was, but there was a woman in there and the CO had like engaged with the woman and the woman wasn't like complying in the precise way that the CO wanted to. And I don't even remember what the situation was. It was just something very small. And so I wasn't really logging it into memory because it was so small, but the way the CO reacted was so disproportionate that I was like, okay, she is a problem. Like I need to be mindful of this female right here because she is a big problem. And here's why she was a problem. Not only did she start talking crazy to that woman and telling her what she was going to do or what she could do to the woman, then what she did is then she goes over to another cop. She's like, yeah, that woman's a problem. She has a bad attitude. She wants an issue. Walks over to 3 other COs like, hey, keep an eye on so-and-so. So-and-so's a POS. And I was like, oh, I see what kind of personality you are. Like you're going to, if someone doesn't do what you want, you're going to get mad at them. You're going to try to hurt them. And then you're going to go tell all your little buddies and try to exert pressure on them collectively. oh, I see who you are. Like, this is the worst person to mess with here, because she is in fact a weakling. And the strategy of weaklings is to gain in confederacy. They always trying to get collaborators, just like Adolf 22. When I destroyed him on whatever podcast, the first thing he did is like, hey, women, we're all richer than this guy, right? Right. We're all richer than him, including you, Anissa, even though you drive an Impala and have a small house with bad credit that your dad had to sign for. We're all richer than that guy, right?
Yeah, they probably got more money than you, bro. At least enough to stay out of jail.
Let's leave. Who's with me? And then nobody left with them. But the fact is, weak people, they always gain in confederacy to try to get other people to work with them, because they know that
he did a follow-up podcast with that same chick too. You notice that? Which is like, what? Wait a minute. You knew she was bad news. You argued with her, talk all this mad shit, yet still needed her on your show to get views. These guys are pathetic, bro. At the end of the day, they need the very same women they sit here and shame all the time. That's why I'm like, why y'all being so rude to these women? Like, you know you need them. You need these women, so why be rude to them? Right? Why are you doing all this shit? And he needed her to help his show. Like, think about this. You sit there ridiculing her and then invite her on your show. What message are you putting out there? This guy's an idiot.
that as an individual atom, they're weak. Me, you heard me, I could get it all on my own. You heard me, I'm locked up by myself, and I don't have an issue with that. I can, whatever needs to be done, I can do it on my own. Been doing it my whole life. So I wanted to point that out to you because I peeped short and I was like, oh, she's gonna be a problem. Like, we don't want no smoke with her. It's too much smoke. We can't win with her. She's a big issue. She's a real psycho. So that was actually the woman that I'd asked, where's the warmest seat? But at this point, we all have to know that even though the sergeant flagged me in the system, because every process I went through, whether it was in booking or it was in pretrial or medical, I was always the dead last person to go. And I can notice that there are a couple like peculiar things that were happening with me that were disadvantageous. And so,
but all of this was before they even knew who you were, before they even knew what was in your bag, before they even knew your status, according to your story. So none of this makes any sense.
I haven't told you guys about the meals. I'll have to catch up on that piece. But anyways, when I went to go ask her, like, hey, where's the warmest seat? She's like, right there. I'm sitting there like kind of away from everybody. And then eventually she calls me back up. Then I come over to her. I was kind of like surprised because no one has been called up by the CO for any reason. So I go over to her and then she's like, hey, sign this paper. And I'm like, and I see the paper and it has like, you know, my car information on it. And I was like, okay, is this for me to get my car when I get out of here? She was like, no, this is for this person named here to be able to pick up your car. I was like, oh, did they call in or like how this was going on? She's like, I can't tell you anything. Just sign it or don't sign it. Okay. And then I said to her, and again, like there's so much game that I can give you and you'll get this in the Master Communicator course.
Shut up. You selling a course off your first time going to jail? Really? I'd rather listen to a felon. I'd rather take my chance listening to a felon to help me avoid jail time versus a newbie. You didn't even know what was going on. This was your first time ever, and it was a misdemeanor. Who the fuck is listening to you about it? So I gotta go buy a course from you in order to learn how to. Bro, shut up. You see all this gimmick. You see the gimmick right there. You see, you buy his course. He'll give you all the game, all the knowledge from his made-up story about going to jail. I've been to jail, bro. You don't see me making shit up or selling courses about it. You see what I mean? These guys, bro, it's so clear. It's so clear what the fuck they're doing. It's not even funny, bro. Buy my course. I'll give you all the tips and tricks when you get to jail and how to avoid it. What? Huh? But this is your first time. You didn't even know what the fuck was going on your first time, bro. Like, what? Like, this don't make any sense, bro. Shut up.
So this whole time I've been in machine mode. I went into machine mode, charm offensive. Okay, boom. This is the bad attitude chick who turns everybody against you. And just as much as she can turn everybody against you, if she favors you, her colleagues, knowing the way she works, if she favors you, they will favor you because she doesn't like nobody. She coming in this mug with a bad attitude. So then I say, okay, well, officer so-and-so, you want me to just put your name down here? I'll just cross this. I'll put your name in here. You just ride this for me while I'm down. You're going to give it back when I get out though, right? And then she starts laughing, and then another CO comes over because this woman don't laugh, right? This is the mean woman in the whole joint. So another CO, female CO, comes over. She's like, "What y'all talking about?" And she says, he's going to sign his car over to me. And the woman's like, "What kind of car is it?" And then the mean CO's like, "It's a Maybach." And the other CO's like, "Whoo!" And then the mean CO says, "Well, I like driving cheap cars."
Stop. I'm done. I can't do this no more, chat. I can't endure. I thought I could. I can't do this. He's lying. He's clearly lying, dog. This is pure embellishment. Oh my God, bro, he's lying, dog. You want to be special so damn bad. You want to be special so damn bad, bro. You make up this story. Oh my God, yeah. Oh, you got a Maybach, girl. Oh my God. Bro, that's not it. That's it. You're lying, bro. This is okay. We're gonna play a little bit more, but like, chat, I don't know if I hear one more of this bullshit, chat, I'm sorry, bro, but I'm gonna have to. I don't know if he understands how people are viewing this. Like, what we're seeing is as, yo, this seems like a high school story of somebody who has prison fantasies. This isn't real, dog. This is not how that shit goes. Also, all the female, what happened to the male COs? All of a sudden, are you done through booking yet? So what happened to the rude male COs? What happened to, like, none of this is making any sense, bro. He's just talking out of his ass to sound cool.
And I was like, "Word? We're going to have to get married." And then she says, "No, I like driving cheap cars because if you get into a car accident with a cheap car, the other person is less likely to sue you because they know you don't have any money." And then so all three.
That's not how that works. You demand insurance information and you walk away from it. You let the insurance company handle it. And guess what? If the other party doesn't have insurance, they'll find other companies to go ahead and make sure they get their money back. Either way, as long as you have insurance, you have been reimbursed in some capacity. This guy just saying here, insurance companies, and making it seem like they make judgments off of, whether you have, bro, shut up. You can get a limited liability company and still be a policy and still be covered. All right, maybe they won't give you money on top of the damages, but at least they'll cover all the liabilities, so you're not getting sued. So none of that shit works. And guess what? Even if you don't have insurance, the insurance company is gonna go after you, the opposing party. So him just saying all this stuff, again, it's just high school fantasy.
Three of us start laughing, and then I say, "You can't drive. Let me sign this real quick. You can't even drive." So I sign this, and then they start busting up laughing again, and then I leave. Now, no one's been laughing at all. Like, you ain't seen none of the COs laughing with the accused.
Yeah, because you were so special and charming.
So then I go back and sit down.
Nobody else was laughing until you got to the building because you were so special and you were so great. You were God's gift to that jail cell. Like, yo, shut up. You sound ridiculous.
And one thing that we can't deny, people talk about equality. Yeah, that don't exist. That's not a real thing. I tell you what's real, and it's always real. Money and power. You heard me? Money and power is always real.
That can save your ass from a DUI in a jail cell. Okay. Mr. Mayor of Vegas. Okay.
So as soon as, people start realizing, like, oh, the big dog, Brody ain't said nothing to nobody. He's sitting in his drawers. He's not socializing with anybody, but he that guy.
But he's singing on social media. He not socializing with nobody, but he on social media singing like a bird.
When the inmates got transferred after me, they're like, "Hey, this guy, that guy got $100,000. This guy got a Maybach. Who is that guy?" I'm sitting off to the side. And then, of course, the COs, as soon as the shorties start laughing a couple times, the dudes come over. "What are you guys laughing about? What's going on? Oh, what do you say? What do you do? Who is that guy?" So all of a sudden, everyone wants to know, who is that guy? How's he have that? Who is that guy? And I'm not saying there's nothing to say. You got all my information. You heard me? So are they going to do the illegal thing and like put my name into a Google search? 9 out of 9 they are.
We did. I did. It wasn't that hard. Hey, listen, use Google and use it right. I'm gonna tell you this. It took me 20 minutes to expose this motherfucker right here. Everything, Cashapp to everything, bro. Google him, and if you know how to research, you'll find all this info, bro. There are fake websites that he bought him. Maybe he didn't buy the websites, but you can pay people to inflate your net worth online. Listen, the internet's a matrix. It's real easy to hide from people. Okay, all right. It's really easy to just make up a whole new life life and have people actually believe that person, right? That's essentially what he's done. So there are numerous websites that talk about how much he's worth. Some of them are all over the place. They're like, he's worth 50 million, other ones 100 million, other ones like 75 million. It's all over the place. He's not even worth, his net worth is not even in the millions, bro. It's not. It's probably in the $100,000, probably maybe 200 if we give him that, right? But he's not doing the way he's trying to get you on YouTube believe he's doing. It's not happening for him, all right? And it's just so cringe just watching all of this, bro. This is just so weird.
I know, man. So anyways, I'm still just locked in. Like, look, I got time to do. I'm going to do my time. Who knows when I'm going to get out? Okay. I'm not anticipating anything. Everything for me has been the slowest and most unpleasant possible. Then they're like, phones off. We cutting off all the phones. Go sit down. Chow time. I'm like, all right, cool. I could use some food. I'm not going to eat too much because I'm not trying to have to take a crap on that toilet and then not be able to wipe my backside. So they come out handing out inmates in the jail in the orange are handing out styrofoam packs. And me, I'm a very polite guy in general. In jail, everyone's polite. Just side note, for the most part, in jail, everybody, unless they crazy, and there's a lot of crazy people there. I mean, like mentally unwell. Everybody polite in jail, right? So, you know, Brody handed me, I was like, thank you, appreciate it. He's like, you're welcome. You know, everybody polite. Everybody, I opened it up. I was like, oh, hell nah. Word. So did I tell them about the first meal already? You did. Okay. Yeah, the Fruit Loops, dry Fruit Loops, no milk, nothing to drink. Spoonful of what might be peanut butter. Here's a second meal. Open it up. Those two familiar loaves of bread, or not loaves, slices, small undersized slices of white bread, which is not the most healthy bread. Then we have dried corn, individual kernels of corn that's completely dried out. And then we have, like 3 large spoonfuls of what the closest thing you could say would be, just imagine Hamburger Helper if there was no hamburger in it. Instead, we throw in some beans and it didn't have any flavorful sauce. Instead, it just like had water that was colored brown.
Welcome to the United States jail system, bruh. What you gonna be dining like a freaking? What was he thinks it's fine dining in a jail system, bro? What are you talking about? You eat what the taxpayers are able to afford you. Because if anything, listen, you take that as some kind of benefit. That's it. If our taxpayer dollars are doing that, all right, enjoy it, bro. That's our gift to you, right? What are you talking about? Can I skip this? Let me skip this, bro. I don't want to hear this.
Corn, water bean noodles. Eat this bread. So I eat the first bread, but it was so dry. You got cotton mouth. I was like, let me rub the bread in the water bean noodles, just get it a little moist. Then eat the second piece of bread, which was almost edible. And then, then just wait. Wait for what? Who knows? Wait how long? Who knows? The only thing you know for sure is that it's going to be uncomfortably cold for the whole time, and that you're going to constantly hear noise and yelling. It was the most loud place on earth. Everyone's yelling. Then after a couple more hours, they call up some folks and eventually call me, and then they take us to a holding cell. And this all feels like progress, but none of it is actually progress. They just have you going from place to place, sometimes going backwards. And so they take you over to the hallway right across from a number of holding cells. They research you again. It's like search number 12. They researched you again.
Bro. Ain't no way.
And
ain't no way.
Reshackled you. And then they put you into a cell that says max 18 occupants. They put you into a holding cell that says max 18 occupants. As soon as you walk in, it's freezing and it smells like SHIT. So you're freezing cold and it smells like SHIT. And then you get in there, there's nowhere to sit because there's already people in there. And then there's more people coming in. And then you start counting the people because you're civilized, right? You're like, damn, there's 25 people in here. The hell? It says max 18 and you have 25 people in here. There's nowhere to sit. You got guys laying under the bench. You got guys leaning on the SHITER, the crapper. It's completely crowded. It smells horrible. No one's been able to shower in 24 hours. Some of these guys are homeless and indigent. They've not showered in months, I'm sure. Half of these guys are drug addicts. We're talking about meth, heroin, hard drugs. We're packed in here. The stench is unbearable. Half of these guys are talking to themselves, full conversations. Someone, no, I told you not to. I told you. Go outside. Danny, no. Danny, no. Leave me alone. Leave me. Stop tickling me. Leave me alone.
Bruh, that was you. That was you the whole time. I'm Lord Marquad. I'm Lord Marquad. I don't belong here. I don't belong here. Help me. I don't belong here. That's you. That's you the whole time, bro. But buddy describing his own self, bro. Shut up. I'm the greatest technologist of all time. I designed crypto. Get the fuck out of here, bro, with that shit. Yo, Chad, this give me a headache, bro.
Slobbering on themselves like people are completely unwell.
Okay.
Packed in. And it's loud.
Yeah.
So there's no such thing as I'm going to lay down and go to sleep. I'm going to sit and lean over and go to sleep. There's no such thing. You're there with cement and steel. If you get the privilege of sitting next to the wall, you might be able to lean against the glass or the steel and try to go to sleep. But the steel is very cold and the room is cold and it's crowded and everyone keeps talking and most of the conversations is in Spanish anyways. So the Latino guys are going on loud conversation. You're in a small room and the sound is bouncing off of the walls. It's extraordinarily loud because there's bulletproof glass and it's small, walled in with cement blocks. So it's extraordinarily loud Spanish. And then the other guys that are talking to themselves in belligerent English. And it smells like SHIT. And it's freezing cold and you're very hungry and dehydrated. And in my case, eventually they got those 2 vials of blood out of me. So they got 2 vials of blood, one for the government and one for my lawyer. We'll see, who knows.
Okay. Thank you. So you refused the field sobriety test. So they did blood sample. But I thought you said earlier in the story you denied the blood sample. So I knew something would happen. Something had to happen. And once they look at that blood sample, because you can't fool a blood sample, and they find out you got alcohol in your system, all this race baiting shit needs to stop. Like, for real.
I don't trust these guys for a minute. But anyway, so then you're sitting there and you're trying to take control of your mind so that you don't flip and start going Debo in there. And Debo won't even work. You hear me? Debo only works for the people who are mentally sane. I could have got up like, hey, sit down. Hey, shut up. Hey, move over there. Because here's the thing. I was the only strong person in there.
I don't know if I can endure this, chat. He's lying. He's lying, bro.
Only mentally and physically strong man in there. Even the other guy who does boxing, he's like 5'8", $160 at the highest, but he's probably closer to $140 by my estimation. Everybody else in there is small, skinny, undernourished. I easily could have deboed the whole thing. Now we're still all in shackles, mind you. We still all chained to the hip. We're all in shackles, but then you got the crazy people who are talking to themselves. But you can't debo them. They probably ain't even hear what you saying. You tell the crazy dude, hey, bro, shut up. You're like, no, Danny, stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. That dude who's talking to who knows who, you can't debo him. He crazy.
No, bro. I'm going to tell you right now, you in the jail cell with your soft ass telling anybody to shut the F up, they whooping your ass. You getting your ass whooped. See, what he's saying there is the difference between real people and the internet, because he's used to talking the way he talks on the internet. Hey, shut up! You don't know who the king of the mayor of Vegas is. I'm the mayor. You gotta check it. All this nonsense. But when he gets inside the system, he's a little bitch right there, because he knows you ain't deboing nobody, bro. The moment you say something, you getting your ass rocked, bro, in all types of ways. And you know what I'm talking about. Hold on, let me pull this up.
But ass.
Oh, exactly what I'm talking about. That's going to happen to you. Talking about shut up, bro. You know your limits. Bro, this is so. CD says, I officially hate him. I'm surprised it took you this long, bro. I've been like this dude for a long time. This is a weirdo, bro. If he wasn't such a liar, bro. If he wasn't such a liar, maybe, right? Maybe you can say, okay, he's got some jokes somewhere. But no, all this is just lies. And you can tell it's just oozing insecurities. And I can't vibe with that, bro. It's like, ugh. Like, you're making my skin crawl just listening to this shit because I know it's not true. Like, listen to this.
So I'm in there just telling myself the only thing you can do is go into a Zen state. Just sit here and just disappear here, right? And so I'm just posted. And this is what it is. You don't know how long you're going to be in there. Every now and then they'll come in off some BS. Everybody get out. We need to take count. All right, you just put us in here. Now we all come out.
If you were as rich as you say you were, this wouldn't even be a problem. I'm just being real. If you were rich as you say you were, this wouldn't be a problem, dog. Like the fact that you go, oh, I was cold. They treated me like this. They left me in my drawers. They were so mesmerized by my Maybach and $100,000 in cash, bro. If you were as rich as you say you were, this wouldn't even be a problem. You would all of this shit. No. You'd be out that day. At least the following day. If they arrested you that morning, early in the morning, you'll be out that day in the afternoon, the following day. If you were rich. But it seemed like you went through the struggle of a broke person. That's what you did. Welcome to the trenches, my nigga. I don't think you're a millionaire. This doesn't sound like the process of somebody who has millions, especially a bunch of cash at their disposal. It doesn't sound like how they know how to use the system, bro. You sound like an idiot. Okay, again, I don't believe any of this. I think you're just embellishing this to sound like you're a tough guy in front of your fans, but none of this is real. Chris calls out with the 5. Shout out to you. He says, I still can't get over the draws part. Where was he coming from in his draws? Where was he going? Facts. But the thing is, he wasn't in his draws though. He wasn't. Look at him. That's him right there. He wasn't wearing drawers. Watch. You can even watch the whole tape. Step out the car. Go over to my car. He's wearing drawers, but like he had sweatpants on. He probably didn't have drawers on, but he definitely had sweatpants on. So again, he's lying about that, right? But meanwhile, the black dude that was talking about, I got arrested because of my drip, bro. I got arrested because of my drip, bro. And all of a sudden, they let him wear his joggers, but you. For some reason, they just say, stay in your drawers. Huh? What? That don't make sense. That don't make sense at all.
Search us up again and count us and then put us back in, changing cells, putting us in different cells. Then I end up in a cell that was less crowded. And it was less crowded, but something interesting happened this time. So we go back in the cell, and you could tell who all the jail cats are because they too comfortable in there. And everybody was a jail cat except me, but there's levels to being a jail cat, right? We go into one holding cell, and then dude has the toilet paper. I'm peeping like, yo, where did homie get toilet paper? That's a delicacy. You heard me? That's like, bro, with the toilet paper, like we damn near on the same level now. Like people are like, yo, like son. They got a Maybach. They got $100,000. This man is El Chapo. Like all these rumors are going crazy. Like, yo, this is El Chapo in here. So people are kind of like, yo, like this guy's here on a gun charge and he got $100,000. And Brody got a gun charge of $100,000 cash and a Maybach. Like this dude is different. Don't mess with him. Stay away from him. So all these.
I'm done. Chat. I'm sorry. I thought I could do this. Fuck this dude, bro. Like it's fake. He's lying. Clearly, he's lying about this. I'm going to pose a question to you. I'm going to pose it. All right, chat, if you're here for the show, shout out to you. I appreciate you being here. Don't forget to sponsor the show, and that's by smashing the YouTube like button at the bottom of the video on your way out, all right? I appreciate it. But for those of you guys who are the 1 and 2 chat army, we got to answer this, right? Put a 1 if you believe any of this shit he's saying about his process going through jail, all right? Put a 1 if you believe, oh, yeah, this guy – yeah, every black person and prison inmate or jail inmate, they were so mesmerized by the cash flow he had. I mean, he was damn near El Chapo with the $100,000 in the Maybach in his drawers. Or put a 2 if you think this guy's capping. Let me know in the chat, bro. I got a headache. I can't do this. I don't know if I can keep doing this. My head hurts. Like, I know he's lying, but I can't keep saying that repeatedly because I sound like a robot. But he's lying, bro. But y'all let me know what you think, bro. Listen, we got way more, but we're waiting on the body cam. That's gonna take a while. We literally just requested it yesterday, so it's definitely gonna take them time before they get back to us. But once we get that shit, we'll just compare it to what he says, and I will guarantee you this: he's gonna delete this live stream by the time we put up that live. So I'll get you guys better save this as best you can. Don't worry, we'll have our own copies too as well. But we'll compare the body cam footage versus what he's actually saying, and you guys can make the difference because I can confidently tell you right now he's lying, and he probably thinks people aren't gonna get access to that shit. But you're not dealing with average people over here, okay? Like, nigga, I don't like you. Like, I know so much about you right now. Assume right now there's nothing about your life I have no access to. Just keep that in mind. All right, there's nothing in your life I have no access to. I'll pull that shit up, bro. We'll get that, and that's easy. We'll just get the FOIA request, and then we'll just compare it to everything else you're saying, which is a lie because you're assuming your dumb audience aren't going to do the research because they won't do the research. All right, but we do over here, and we'll find it. When we get it, we'll compare it to this shit, and we'll see what's really true. But y'all go ahead and vote in the chat. I'm done with these guys and his lies, bro. It's just too much. I can't do this no more. But chat, I appreciate you being here. You guys can be anywhere in the world right now. We're approaching the new year. We got a bunch more shows coming up. A couple more before the new year. We gotta see who took the biggest L of 2023, and then we'll be putting out lists and everything. But like, chat, again, oh my God, bro, my brain hurts, dog. Like, this just hurts me, though. Like, I can't believe they're idiots and believe this guy. The idiots believe this guy is just, oh my God, I got a Maybach. Everyone's just so mesmerized. I got a Maybach. I got a Maybach. Shut up, bro. Like, you're just lying. You're just lying through your teeth. Shut up, dog. Ain't nobody want to hear that shit. I got a Maybach. Shut your ass up, bro. This guy sounds like a clown. He's an idiot, bro. And anyone who thinks that this is real, you're an idiot yourself, right? You're dummy. Okay, you don't understand what it's like in the jail system, okay? Because this guy, the way he was explaining it, I don't think either he's lying or maybe he didn't go to jail. That's why when I watched this, I had to do the research. I'm like, okay, let me see. If we get a case number, because I know exactly what county he's at, all right? If we get a case number from this county, all right, then it's real, that he got arrested. But I still don't think their story is real, so we got to sequester the body cam footage, and we will do that, all right? And when we get all that, boom, we can compare it all to that. But like all this shit, and I was actually trying to wait till we got that information before I did the story, but I wasn't even sure how long it was going to take. So might as well just knock this out of the way. And we may do a part 2. So y'all let me know what you think in the chat. Was he lying? Put a 2. If he was telling the truth, put a 1. And I will catch you guys on the next one.